says it happened in a residential area, damaging homes.
One house located on Apple Avenue suffered extensive damage, which displaced the occupants of the home. 2 other residents received minor damage from the fire.
The cause of the crash is unknown. America is listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Tonight will be partly cloudy with areas of fog developing later on, low 32. After that fog burns off tomorrow morning, a mix of clouds and sun for Sunday. Tomorrow's high 46. On the cloudy side tomorrow night with showers, low 39. And morning showers in some places Monday. After that, a breezy mix of clouds and sun. Monday's high 58. I'm Sally Sherman on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Have you been lied to? Lied to by politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine? Hi, this is best-selling author Navy Dowdy from right here in the Chicago area, and I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Crash Proof Wealth. Because according to Time magazine, Wall Street's retirement plans and 401ks have failed millions of Americans. After seeing the last market crash over 39%, I said enough. I've discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and also have my money protected when the next stock market crash hits. When the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Navy Dowdy & Associates now to get a free copy of my book and talk to me personally to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits. And I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-392-9595. 1-800-392-9595. Again, 1-800-392-9595.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century with IoT Smart Connected Scanning. It's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
There are a million reasons to go beyond the numbers with your finances. Done right, your financial strategy should lighten your step so that you can lift up others. At Thrivent, we've helped clients with advice, investments, insurance, banking, and generosity for over 100 years. Let us help you find your financial clarity and live a life that's full as well as fulfilling. See how your money can do more at Thrivent.com. Thrivent is the marketing name for Thrivent Financial for Lutherans. Thrivent.com/disclosures.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
AM 560, The Answer. Prepare to have your mind opened. The lies of the mainstream media are about to be exposed, and the hypocrisy of the left is about to be revealed. This is a revolution in how you think about politics, race, and culture. You've tuned into Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm coming in hot. Yeah, coming in hot. Just like the fajita. I write what I live. My life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow.
Welcome back to this week's edition of Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio. As I'm driving in, my first mistake that I did today was listen to progressive radio. I was literally boiling listening to what they were saying. They were so contradictory. And so full of hypocrisy. Republicans are the only group in politics that are extreme and hateful. Are we really going there? I know I've received most of my hate from progressives or leftists. I haven't received it from Republicans for the most part. It's been from progressives. And when you look at, so Republicans are extreme because they want to protect their kids. They want to keep their kids protected from stupidity. And there's a case in point that I want to make. We had a 11-year-old kid who went before his school board, and I'll just let you listen to it. I want you to hear. I want you to hear it, and then I want to get. Hopefully, you guys call in about this. I'm gonna give you the phone line 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. I know we may have Man on the Street call in. He's gonna be there while he's there at CPAC in DC. So I know he's gonna call in. I don't know when he's gonna call in, but I know he's gonna call in. So, but I want to play this, and I want you to hear this, Troublemaker. I want you to hear this. Let me bring you in now. I want you to hear this. And I want to get your take, and I want you to tell me, why does this belong in public schools? Here we go.
This book was on a stand. I'd like to read you a page. My back over my hips as I asked if you should take her clothes off. And he's saying yes before I finish my sentence.
Wait, hold on. I don't think that's going out to the people. I don't think that's going over to you. Here we go.
This book was on a stand. I'd like to read you a page. My back over my hips as I ask if we should take her clothes off. And he's saying yes before I finish my sentence. He's pulling off my t-shirt, laughing when I can't undo his shirt buttons. He's undoing my belt. I'm reaching into his bedside drawer for a condom. We're kissing. Again, we're rolling over. Obviously, you can see where this is going. I don't know if it's because we're feeling especially emotional or just tired, or these past couple of weeks have been too much. But this reminds me so much of the first time we had sex. We were both terrified, and the whole thing was kind of terrible because we didn't know what we were doing. But it was good too, so good, because we were a mess of emotions, and we were scared and excited, and everything felt new. So this sort of feels like that. Nick touches me like he's scared that any minute. Now, this book was at my middle school, and it was on a stand. When I rented it out to show my dad it, the librarian asked if I wanted more and if I wanted a graphic novel version.
So, as I'm driving in, the progressive says, we're trying to ban books. Troublemaker, please explain to me, help me understand why that filth needs to be in a school where an 11-year-old child, well, that means he's what, 5th, 6th grade, that he could check this book out. Tell me, please enlighten me, Troublemaker.
I cannot enlighten you why it should be there. And when they're confronted about this, they don't say anything. They don't even acknowledge it. They act like it's not being taught or it's not there. They just had this lady on TV at a school council meeting, and she just said, listen, I'm just going to read the book. And it started out with BJ, and they told her to shut up. Basically, no, they hit the gavel. You can't do that. And she says, well, why is it in the library and my kid can read it? They would not acknowledge her, and did they escort her out? No. You know what happened was they banned her from any future meeting.
You kidding me?
No.
Because she went in there and read from a book that they're allowing kids to read.
Right.
And she was the one that got banned.
Yes.
I hope she's fighting that.
Oh, yeah. She's all on TV, Newsmax, everything. It's being acknowledged by our side. And I guess common sense people, but they won't even acknowledge it. They just ignore you.
Villan, Bill, how is it that that's not extreme?
Of course it's
that's not extreme geared towards these young, impressionable minds?
Yes. That's why I don't call them transgenders and things of that nature. No, they're trisexuals. See, they're programming these kids now at a young age to be open to try things.
Yeah.
So it'll all be perfectly normal, like the book that you have.
Right. And you know, here's the deal. I think Robert Blakemore from YouTube makes a good point. Do we want to ban books? No. We want kid appropriate books that they can check out. Have a place where stuff like this, don't just let any kid go back there and check something like this out. I feel like this is the over sexualization of our children.
That's right.
This is what's happening.
But they don't see it that way. See, people need to come together and agree on what age is appropriate, because it was this show that was on Progressive Radio that Jim used to go on a lot, and they didn't like it that Jim and me and a few other people used to love engaging us.
Yeah.
So they got rid of that show. But Keith Thurman, the guy Thornton, the guy that we had in the studio, he was on the show when he was running, and I called that day. I was infuriated. It was about this subject.
Well, I know Keith is not.
No. He wasn't.
Yeah.
But the thing about it was they didn't talk about it. So I brought it up about this not being appropriate as far as these books not age appropriate.
Right.
And then me and Keith had a back and forth. And he said, Verline, I know you. Yeah, I know you. So, okay, we're going to talk about this comedy. I said, all right, let's talk about it. I said, this is not right for a 5 to 8, 9, 10-year-old to be reading. And he said, I agree with you. But
he's a friend of the show. You know that. And he's in part of the LGBT community, but we love him here.
Yeah, but he broke it down. He said, listen, I understand where you coming from and parents are coming from, but I knew I was gay at 5 years old. Now, all scientists would say that's not true, but I'm not going to say what he knew.
Right.
But he said he knew he was gay at 5. He said, well, let's come to an agreement. Let's meet in the middle. I think it should be okay for kids to learn about LGBTQ and things of that nature at 13. I really wanted it to be 16, but I said, you know what? 8th grade to freshman, I'll go for 14. I'll go for 14. I want it to be 16, but I'll go for 14.
So that means they're freshmen in high school.
Yeah, freshman in high school. I'll go for that.
Let's see what the callers have. So we got callers already. This is a topic though that a lot of people get emotionally charged about, and rightfully so. Let's go to Brian in St. John. Brian, welcome to Black and Right.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday, brother.
So I call Proft all the time because he's got me on a warpath with this stuff because I got a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. I skipped out of Illinois about a year ago, and now I'm out in Indiana.
Good for you.
I wasn't sending my. Where are you at?
Gary.
Okay, cool. I'm in St. John, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not far from each other.
I went to Hanover because I couldn't deal with Lake Central being the same as in Illinois.
Yeah.
But my point is, you go out to the Lake Central Public Library, they're pushing all those books. There's books for 2 to 5-year-olds called First Conversation.
See?
One's about race, one's about gender, one's about content. I know these people. I listen to the opposition too, and I want to make them famous. So one is Lindsay Amir. Lindsay Amir runs a website called queerkidstuff.com, and it's all about teaching little kids about LGBTQ.
Yeah.
And she's got friends named Jessica Raleigh and Megan Madison, and they're the ones that write these books. But I object to Lake County Public Library.
Wow.
On the regular, legally, they throw bricks. I file FOIAs.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I file these paperwork, and I get denied every time. I'm 0 for 3, and that's okay.
And this is in Indiana?
This is Lake County.
Wow.
Yeah, Lake County. So that means you're probably on some watch list somewhere now, because you choose to protect your children.
I've had the FBI called on me. I've had the cops called on me allegedly. So I'm all good with it. They've never been to my doorstep because I've done nothing illegal. Like I said, I don't throw bricks. So the fact of the matter is, I'm putting them on record for the scumbag groomers they are.
Yeah.
There's public record now of me filing a piece of paper saying I want this thing off the shelves, and then there's paperwork coming back to me saying it fits criteria, it's going to stay, and that's all good. But now when they want to pull a Dennis Prager book off the shelf or a Rush Limbaugh book off the shelf, I'm going to be able to go back to them and say, well, you're what?
Yeah,
you know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, people need to pay attention.
What's that website again? What's that website you said?
Queerkidstuff.com.
Queerkidstuff.com. All right.
I'm coming in hot like a fajita.
Thank you so much, Brian.
Hey, my 3 and 6-year-old, white as hell, just like me, they know every word of this song.
That's right.
So, be good, guys.
Thank you. Take care, Brian. Dude, you got to have these conversations, and the left doesn't want us to give our point of view of this. Janelle, Terry, hold the line. We'll be right back. Did I come out hot?
Oh, yeah, you came out hot. They called him, boy.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
If you don't believe somebody, it doesn't matter if they're telling you things that you wish would happen because you don't believe them. And that's, I guess, the question you have to ask yourself about Paul Vallas.
I think he reminded the crowd that he was Republican because he knew right away Brandon Johnson was going to attack him and call him a Republican, even go so far as to call him an insurrectionist.
Start your day with Chicago's Morning Answer. Weekday mornings starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
We all want to eat healthy, But have you ever read the ingredients list off of your favorite snack? Between the hard-to-pronounce ingredients and man-made additives, it's difficult to find anything made from real, natural ingredients. Even some of my favorite organic snacks have ingredients I haven't heard of. At Balance of Nature, we know the value of real nutrition that can only be found in real food. That's why the only things you'll find on our ingredients list are real whole fruits and vegetables. No additives, fillers, or artificial ingredients of any kind. Balance of Nature is the best whole fruit and vegetable product on the market, delivering your body everything it needs to function at its very best. Eat better and feel better. Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
At Ethos Life, we busted all the myths about getting life insurance. Like myth number 1.
Life insurance? I can't afford that.
At Ethos, we have term life policies everyone can afford, with policies as low as $7 a month. Or myth number 2.
I have a life insurance policy through work. That's good enough.
With workplace coverage usually only equal to a year's salary, that won't nearly be enough to cover your family's ongoing and future expenses. A long-term, affordable policy from Ethos can give you the peace of mind that if something happens to you, your family is well covered for years to come. Myth number 3.
Getting life insurance? It's just too complicated.
At Ethos, our 100% hassle-free online process can give you a quote in seconds, application in minutes, and coverage in hours. With no medical exams or blood work needed, just answer a few health questions. Get your free online estimate at ethoslife.com. That's ETHOS life.com. Rates will vary based on age, underwriting, face amount, and type of policy.
No matter the season in Chicago, you can always let the light shine into your home. Wouldn't it be nice to have customized window coverings to give your home a fresh look? The Blind Buddy can help you accomplish that with Graber window treatments. Forget overpriced big box stores or pushy fly-by-night franchises. The Blind Buddy is an independently owned business serving Chicagoland for over 20 years by one of Chicago's first responders. The Blind Buddy offers quality window coverings from Graber at affordable prices. Shutters, wood blinds, solar shades. Choose from a wide variety to fit your home or business, style, and budget. John from the Blind Buddy will come to your home or office and personally handle the job from measurement to installation. The whole process can usually be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Discover the Graber difference from the Blind Buddy. Delight in every detail with Graber window treatments. Go to theblindbuddy.com to book your appointment today. That's theblindbuddy.com, a proud sponsor of Food for the Poor.
And now, more Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio. Before the break, we were talking about an 11-year-old kid that was reading at I believe he was at a school board meeting. He was reading from a book. And Valon, look, listen. Here's what I'm sick of. I'm sick of these leftist, regressive progressives. People say that's not a word. Yes, it is. They think they're progressing, but they're bringing us back. You know, they're taking us back. Look, I mean, these same leftists are and they're the same ones that got rid of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben, and right. yet Quaker Oaks and all these people are still on the boxes right. and things of that nature, right?
Right.
We didn't do that. The left did that.
Right.
I'm sick of them telling us why we have to be those who are on our side of the aisle have to be the hateful people. We're not hateful. We're just having a conversation. We want to protect our kids. Where am I wrong?
Well, you're not wrong, but they feel like the kids can handle the content, and they want to break the alpha male. See, they're not telling the whole story. When transgenders were being killed back in like the 90s, and
there's a reason.
It was a reason. They were tricking guys, you know, and I'm just going to keep it straight up above board. See, now they tell you that they're transgender. They didn't do that back then.
I know.
And then guys, you know, drunk coming from the club or from the bar, and they think they're picking up a woman.
Take them home.
And take them home, and then it's a Jack in the Box. And you know, you flip. Man, I can't explain it.
Oh, okay.
But they flip out.
Right.
You know, and guys were very, you know, manly and prideful. You know, what? You know, they didn't handle it right.
Right.
But nowadays, as long as you tell a guy up front, they're, oh, okay, I'm sorry. You know, I didn't know.
Right.
You know, so the problem was just them not being ashamed and telling people who they are. I know you believe you're a woman. This is a problem that we're having right now. You can't tell them that you're a biological man. You can't tell them that. They believe they're a woman. You're supposed to look past that. They're a woman. No, you have to tell men you are a trans man. You are not a real woman. You're going to have to accept that. And the deaths won't happen. They haven't been happening. But the deaths won't happen and wouldn't have happened back then if you would have just been honest with the men.
Correct.
That's all.
That's a good point to take it. Let's go to Janelle. Janelle, welcome back to Black and Right.
I'm still laughing about the Jack in the Box comment for lunch.
You see, I called him out on it.
Well, thank God they got rid of those Dr. Seuss books. I mean, Green Eggs and Ham and the things that I saw on Mulberry Street. Thank God they got rid of those and replaced it with this garbage. So I just have a question, and I wish there was an attorney out there that could call in and answer this, because I've asked this of several attorneys, and nobody seems to have an answer. So there are harmful to minors laws which seeks to protect minors.
Yeah, grooming.
From pornography, obscenity, materials that will bring harm to them. So these are based on the concept of variable obscenity, which means material that's obscene when viewed by children, but not necessarily by adults or read by children or adults. So I'm just curious why nobody has arrested these people that are presenting this to children, especially after hearing that little boy. Okay, that was explicit. I said, that's an 11-year-old.
11.
So that librarian then suggested something more graphic.
Yes.
Like, why is someone not locking her up?
Yes. Because this...
we were told... Someone read a chapter at our board meeting at the local high school. It was a summer reading list. So this is kids going in as freshmen. She got up. She read this. I mean, it was salacious. We're all like, holy cow. And then told us that she had a meeting with the superintendent. She followed up with the second board meeting and said that the superintendent reprimanded her for getting up and reading this at the board meeting prior to this. Right. And so she said, so I can't read this out loud, but you can recommend this for my child who's 14.
Wow. And
it's unbelievable.
And why won't anybody do anything about it? Because they don't want to be called xenophobic. They don't want to be called homophobic. They don't want all these titles that they've, this language that they've created to shut people down who have difference of opinions or a different view on this stuff. The problem is we can't have the conversation about it. That's why Vinny Valon, we don't care. We're going to have a conversation because listen, I don't care. I've said this time and time. I don't care what an adult does. I really don't care what an adult does. I sound like the white man who said, I got a ton of black friends. I have a lot of friends I have a lot of friends who live the LGBTQ lifestyle. And we have these discussions. And guess what? Most of them are frustrated with this. They don't like this. Gays Against Groomers. I was when Amy one day, I believe it was Amy. No. They called into this show, right, Valon? Yeah. The guy who runs Gays Against Groomers, he called into our show. So my thing is, as an adult, freedom. If that's what you choose to live or how you choose to live, you have every right to do that, in my opinion. I could be wrong. People may not like that opinion, but when they go after the children, that's my line in the sand. That's my line in the sand. This is why get your kids out of public education. Get them out. My kids. I made a post the other day on social media that I'm glad I don't have to worry about this type of teaching in the schools that my kids go to. I don't have to worry about them learning about Jack in the Boxes.
Right.
That's still funny, Vlad.
But you know what? Hey, listen. Paul Vallis said what he's for. He's embracing everything J.B. Pritzker said at his announcement when he won for governor. I want to find out, since Brandon Johnson is a former school teacher.
Yeah.
Where he falls on the new sex ed. I know he embraces the LGBTQ and pro-choice and all that, but I want to know how he feels about the kids being educated with this new sex ed. I want somebody to ask him that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. He's a leftist, so I'm sure he's in line with it.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. He's never.
You used to listen to his radio show. Did he talk about it on his radio show?
Me and him used to go at it.
Right. Did he ever talk about these issues on the show?
No.
He stayed away?
I'm telling you, they did not acknowledge this sex ed like we do over here. They you know what? They told me one time I called in over there, you're getting your hair all caught on fire for no reason. That's what that show, The Family Meeting, said. You're talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But him, we never talked about it. Not this.
You know, Robert, I see your comment. Vallis is a wolf in sheep's clothing. One of the reasons why I didn't say anything about Paul Vallis doing that run, that election, I really didn't want him to get beat up even more, But now that it's him and Brandon Johnson, Paul Vallis has to win this. It has to be fought. We'll get into that in the next hour, but it has to be. We're going to be talking about that election in the next hour.
Okay.
But it has to be, man. Let's go to Terry from Rogers Park. Terry, welcome back.
I don't think that crap in those books is decent for any kid's age, not even when they're adults. And as far as I'm concerned, they don't need to read those books even when they're 20 years old.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people will agree with you. But what I think they should do, because it's not gonna, that'll never happen. It's gonna get pushed. But what's wrong with?
It's gonna get worse,
right?
Because pedophilia is coming up next.
It's coming. What's wrong with labeling like movies RPG?
Right, exactly.
But they won't even let us do that. They shot that down. They don't even want you to label the books R.
But they still do movies, right?
They don't even say it.
Wait a minute. Maybe Trump can do something about it.
Federally,
yeah.
I don't think so.
I would let that. I would prefer that to be up to the states to make those decisions. I do. The thing is, Republicans have to start winning. Especially here in the state of Illinois, we got to get our what out of our what.
Here we go.
Thank you so much for calling, Terry. Mitchell, you got about a minute. Go. Mitchell, you there? Mitchell, calling once. Mitchell, calling twice. Sorry, Mitchell, call back. I guess he didn't want to talk today, man.
Yeah, he did. He probably thought we was gonna keep him on hold longer.
But it's frustrating though, man. When you look at this, and a shameless plug, I got to talk about what we do with Grace Association. I told you we just closed on a facility in Elgin. We just closed on a place in Springfield. And get your kids out of public education, because if you don't, the indoctrination that's happening to our kids. And next week, either next week or the end of March, I am going to do an education show, and I'm going to bring on Alex Newman and some of the people who were there at that event that I went to last week with Charlie Kirk, because we got to have a conversation, and we have to remember and understand how this stuff started. And where's the fight? Because I think sometimes Republicans, they want to fight, but they don't know how to fight. They don't know the playing. Republicans they're the weakest fighters ever. They just don't know how to fight. They simply don't. They're weak. They cower. They run away. And all the while, we're losing our country. We got a country to save. We'll be right back.
He's been called the Mystery Man by the Wall Street Journal, but it's no mystery that Mark Vargas loves America and now stands ready to fight to defend your rights amid the culture war that's raging across our nation. Join Mark tomorrow night at 7 for Mark My Words with Mark Vargas, as he brings you exclusive interviews with some of the biggest names from politics, entertainment, and business, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Corsetti. A massive explosion in Frederick County, Maryland today after a tanker truck with flammable material crashed near a residential area, killing the driver and damaging other vehicles and homes.
One house located on Apple Avenue suffered extensive damage, which displaced the occupants of the home. 2 other residents received minor damage from the fire.
Frederick County Fire Chief Tom Coe. And after a month, the concerns of residents in East Palestine, Ohio aren't going away.
Norfolk Southern began removing track near the derailment site and excavating the contaminated soil, which the EPA says could send vapors and odors into the air. But they maintain the air is still safe for folks who live there. The railway said it hasn't had any discussions about buying people's homes and paying for them to move, even though some folks are still getting sick and want to leave, but can't afford to.
Fox's Garrett Tenney. America is listening to Fox News.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Baseball and softball season will be starting soon at fields everywhere. I'm not talking about those overpriced professional palaces with the prima donnas. I'm talking about the neighborhood where the kids, Little League fields, their family, their fathers, their coaches will all be out in the sun. There's a company in Bridgeview, PYT Sports, that's working with volunteer coaches, Little League managers, and dads. Good, hardworking guys that want to help their kids and friends have a good time this summer instead of getting into trouble on the streets. PYT Sports has all the stuff you'll need to furnish dugouts and more. 2-tiered benches, helmet racks, bat racks, and individual player storage. Plus, windscreens and wall pads. Even field tarps to protect from rain so you're ready for game time. Check out the popular Field General, Commander, and Trooper helmet and bat combos to make your dugout look like the pros. Go to pytsports.net. That's pytsports.net. And get ready for a great baseball season. Play ball!
Hi, it's Amy. Big news. Mike Lindell and MyPillow are launching the MyPillow 2.0. When Mike invented MyPillow, it had everything you could ever want in a pillow. Now, nearly 20 years later, he discovered a new technology that makes MyPillow even better. The MyPillow 2.0 has the patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, and now with the brand new fabric that is made with a temperature-regulating thread. The softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you will ever own. Great news on the MyPillow 2.0. It's now buy one, get one free with promo code Amy. The MyPillow 2.0 is machine washable and dryable. MyPillow 2.0 with its temperature regulating technology is 100% made in America and comes with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Just go to MyPillow.com and enter promo code Amy to receive the MyPillow 2.0 buy one, get one free offer. And just when you thought MyPillow couldn't get any better, MyPillow 2.0 gives you the best sleep ever. Don't forget promo code Amy or call 800-489-0201 to get your MyPillow 2.0 now.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts: knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com.
We now return to Black and White on AM 560. The Answer. Here's John Anthony.
Welcome back to Black and White Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio with the Troublemaker. We are causing trouble. Did you hear the interview that Dan and Amy did with that mother where they were basically going behind the parents' back? The female, they were going behind her back, and at school, they would call this child whatever the pronouns they wanted, and by a male's name.
Yeah.
Dude, our kids do not belong to the education system. Our kids do not belong to government. They belong to the parents.
Well, you know, the teachers think they know better. But I had a question for you, but time ran out. What what can poor black people do? Because I see this is going to be a theme for you. Get your kids out of public school.
It is.
What can poor black people, poor whites, but I didn't see too many whites in school growing up, not in public school. How can they get their kids out of public school when they don't have the means to do it?
Yeah, you know why? Because Illinois is not really a school choice state.
Of course.
You know, and I know and there's a huge fight between the homeschoolers, and I would always tell the homeschoolers, not everybody can homeschool neither.
Right.
Everybody doesn't have the wherewithal because of their scheduling. They can't. I did homeschooling. Dude, it's the hardest thing you could ever do in your life, homeschool to homeschool children. It's
sometimes
hard.
it comes natural to some people.
Yeah, that's some people, but you got to have the patience. You got, dude, I'm telling you, it's hard to homeschool. But I know one of the things I fought for really hard when I was in the General Assembly was school choice. Mm-hmm. You know, I was the one that filed the trigger bill. 51% of the parents got upset about what was happening in education. They can file and have their kids' money follow them.
Yes.
You know, I know a lot of people, you know, they say, well, that's still, now you're infecting the private schools with public money. I get that, but guess what? The kids are failing. What, 50 schools, kids can't even read at level?
Infecting. What does that have to do with anything? It's taxpayer money. You donate to
No, because there's normally strings when taxpayer money comes into a private institution.
What kind of strings?
Well, basically there's certain educational guidelines that you have to follow. That's why the Grace Association and Families of Faith, we don't take any federal or state money at all.
So if they give you a voucher, say it's for $30,000, so you can take your kid to whatever school you want, the state still has say over how that money is spent?
In some places it does. In some places it does. I think that's one of the things that as I've been really getting involved in what we're doing, and seeing some of the loopholes you have to jump through, you know, dude, it's scary.
Wow.
It's scary. It's really scary what's happening to our educational system.
It was only a few of you guys that wanted school choice. You, Reverend Meeks.
That was a lot of us.
How many?
That was well, how about this? And Dennis Reboletti and I was just talking about this. How about a lot of the people who are in leadership in Springfield? Their kids are in private school.
Well,
you know that, right?
But they got the
They're
money.
not in public sector.
But they got the money to do it. I'm talking about poor people.
Right. So the thing is, like, one of the things that we want to do, we want to be able to go open up a school in Chicago, no tuition. No tuition. We want to do it in Joliet. We want to do it in Springfield, no tuition.
How would it be paid for?
Huh?
How would it be paid for?
Well, through the Grace Association, because we have generous people who donate a lot of good money to let us do what we do right now. You know, and right now, next year we'll have 6 to 8 schools total. Right now we have 4.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. There are ways around it, Villan. Okay. There are ways around it, but you know what? And guess what? We need more people to help out to push this, because what's happening to our kids, it can no longer continue, Villan.
Yeah.
It cannot. Let's go. Mitchell's back. Mitchell, welcome back, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Okay, so here's where it comes down to, Verlon, John. It comes down to, in the public school, I've seen this firsthand. So these are concrete examples. These are not based on what ifs or, you know, or fabrications. Who's ever the principal, okay, is going to set the tone for that particular public school. Mm-hmm. So a lot of these public schools attract a lot of these radical, controlling feminists, okay, that are these lesbians. And they're completely not rational. They're what I call it's reverse discrimination in the third degree. So they project their opinions of both politics, sexuality to the highest level. And in order for those teachers to get their key, what I call spots, like the classes they want, they got to kiss this principal's ass, who in turn has to kiss the superintendent's ass. And again, in the public schools, folks, it's 86% of our taxes are paid for by our tax. You know, by obviously we fund 86% from our property taxes for the public schools. Yeah. So they have the temerity, right, to go on these binges. And then here's what happens. So when a kid gets old enough to kind of figure out that they're getting all this attention, so they're emboldening these behaviors. Because they're getting the ones that are projecting it are these teachers and administrators, because their proclivities are so out. Like I don't, like you said to John, like you said, I couldn't care less if you are gay, straight, or if you want to have a relationship with Lassie, or you want to, make out with a cow. I couldn't care less, right? But the biggest problem that you're facing is that they want the control. You hear what I'm saying here, Daniel?
I hear what you're saying. But thank you so much for calling, Mitchell. But he left off one more important piece.
What?
The most important, I think, the school boards themselves.
Yeah.
That's where the real power lies, in the school board, and you got to shift and change those if you want to change education here in the state of Illinois and abroad. We'll be right back.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Well, I drive a truck for a living. I don't get hardly any exercise. I'm not kidding you now. I'm not easily sold on anything, but I'm a firm believer in this product. I watched those advertisements for 2 or 3 years and listened to the radio going down the road, and I said, something's got to be going on with that product for that many people to do ads for them. And I'll tell you what, I just uptown a while ago, I told some of my buddies, I said, I'm not BSing you, man. I'm not kidding you. It's amazing. It totally amazes me.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
This is Jim Scudder inviting all of our In-Grace friends to come hear Mike Pompeo at the Quinton Road Baptist Church in Lake Zurich, Illinois. If you don't live in the area and you can't come, at least tune in to the live stream that day.
For more information about this free event or to purchase your VIP tickets, go to ingraceradio.com or call 800-78-GRACE. That's 11 a.m. on March 12th at the Quinton Road Baptist Church. Call now, 800-78-GRACE, or go to ingraceradio.com.
For aging parents or loved ones in need of daily care in the comfort of their own home, look to the European American Association, or EAA, assisting Chicago's elderly for over 30 years. EAA currently serve over 800 clients and employs 600 home care aides, annually trained and certified according to state rules and regulations. Authorized by the Illinois Department on Aging to provide home care services for seniors in the city of Chicago. Family members can also be hired and trained. Jobs include grocery shopping, meal prep, light cleaning, companionship, and personal care. EAA will match the client and worker based on language and ethnic background. EAA's over 30 years of expertise in care for the community brings you or your loved one professional daily living support. For senior care or to be employed as a home care aide, search online for European American Association or call 773-342-5868.
Hi, this is Carl Amari.
I'm Lisa Wolf. Join us every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. for all things entertainment on Hollywood 360.
If you love classic radio shows, The Shadow, Jack Benny, The Lone Ranger, Dragnet, Gunsmoke, and many more, we have them for you on Hollywood 360.
We'll also present trivia contests with prizes, showbiz news, celebrity interviews, games, and movie reviews.
So don't miss Hollywood 360 every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
It's the show the mainstream media doesn't want you to know about. It's Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560, The Answer.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind.
Welcome back to Black and White Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio. As Valon, you know that there's in my opinion, an unconstitutional gun ban that's been placed out there. You and I have talked about it. You thought we lost. I told you we didn't.
I saw it.
We didn't lose. We didn't lose. But I saw that there was this Macon County judge who Friday, he took under advisement what's called a final order that would declare Illinois gun ban and registry unconstitutional. And that judge is Judge Rodney Forbes. If he does that, from what I'm told, it's expected to go straight to a direct appeal to the Illinois Supreme Court.
I know.
So I wanted to bring our friend, my buddy, Attorney Thomas DeVore, onto the show to talk about it. Hey, what's up, Tom? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Johnny, what's up, brother?
I've been watching your videos. I've been watching what State Rep Dan Calkins did. Because there are so many people who are so confused, and as you know, because you get all the questions. I'm sure your mailbox is just blown up. But what is the, because Verlon called, he saw something that happened in, I believe it was Naperville.
Yeah.
It was a judgment that came down in Naperville. Verlon said, "Oh, we lost it. I said, "Nah, I just listened to Tom DeVore. Tom DeVore said we didn't lose it." What's happening with this gun ban?
Well, the Naperville, that federal case, John, that was just a denial by that judge of the issuance of a restraining order. So that's really, in the grand scheme of things, not significant for now. So nobody needs to be concerned about that too much.
Okay.
The ruling you're talking about out of Macon County with Dan Calkins' case, sadly the confusion there is because you have a politician that's talking that shouldn't be talking about legal issues they don't understand. The judge in Macon County issued a ruling, John, a final ruling, but all the judge did was follow the decision from the appellate court in one of our cases that says that the law violates equal protection.
Correct.
So the only significance of that ruling out of Macon County is that it's now going to be appealed directly to the Supreme Court, and in my professional opinion, it's being appealed too fast with an inadequate record, which is a risk to the people of Illinois rushing it too quickly. So there's nothing new in that Macon County case. All of the legal work is all the work that I've done.
Right.
Dan Calkins, his lawyer, did nothing new or nothing of any addition. And people should know, John, that what's happening in that case in Macon County is exactly what Governor Pritzker asked of Dan Calkins, and is doing exactly what the governor wants.
Wait,
I'm not
what?
disrespecting the governor when I say that.
Yeah.
It's just they wanted to rush it real quick to the Supreme Court without having taken the time to really, complete the record of the case, to really show how egregious this law was and how it was passed and what's not there, etc., which is what our case is doing. It's let's say right now that there's a 2 out of 10 chance or a 3 out of 10 chance to still win at the Supreme Court with where it's at today. I was building a case to where we had an 8 or a 9 out of 10 chance, and Dan Calkins, wanting to be a politician and not doing really what gave us the best chance of success, took our cases, bringing it to the Supreme Court. It's reckless.
Yeah. I think we're kind of losing Tom there. Tom, you there? There you go. You kind of breaking up. I'm curious to see what the newly minted Mary Kay Justice Mary Kay O'Brien. She used to serve in the seat that I used to serve in. I'm curious to see, and she was a 2A supporter. I'm curious to see what she's gonna take. Her take is gonna be on this this thing. But here's my question though, because this is where I think a lot of people got confused. So, if this judge signs this order, what happens to your cases?
Nothing. And the judge has signed the order, John. Just
He signed it. He signed it.
He signed it. And keep in mind, it was an order that the Attorney General's office drafted.
Oh, gosh. Oh, God.
Dan Calkins, and again, I'm not disrespecting his lawyer, they drafted nothing, John. They did no legal work at all. They duplicated what I had done for my clients, and then the order was drafted by the Attorney General, and the Attorney General's office wanted it. So it's already been issued. It doesn't do anything to our cases today, but here's what the governor and the Attorney General are trying to do. They want to rush to the Supreme Court with the best case that the governor has. The best case the governor has is the Macon County case. They want to try to get a ruling out of the Supreme Court quickly, so they don't have to answer the questions that I'm asking them in discovery. I have an opportunity to put the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate under oath and ask them questions about what they were doing here, and they are scared to death about that, and they're using Dan Calkins like a puppet to try to keep from having to do that. Can that still happen? That's what they're trying to accomplish.
But can that still happen?
It's still possible, and it's possible. But I'm trying, because they're playing delay tactics with me, John, and I'm going to try to work around the delay tactics, but it's all going to be a game of chance of whether I can get the judge to force them to do what I'm doing before the Supreme Court issues a ruling.
So you would kind of almost, we got to go to break, but you would kind of almost undermine in your efforts then. If that's what it's, at least that's what.
the efforts of the people of Illinois, John, that I was doing, my clients and everybody else, were undermined by the vanity and the desire to be popular of Dan Calkins. That's 100% true, my friend.
Well, hold the line, because I know Verlon has some questions for you. I hope you can stay with just one more segment with us.
Yeah, I'm good, Johnny.
All right, we're talking to attorney Thomas DeVore, who's been fighting since day one, 2020. I'm so glad to have you on the phone. You listening to Black and Right? We'll be right back.
Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me.
Dr. Gorka here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about the 100% drug-free Relief Factor. We all deal with aches and pains in our day-to-day lives, and I have had my fair share, including injuries like a detached quad muscle that I can tell you fell into the category of really bad pain. But I've been able to manage the pain by taking Relief Factor. It helps your own body to attack and fight off sources of inflammation, the source of most of our aches and pains, and I've loved it for years now. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it worked for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick starter pack for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com, call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference.
We live in a high-tech world, yet nature is so complex that it's impossible for humans to even come close to duplicating it with all the technology in the world. Witness the spectacular things we see in nature and how they should inform one's faith in the latest book by Jeff Tischler, High Tech versus the Highest Tech. This 78-page paperback book is a must-read, packed with fascinating facts and colorful illustrations, laying out undeniable evidence for intelligent design and an all-powerful creator. And High Tech versus the Highest Tech is written in a way that all age groups can understand and enjoy. Get the book High Tech versus the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischler, offered through Milk and Honey Ministries for just $9.95, plus shipping and handling, with 100% of the proceeds going to missions. And for a limited time, $1 from each book sold goes directly to Food for the Poor. Order your copy today. Call toll-free 1-800-733-9262. Also available from Google Books or your favorite online bookseller. Special rates available for schools, churches, and mission outreach.
Let's get it to him, baby girl. Hey. That's right.
Black and Right continues on AM 560. Once again, here's John Anthony.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio with the troublemaker himself. Before the break, we were talking with attorney Thomas DeVore. Tommy!
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what I was just going to say, you about summed it up, but the governor came out with a statement and said it's under appeal. It's going straight to the Supreme Court, and he was confident that he was going to win. And they said Kwame Waru, he's fighting the case. He's going to get the ban upheld. And if they win, would that put the kibosh on everything you're doing?
Possibly. It depends.
Yeah, see, that's
potentially, yes.
That's what I'm scared of. I mean, if they do it.
And then you know what? If that happens, my friend, then everybody in the state of Illinois can thank Dan Calkins for that.
Wow.
Wow.
But here's the question. What happened? Can this go up to the U.S. Supreme Court, this fight, this challenge? And that's what the gun guys are doing, right? Illinois State Rifle Association and those guys?
Yeah, there's still a federal issue here, John, and some of the arguments that I'm making are for the federal court too, and a couple of the arguments that I've made for my clients have not yet been made by some of the other cases in the federal court. Again, I'm one of those kind of lawyers that plays well in the sandbox together. So why some of these other federal cases, a couple of them are good, a couple of them not so good.
Can the federal government come in and overrule, the Supreme Court, and say, people have the right to carry guns after they uphold the gun ban? That's my first question to you. Can they do it?
The federal court has the ability to invalidate this law under federal law, regardless of the state law issue. Okay. They're independent, and yes, absolutely.
And my second question: If they did rule that way, do you think they would?
Who's that? The federal government?
Yeah.
Oh, I think this law is almost certainly going to go down in the federal court.
Yeah.
I don't see any way that this law passes muster under what's called the Bruin standard, which is the new standard under federal law. So I'm confident we'll get rid of it in the federal court. But the state issues that I have raised, they're bigger than the gun ban, you guys.
Yeah.
It goes to the heart of how we pass legislation in the state of Illinois, which is the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate, and even the governor, are scared to death that I'm going to dismantle how they pass laws in this state.
Yes.
And that's why they took advantage of Dan Calkins, and they're running to the Supreme Court. Because even if they lose the gun case in the Supreme Court of Illinois, they're going to try to keep and do everything they can to keep me from dismantling these procedural games that they play. That's what they're really. And again, I'm playing chess with the Democrats, who are very good at playing chess.
That's right.
And you've got this guy out of Macon County, Dan Calkins, who does not have the rational aptitude to play chess with these guys. He's vain. He's trying to act like a big shot. He went and stole my client's work, and he's trying to make himself look like he's important. And at a minimum, he has a high likelihood of losing the gun case and also losing the best opportunity the people of Illinois have had in a generation of dismantling how the Democrats pass laws, John, and that's why I'm frustrated.
Tom, we got to go, but let me tell you something.
All right.
What you just said is so important, because if that can be dismantled, Illinois has a chance to survive, and Illinois has a chance to come back. You can change how they do their tricks and trades and shell bills and pass bills under the cover of night and things of that nature, violate the rules that they already set. Tom, that's huge.
John, that's what I was trying to do, and Calkins screwed it all up for us, I think. So, thank you, buddy.
Attorney Thomas DeVore, thank you. I'll probably be down there. I told you I'll be down there with you tomorrow. I'm coming to my cousin's funeral.
I'm ready.
All right,
Come
brother.
see me.
Take
Love
care,
you,
brother.
brother.
Love you too,
Bye.
man. Take care. Hour 2 coming up next.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Last week, the so-called conspiracy theorists of the past 3 years took a victory lap. The Energy Department concluded that the COVID pandemic indeed resulted from a lab leak. Not long ago, you'd have been deplatformed for this statement. There are other discredited COVID narratives. Lockdowns and mask mandates would stop the spread. Natural immunity was fake. Children would suffer only minimal adverse consequences from prolonged school shutdowns. Wrong. Wrong. So wrong. It's an unconstitutional disgrace that our government worked so hard to silence even responsible, credentialed voices countering its claims. But the real shame lies at the feet of elite media. Government would never have had the chance at all this censorship without its media lapdogs. The role of the press in a free society is supposed to be as a check on the government, not as its enforcer. Elite media will pay the price in squandered trust, and it's richly deserved. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com. On the AM 560 mobile app. Tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Pushing for more drilling. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. Alaskan officials are urging President Biden to approve a massive oil drilling project in their state. Republicans say the president is rejecting the plan because of his climate goals. Democratic Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan.
We need to make sure that we're moving as aggressively and rapidly as we can towards energy independence and energy and renewable energies all at the same time.
Supporters say it would benefit Alaska's indigenous communities economically. The Biden administration has dedicated nearly $370 billion to climate and the Inflation Reduction Act. AAA Mid-Atlantic reports gas prices Friday were a penny a gallon higher on average nationwide than a week earlier at $3.39 a gallon for regular. Analysts say prices will likely go up with increased demand and a switchover to a more expensive summer blend. A tanker truck crash in Frederick County, Maryland caused a massive explosion, killing the driver and damaging a home extensively. County Fire Chief Tom Coe.
The hazardous materials involved in the incident
are contained.
No other injuries are reported. The cause is under investigation. The Conservative Political Action Conference in Maryland wraps up today, but some major conservative figures are not attending. Notably, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and former Vice President Mike Pence. Tennessee Republican Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger speculates why.
What I'm thinking is that they're trying to get everything together so that we can keep our commitment to the American people. You know, it's a job. We have the majority now, and we have to work.
Former President Trump capping off the event today. Self-help author and spiritual advisor Marianne Williamson announced her Democratic candidacy for president. The 70-year-old is the first Democrat to formally challenge President Biden. America is listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
It's going to be partly cloudy overnight with areas of fog rolling in. The low dips to 32. Intervals of clouds and sunshine to wrap the weekend tomorrow, high 46. Back at it Monday with a morning shower over coffee. Otherwise breezy with intervals of clouds and sun, high 58. Breezy cooler on Tuesday with clouds and sun, high 42. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Have you been lied to? Lied to by politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine? Hi, this is best-selling author Navy Dowdy from right here in the Chicago area, and I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Crash Proof Wealth. Because according to Time magazine, Wall Street's retirement plans and 401ks have failed millions of Americans. After seeing the last market crash over 39%, I said enough. I've discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and also have my money protected when the next stock market crash hits. When the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Navy Dowdy & Associates now to get a free copy of my book and talk to me personally to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits. And I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-392-9595. 1-800-392-9595. Again, 1-800-392-9595.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gevalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Retirement planning can be complicated. From asset and legacy protection to retirement income and extended care, you need a plan. Tune in to Retirement and Income Radio, hosted by well-known Chicagoland financial educator Mark Kohler. Mark helps listeners in or near retirement protect their savings from market volatility while creating lifetime guaranteed income. Listen to Retirement and Income Radio Sunday afternoons at 3:30 on AM 560, The Answer. Or call Mark now at 844-619-SAFE.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
AM 560, The Answer. Prepare to have your mind opened. The lies of the mainstream media are about to be exposed, and the hypocrisy of the left is about to be revealed. This is a revolution in how you think about politics, race, and culture. You've tuned into Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm coming in hot. Coming in hot, just like the fajita. I write what I live, my life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow.
Welcome back. Hour 2, Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony live in studio with the Troublemaker. Valon, before we go to what you want to talk about,
right?
As you said, you heard what I was saying at the end of that conversation. I'm going down south to Effingham, Oblong area. That's where my family are. I told you I took the Ancestry DNA test a couple of years ago.
Right.
Found my relatives, who found out who my father was. My cousin who lives in Dallas-Fort Worth area, and she helped me find all this, right?
Yeah.
So one of the first people that I called was Irvin York. He's my cousin who passed away a couple of days ago. So I'm going down there to visit him, and what was so funny about it, as soon as I called him, I found his number in the white pages, gave him a call. I thought, because I'm like, hey, listen, I know this is going to sound strange, but I just took the DNA test, and come to find out that I'm related to you in some way. I would love to come visit you. We talked for about 45 minutes, and as soon as I said I want to come visit you, he was like, sure, come on down, let's go. I drove the 4 hours down there to go meet him. He wasn't my father, but unbeknownst to me at the time, my father's niece lived in Robinson, Illinois.
Okay.
And so I went down there and got to meet him, and dude, I'm telling you, day one, loved me like I was his own son.
It's amazing how they can track people down like that.
It is. Well, I'm an investor. I mean, I know how to do that stuff.
Okay.
So I mean, but it's just a heartwarming story. I wasn't going to tell it because I was going to save it from a book that I'm writing, but I felt that I had to give him that honor when he passed.
Well, I'm pretty sure you have way more memories to talk about in your book about him, and so that's that's cool.
And then when I took my cousin the DNA test, I actually bought one for her, and I got video of it where she was laughing. She said, "I can't get the spit up, Sonny." It was such a fun. Let's go to the phone lines real quick. Let's clear the phone lines, and then we're gonna tackle you.
Okay.
Let's go to Glenn from Milwaukee. Welcome to Black and Right, Glenn.
Yeah, listen, I want to tell you something. You're talking about the gun law.
Yeah.
Okay, John?
Yes, sir.
Here's what you should do. American Civil Liberties for Justice. That's Jay Sekulow.
Oh, yes.
Have you heard of him?
Oh,
right?
I love Jay and his sons.
Yeah, they fight for that. He's the one that's defended Trump when Trump got in a jam every time. They acquitted him of every charge when they got involved. So it's all done by donations.
Yeah.
So you should keep him in mind.
Yeah.
Because if this goes, pardon me, go ahead, John.
I actually have reached out to try to get him on the show because I've been a huge fan of Jay Sekulow for many years, and you talk about a warrior. He's been in this fight for a very long time, and now that his sons, I listen to his show almost every night. Even when I'm not in the car, I'll turn him on because Jay has a way of explaining the hard things and make it easy.
Right, and they're tough.
Yeah. Well, Glenn, thank you so much for listening. Thanks so much for listening all the way in Milwaukee. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I listen to you guys all the time, but I'm having a hard time. I got a little bit of a cough, but I figured I better enlighten you with this because this makes a big difference, John.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Glenn. And get well.
Yeah, keep the faith.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Valon.
All right.
Fuega.
Haven't heard from you in a while. What's up?
Ashley.
Guys.
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm calling you from CPAC.
Oh. How's it going
halfway
there?
Across the country, and I'm still listening to you.
How's it going there?
It's good. It's a little different than in past years. I think the vibe is a little different. I'm not quite sure what to make of it yet, so I don't want to speak on it too much, but it's good. A lot of good people, a lot of wonderful experiences. I cannot complain. It's been great in that respect.
Hey, I'm glad I'm glad you called from CPAC because I was thinking of this question and I almost forgot. Do you think in today's society, CPAC, I'm not going to ask is it relevant, but do you think they still have the message that can embrace America, or has America moved too far past the message of CPAC?
That's a great question.
I think that CPAC is relevant, and to be honest, I would say it's almost necessary, but I think that you're right that we need to adjust for what America needs now. Sometimes an idea or something like CPAC is good, but I think that there's things that they could do to make it more relevant. I really do. And I think that maybe that's why I'm feeling like the vibe is a little different this time. But again, like I said, until I get to ruminate on my thoughts, I don't want to speak on that too much.
Yeah. I saw some of the comments that when Don Jr. spoke, there was pretty much a half-empty room. Nikki Haley spoke. It was pretty empty.
Wow.
So that's what I was. My question, my line of question is: was it like? Is it like not a lot of people there?
There's not as many people, and again, I think that's part of because while people they love the idea of CPAC, I think if it had been in Florida, it would have been a packed house.
Yeah.
But bringing it back to D.C., which is basically, to many people, the bastion of evil at this point in time, I don't know really another way to say it, that really deterred a lot of people coming to the location. The price, and then, again, the overall ideal of the Republican Party is very focused right now on worrying about, is Trump running or is this happening? And we're not really focusing on the problems that we have, which while I was listening to you is part of the reason that I wanted to call in. I feel like people should know our state is in real trouble, and not just because of what's happening with the lawsuits right now. I don't think people know that there is also, this was kind of like a test baby for other laws to come in. And I want you guys to know, you can look this up. There's a bill right now out called HB 3238, and that will ban all body armor. The right to have it, the right to sell it, the right to do anything with it unless you already own it after January 1st of this coming year, which that is my business. That's my personal business. So I would essentially have to move to another state and could not sell to anybody in Illinois. Now, not only are they trying to take your guns, they're trying to take away the opportunity to defend yourself.
Wow.
Sounds to me very, very akin to something that we've seen before in history, where you completely disarm a population and then they have no means of protecting themselves from a tyrannical government.
Wait, hold on. They're saying armor plate, body armor, military helmet will be prohibited. It's a leftist. It's a leftist that's running. Mara Hershire or whatever, however you pronounce her name.
But wait. This won't affect law enforcement, will it?
No.
Okay.
No, law enforcement.
Law enforcement, but there are a lot of people, say, even if you take out the average citizen, which to me, there's no reason to be taking away from the average citizen. But even if you did, if you're not in law enforcement, this would indeed, based on the language of this law, potentially affect first responders. It would potentially affect people who work in security outside of just the police regime uniform. So that means, people who work security jobs that could use this, if they don't already have it, they couldn't technically buy it unless this might be a cash cow for them. Maybe they're going to force in a special licensing that you'll have to have outside of being a police officer to be able to have this. Either way, it shouldn't exist. This law, the law that Tom DeVore is fighting, they are against the Constitution. They're tyrannical. This is an overstep. And one of the things that I want to say as well about this is that I hold government on every level responsible for the loss of our rights. Yeah. Because I don't care if you're Robin Kelly. I don't care if you're Pritzker. I don't care if you're your local town community leaders. Every level is responsible for being the voice of their constituents. And if you see something's wrong, you should be using your voice. Yeah. And you should be encouraging the citizens of your area to be using their voice as well. And we are not seeing that. If the Republican Party cares, get out there and start using your voice and stop being so god-awful scared so that we stop losing always.
Well, see, I blame the voter, too. I really, because guess what? The voter doesn't push back against, and that's what's been happening. Because one side is advancing and they're pushing and they're knocking over and bowling over people, but our side of the aisle, Republicans, they've become cowards and not willing to fight.
Well, they've always been like that.
So thanks so much for.
If we lose our country, it'll be from the apathetic voter.
Can I ask you one quick question? Say if you bought some armor or vest outside of this state. Do you get some kind of a charge?
You can't.
You can't do it.
You can't do it.
Wow. Can you be charged?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for calling us in, Ashley. We got to go to break. You listening to Black and Right? We'll be right back.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
The government's response and the D.C. Press Corps' coverage of the derailment, the decision to do a controlled release of the chemicals, and suggesting safe to go back home, it's safe to drink the water, and if you're concerned at that point, you can call for testing.
Does anybody trust the government after COVID? It's going to be okay. Trust us.
Start your day with Chicago's Morning Answer. Weekday mornings starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a physician, and I still see patients every day. And, so I tell my patients about this. And they ask me, well, what are you taking? And so I tell them, taking Balance of Nature. And they go, oh, yeah, I've heard about that. So I tell them how to get it. I give them your telephone number, 246-8751. And I tell them, call this number. And I said, they'll take care of you after that. So, I'm primary care. I really think that it works well for people to have fruits and vegetables.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy. But after we watched a close friend lose her husband with no insurance, we decided that wasn't going to happen to our family.
Yeah, but shopping for life insurance can be almost as difficult as talking about it.
But then we heard about Ethos Life Insurance. They're a new kind of life insurance, built for people on a busy schedule who don't have time for unnecessary doctor's visits, fine print, or hidden fees. Who want to keep it simple.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. We answered a few basic questions, and within minutes, we had an estimate of what it would cost and what sort of policy made sense for us.
I never imagined a life insurance could be so affordable.
And accessible.
The peace of mind knowing that our future is secure, it just removes a lot of the fear around getting older and...
Yeah, the unexpected.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I'm glad we went with ethoslife.com.
Go to ethoslife.com now for your free estimate. That's ethoslife.com. ethoslife.com.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at CrosscomInc.com. That's CrosscomInc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
Back to Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560. The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony. Our buddy Sean Thompson is listening to the show. I always love to give Sean a shout out.
What did he say?
Wait, he got another Illinois person moving to Florida, and his Liberty Real Estate Services is taking care of him. I mean, think about people like Sean Thompson who has those connections to people who are leaving Illinois to come to Florida. I'm sure. Hey, Sean, let me hold $5, brother. I want to hold $5, Sean. I only want $5, just $5, brother. But Valon, you said something that really got me a little excited during the break. They're coming after us because of what?
Liberals want carnage because there's no other explanation. What is wearing a bulletproof vest doing to anybody? You're not harming anybody by wearing a bulletproof vest. You're just protecting yourself. What reason? I don't understand why people don't ask these questions to these people.
What if I told you I've worn mine when I've gone into Chicago?
Well,
I've had mine on the hoodies before.
Yeah,
I have, because I mean, you never. These guys can't shoot. The one part they can shoot is the biggest mass of your body, and that's in your chest and torso area.
But why don't people ask these liberals, these Democrats, these questions? Like, any reporter, just stand up and ask one of them, how are you hurting anybody wearing a bulletproof vest? What's your reasoning for disarming people of vests? You can just go ahead and concede the gun. Just concede the gun.
I ain't gonna concede.
I know
the
you
guns.
won't, but I'm just saying
Come pride from my hands.
for argument's sake.
I'm arguing.
Just ask them, how are you hurting anybody by wearing a bulletproof vest? That's idiocy. Yeah. It's just idiocy, and people just go along with it, just mope along.
Well, just like they banned switchblades for so many years.
Switchblades, nunchucks, stars, Chinese stars. Oh my God, I remember all of that.
And I actually filed that bill, and it just got passed as you have to have a concealed carry now to own a switchblade.
A switchblade.
A lot of that happens.
Wait a minute.
What? New York? Remember?
In Illinois. So if I keep a knife.
Do you have a switchblade though?
No.
Okay.
So I can carry a regular knife.
You can carry, but yeah, you can carry.
What's wrong with a switchblade?
Because of what happened in New York. Remember all those switchblade fights back in Nicky Cruz and all those guys?
Oh man, come on!
Dude, it trickled over into Illinois.
It's a knife.
Yeah, but they don't want you to be. They don't want you to be able to defend yourself.
That's true.
That's what's really. They want government to be there to help you, to be there for you. Nah, man.
That's crazy.
Guess what? One thing I learned. Being a cop, you're your best defense.
Yeah.
Because cops have to react to things. Cops get called to these things, but somebody come to your house, you take care of business. You protect your loved ones, man.
Duty to retreat.
Yeah, okay. Nah, all right. Duty, I'm not retreating.
We got a star on the phone.
Oh, there he is. He called in. Shawty, what's up? The White Ice Cube.
I'm like the real Beetlejuice. You mentioned my name, I call. I was on my way back to my house.
Yeah.
And I obviously I heard you talking, but my man, listen, you got to stop using liberal.
Leftists.
You got to stop, because here's the thing: a liberal would never care if you protected yourself or your family with a bulletproof vest. Years ago, I had a guy present an idea to me for the city of Chicago. He wanted to give backpacks that were bulletproof for the kids, because it's obviously a war zone.
Yep.
And we talked about this during the meeting. Somebody said, it's possible that the government would prevent you from wearing body armor, and would this fall under the category of body armor? And another guy at the meeting said, why would they prevent this? Because they don't have the courage to do what needs to be done.
That's right.
You designate the street gangs as a terrorist organization. You bring in the proper enforcement to make the gangs afraid.
Yeah.
But that's not what the Democrat Party wants to do. And one can only come to the conclusion why. Well, if the proof is in the pudding, is there a law against street gangs and drug dealers, notable drug dealers donating to politicians?
Yeah.
Is there a law against that?
No.
I mean, no, it's not a law, but they've done it.
They still do it.
Well, I remember the GDs
you have
back
to have
in the day.
The willingness. You need a politician has to do one thing: guarantee tranquility to the public. Right. Yeah. That's number one. And number two, it has to enforce laws. Yet the Democrat Party in Chicago makes it harder to be a law-abiding citizen and easier to be a criminal. Why?
Yeah.
Because they're paid to do it.
Yeah.
They're delivering to their true constituents, the criminal.
Yeah.
That's who the constituent. That's the only conclusion you can come to. So you have two choices. You can try to convince the cowardly, low-life Republicans who are cut me in or cut it out.
Yeah.
Or you can protect your family. The government won't protect them. You do. How do you do it in Chicago? Get the frack out. Get the frack out.
And Sean,
I don't care where you go.
And Sean, and have Liberty Real Estate Services take care of you when you move to Florida, right?
But only if you're not a Democrat. Because if you're coming here to vote Democrat, I got news for you. Don't call me, brother. It says it on my phone. When you call my phone, I will not call you back if you voted for Biden.
I am so glad. I'm so glad you called, because I got to put you on the spot.
Uh-oh.
You about to get a lot of business now, because Brandon Johnson is about to be the mayor. And I know you don't like to I know you the main one of my friends that do not like to talk about race. But even Dan Proft for the last 3 weeks has been acknowledging race after he ripped me one December the 7th, second half hour of the first hour of the morning answer. Because now people have to acknowledge, because what's going to happen, Sean? Brandon Johnson versus Paul Vallis, 1/3 black, 1/3 Latino, and progressive whites are going to vote for Brandon Johnson, and he's going to wipe the floor with Paul Vallas.
Do you know why I don't like to talk race? You know why, right?
Of course, I know you don't like to.
My personal story is when I grew up my whole life, my friends were not Caucasoids per se.
Right.
They weren't.
Right.
So you insult every person of character because I don't care what color you are. It's the character of your content. If you support an ideology that not only is a failure, never worked, and is the creator of the ghettos, but is directly responsible for the deaths of 1 million American military because that's who they were fighting.
Yep.
I don't care what color you are. You're a scumbag. And I don't want your money, and I don't care how much money you have.
I understand, but don't sidestep the question. You filibustering me. This is Chicago, and this is Chicago. This is Illinois. Race is in our face come this runoff.
It's character. If you're a Chicago Democrat, you're a socialist. If you're a Chicago Democrat, you're a mafia member. Why do you think you ever hear me talk nicely about Paul Vallas?
No.
He's a piece of garbage.
I know.
Now is he the cleanest piece of garbage there is as far as the thing? I don't know. I don't try to pick up fecal from the clean end. I don't know.
Well, he acknowledged everything J.B. Prister was talking about and embraced it.
Man.
So he embraced everything J.B. Prister was talking about with the CRT, sex, and ed, and all the rest of that type of stuff. Ooh. So Paul Vallas, and so he turned off the conservative.
Who wins? The people of Chicago are losers, no matter who wins. You want to lose with the full force of loss, or you want to lose and pretend you're winning? If you want to lose and pretend you're winning, vote for Paul Vallas. But you're losing.
Well, you're going to get a lot of business.
Continue. Do you understand the connection to the Chinese Communist?
Hello?
Here's an interest. Are you there?
Yeah, no.
Did I lose you?
No, we're there.
We're here.
Daley and Prescott Bush were paid by the same Chinese Communist Party that not only bought real estate in Illinois, but is a donor to the Democrat and Republican Party. So if you want to reject it, you got to stand for principle and you got to understand what you're doing.
He must be going.
It was bad.
You're going in and out, Sean.
No, your phone was going in and out. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. You have to forgive me. I'm in the condo watching the sunset. You have to understand. You didn't win with the Dailies. You're just reflecting on bad times, thinking they're better than they are now. And when you're measuring degrees of failure, you're a loser. Get the frack out of there.
Yeah,
the only answer. Throughout every Democrat.
I'm still fighting for Illinois, Sean.
You about to get a lot of business.
You do, but don't fight with Democrats, and don't ever cozy up to a Republican who's a coward, because he's worse than a Democrat. At least the Democrat tells you he's your opponent.
Listen, I feel that. That's what I just called the Republican. What did I just call them?
Yeah, you just called them cowards. You just called them cowards.
I'm going to send you a picture of the sunset now. Let's not talk about Chicago. I'm going to eat. I don't.
All right, Sean.
Take it easy,
so much
man.
for calling us, brother.
Goodbye, my man. Goodbye.
Sean has a way with words. I don't heard Jack in the Box today. What did he say? Somebody said something about go ahead and date Lassie if you want. And now what did he say? Something about the fecal matter?
Man, I know. You know what? He knows how to talk. But you know what? You said we give names on this show, right?
Yeah.
Instead of Lou Diamond Phillips having the name The Talent, I'm going to call Sean The Talent.
The Talent?
The Talent.
All right, Sean Thompson got a new name, The Talent.
The Talent.
All right, now we got off. We were supposed to talk about the elections, and then you want to push the pro-life.
I want to push the boundaries of pro-life.
Boundaries of pro-life.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, we'll talk through the break. Which one you want to hit first?
Pro-life.
You know, I'm excited about Greatness coming on at 6:05, top of the hour. Greatness is the guy that gives away money. Great story. We'll be right back.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Mary Corsetti. Self-help author Marianne Williamson becomes the first Democrat to declare candidacy in the 2024 presidential race.
This system will not change itself. The status quo will not disrupt itself. That's our job.
President Biden is expected to announce a re-election campaign sometime in the coming weeks or months. This as Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley is hitting the campaign trail in Palm Beach, Florida, where she slams the president for his economic policies.
He's spent $5 trillion in 2 years. His only regret is that he hasn't spent more. His platform for 2024 would spend even more money, tax even more money, and let our children figure out how to deal with it.
Haley also joined other Republican 2024 candidates, including former President Trump, at CPAC in Maryland, which ends today. America is listening to Fox News.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century. With IoT Smart Connected Scanning, it's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
No matter the season in Chicago, you can always let the light shine into your home. Wouldn't it be nice to have customized window coverings to give your home a fresh look? The Blind Buddy can help you accomplish that with Graber window treatments. Forget overpriced big box stores or pushy fly-by-night franchises. The Blind Buddy is an independently owned business serving Chicagoland for over 20 years by one of Chicago's first responders. The Blind Buddy offers quality window coverings from Graber at affordable prices. Shutters, wood blinds, solar shades. Choose from a wide variety to fit your home or business, style, and budget. John from the Blind Buddy will come to your home or office and personally handle the job from measurement to installation. The whole process can usually be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Discover the Graber difference from the Blind Buddy. Delight in every detail with Graber window treatments. Go to theblindbuddy.com to book your appointment today. That's theblindbuddy.com, a proud sponsor of Food for the Poor.
Baseball and softball season will be starting soon at fields everywhere. I'm not talking about those overpriced professional palaces with the prima donnas. I'm talking about the neighborhood where the kids, Little League fields, their family, their fathers, their coaches will all be out in the sun. There's a company in Bridgeview, PYT Sports, that's working with volunteer coaches, Little League managers, and dads. Good, hardworking guys that want to help their kids and friends have a good time this summer instead of getting into trouble on the streets. PYT Sports has all the stuff you'll need to furnish dugouts and more. 2-tiered benches, helmet racks, bat racks, and individual player storage. Plus, windscreens and wall pads. Even field tarps to protect from rain so you're ready for game time. Check out the popular Field General, Commander, and Trooper helmet and bat combos to make your dugout look like the pros. Go to pytsports.net. That's pytsports.net. And get ready for a great baseball season. Play ball!
This is Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560, The Answer.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560, The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio with the troublemaker, Valon.
I want you to do it. Go there.
You want me to go there?
Go there.
All right. So Brandon Johnson was on with Joy Reid from MSNBC, right? Because it's one of the Democrat networks. So
right.
And he had this to say, and it's right in line with what you were saying, what you were talking about with Sean Thompson.
Right.
And I tend to agree with you. They're gonna make this a racial race.
Yep.
You know, they're gonna make it race. They're gonna make Paul Vallas to be one of the most racist probably people in the world. And if you know Paul Vallas, that's not who Paul Vallas is. He's not.
Of course.
Paul Vallas. You know, I have nothing bad to say about Paul Vallas. He called me. He's one of the first people to send me a message when my son died.
He's basically,
he's lost a kid. So
he's basically a throwback from the Daily Machine.
Yeah. So here's Brandon Johnson on MSNBC, MSDNC, whatever it's called.
It doesn't even matter.
Whatever it is. Here he is, right here.
Of African-American middle-class folks moving out of Chicago due to things like, discrimination, law and order issues, multiple issues causing people to leave. And then you also have a lot of, white Chicagoans who are complaining about crime. The crime rate increase is not even across communities. It's not even across racial communities. Your campaign has said that your tack on that is to cut $150 million from the police budget, tax the rich for $1 billion in new spending on schools, transportation, healthcare, mental health, and job creation. That is your campaign platform. Paul Vallas, who the Fraternal Order of Police is backing, his tack is to call it an utter breakdown of law and order, and his whole campaign is about taking back our city. He plans to take the handcuffs off police officers to stop raising criminals. That sends an alarm bell in, I think, a lot of black folks' heads. But your thoughts on that?
See? But wait, before you answer, you think about it. Chicago, we haven't seen a Republican mayor in how long?
Oh, my God.
And we're still fighting the exact same issues that we've been fighting, that black Chicago and black most of these urban centers that have been fighting the same issues for decades.
Number one, it was Willie Wilson that stood on stage and said first, take the handcuffs off of the police. He got a little bit of backlash, but he didn't get a lot. But
he said hunt them down like rabbits.
He said hunt them down like rabbits. And I agree with them to a degree. You have to take the handcuffs off police. 2 police was just murdered.
Yeah.
Basically. Well, one, he was murdered. He was just murdered with a car. Indiana, where I stay, a state trooper, when a snowstorm happened, got out of his car to go help people that were stranded, and a guy fleeing from the police ran him over and killed him. And here in Chicago, an officer,
Andres Vasquez Lasso.
Thank you.
Lasso or Lasso?
Thank you, because I couldn't get it out.
Yeah.
A guy got into it with his girl, domestic.
An animal got into it with his girl.
An animal.
Call it what it is.
No, he is an animal. She called the police and said he got his gun. He was going to get his gun. This man tried to operate under the policies of Lori Lightfoot, and get this guy under control.
But they gave chase, right?
A little bit.
Okay, I thought they couldn't chase at all, though.
Well, if you're in purview, if you're in view, you can go get the guy. They just don't want you chasing them all through the neighborhood. But this happened like right away. He gave chase. The guy turned around, blew him away. Man, look, man.
It initially came out that it was a female that was shot and killed.
Oh, I didn't hear.
When I first saw it, they said a female was shot and killed.
Well, I don't know what
Chicago
station.
PD.
I don't know what station you was looking at, but that's why I kind of like Channel 7. They told it like it was. But these officers are under attack. I mean, honestly, they're under attack. Yes, listen. The incidents that don't look right, that's bad. Like when you kind of got somebody dead to the right and then you kill them. Of course, I'm gonna keep talking out about that. But somebody that was about to beat the heck out of his girlfriend gets his gun, and you don't know what he's about to do, and he's running through the neighborhood, and then you see him, and you go to do your job, and this guy blows you away, a police officer. I'm against that all of the way.
And Valon, you and Mr. Phil from Blue Island want to know why I give the cops the benefit of the doubt whenever I hear about these incidents. Because it's animals like this kid that shot this man who was doing his job.
Yeah.
That's why. That's why I look at it from a perspective. I can be objective. I've been objective about these police-involved incidents. But where's Phil talking about this cop that got shot?
Oh, he's not going to talk about it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But it happens, and it's happening too much right now. Our former president started this war on cops, Barack Hussein Obama. He started this war. He took this war to a whole nother level. And he did it when he was in the General Assembly. He did it when he passed the bill where you had to show what race of people you were pulling over and things of this nature.
Yeah.
The traffic stop bill.
Yeah.
You know? And a lot of people don't want to say that, but I don't care.
We don't care. You have to acknowledge the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
It's going to be played this way. And listen, you people raked me over the coals since November the 8th because this one guy called in, all Verlon does is push race. I think he's an undercover Democrat. I am an elephant. I don't forget when callers rake me over the coals.
No, because you remember down to the date when Dan
Yes.
Proft called you out.
I remember. I remember because it has to be acknowledged. Whether you want to be colorblind society or not, you have to see what's in front of your face. They're going to play this race card to the end. And you're going to have a new mayor, Brandon Johnson.
I hope not.
Oh,
Gosh.
hope not.
Rosanna, hold the line. I'm going to take you when we get back from the break. I so hope this guy does not win. Because he wants to do the Chicago Chicago income tax too.
Yeah.
On top of the guys in Springfield wanting to bring back the progressive tax.
Commuter tax coming.
These idiots. We'll be right back.
I've been in show business my entire life. I know when someone's an actor or an actress. And I'd hear Balance of Nature being advertised, and I just thought, these are real people out there. And they seem to just be really telling the truth about this product that they love. So I started using Balance of Nature, and immediately I started seeing results. And I went, oh my gosh, this works. I literally called up the founder, and I said, I've never done this before in my life. I want to tell people about Balance of Nature. I want it to do for them what it's done for me.
Join Kathy Lee Gifford and thousands of people worldwide on a journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
Have you been lied to? Lied to by politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine? Hi, this is best-selling author Navy Dowdy from right here in the Chicago area, and I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Crash Proof Wealth. Because according to Time magazine, Wall Street's retirement plans and 401ks have failed millions of Americans. After seeing the last market crash over 39%, I said enough. I've discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and also have my money protected when the next stock market crash hits. When the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Navy Dowdy & Associates now to get a free copy of my book and talk to me personally to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits. And I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-392-9595. 1-800-392-9595. Again, 1-800-392-9595.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets!
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. DINOVITE.com. 2 weeks after he started Dynavite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynavite is nutrition. Dynavite is the best thing you can do for your dog.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
I get my Dynavite from DINOVITE.com.
This is Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio with the troublemaker, and now the prosecutor has entered the room. Dennis Reboletti. What you call his name? Revelary. I can't believe Villan called him Revelary. You know, Villan, we were talking about Chicago politics. And let me talk to Rosanna first. Rosanna, welcome back to Black and Right.
Hey, I lived in Chicago 56 years. I am a Latina, and I want to tell you what, I am my father's daughter, and my dad used to tell me, I'll end my conversation with that. But I'm going to say that if the Mexicans in Chicago vote for the guy who wants to defund the police, you hear that they came here for a better life, and they'll be voting for exactly what they got in Mexico. And as my dad used to say, the stupid Mexicans. And, we can say that, we can say that,
Hey, it was
we
so
are
good.
Mexican.
It was so good
But
to see you at Charlie Kirk's event.
What I called in for was on October 6, 2021, CBS did a news article that thieves are using the master key of the U.S. Post Office, and they have access to all the mailboxes. So as it relates to elections, and now they're on the black market for $7,000 a key. Yeah, look, October 6, 2021, CBS.
I'll look it up.
And it says thieves using master key.
Oh, wow.
So I am asking, in the elections, and of course, the post office had no comment, and it was still, So my question is, how is that figuring in elections? Do you think that there was a follow-up report? No.
No,
there wasn't.
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
And into, not only elections in Chicago, but now nationwide. How is that figuring into our elections that a key is on the black market for $7,000?
That's insane. Oh, hey, it was so great to see you at the Charlie Kirk event last week.
It was, I you know what? I really believe he's God's man of the hour.
Yeah.
I thank God for him. Yes.
Thank you so much for calling in to us.
All right.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care. Thanks.
I want to play this really quick back and forth. This is what Brandon Johnson said about Paul Vallas and being a Republican.
He went as far as to say that he is more of a Republican than anything else. These are his words. He said that he fundamentally opposes abortion. These are direct quotes.
And this is what Paul Vallas said.
I am a lifelong Democrat. And for some of you who remember one of the most dynamic progressive legislators, Dawn Clark Netsch, she was my mentor and my boss and my friend for 2 decades. And she taught me the importance of protecting a woman's right to choose.
So who's lying?
You know what?
Who's lying?
You know what? He was just trying to get Paul Vallas on the record for a response. So now, you put Paul Vallas in the box because they really believe he's a Republican, and he wants his supporters to turn their backs on him.
That's true.
So, and some of them will, because the conservatives that was giving him the benefit of the doubt, they are talking about turning their backs on him. They're not going to vote. That's what he wants, a low turnout of the white vote. And I'm sorry, I have to say it that way, of the white vote, because he knows he's going to get the black and Latino vote and the progressive white vote. That's why Dan Proft said it's going to be in the margin of error, 52-48. I think it's going to be
Depends on turnout. Depends on
I believe
turnout.
it's going to be more than that, a 7-point differential, I believe.
If it's a high turnout, Brandon Johnson easily wins.
Yeah.
If it's a low turnout, Paul Vallas, did you see the numbers? Did you see the numbers as far as which age group? Paul Vallas got the older vote. They're the ones that come out to vote. These young people, I know you talk about, Brandon Johnson, this young, they didn't come out to vote.
Let me tell you something, John. It was just too many black people running.
Oh, no.
So, look, they don't know. They don't care nothing about Sawyer's son and all those other people. They don't, the older people like Willie Wilson, but the young people, they feel like Willie Wilson is out of touch. I'm telling you now.
What'd you say?
I'm telling you what's going to happen now.
Well, it's always nice to be back in the show and to walk right into you guys feuding about the Chicago mayoral election. I love it. So this is a classic battle of what used to be a traditional Democrat versus the progressive extreme Democrat. Now we're going to fight who actually really is a Democrat, because a traditional Democrat is now a Republican.
Right.
And people like me who are traditional Republicans are rhinos, and then we go down. We are busy trying to measure people's actual validity. He's a Democrat,
right?
If I remember correctly, didn't he run with Pat Quinn for lieutenant governor?
Yes, he did.
Oh, but he was a Republican on the ticket.
Right.
I remember that.
Didn't he almost beat Rob Blagojevich too? Wasn't
Stop.
that a race?
So, John, we don't talk about history because history can be changed by the people today, and they can whitewash history.
Yep.
And we could change what history really is. So he's a Democrat, but he's not Democrat enough.
Right.
And if Republicans will vote for him, that means he's a Republican.
Right.
So let's look at the Southwest wards. Let's look at the Northwest wards. You're going to see huge turnout.
Yeah.
Because remember, the unions are going to have their turnout.
That's right.
Right?
CTU's
going to have their turnout. But where are the police unions going to be?
Yeah. Matty Potts and all those guys.
Right. Where's AFSCME going to be at? Where are the regular guys going to be at? So we'll
Matt,
see.
Matt Podgorski at Northwest Side GOP, he's going to bring those people out. Philip, Michael, Larry, hold the line. We got to go to break. You're listening to Black and Right. We'll be right back.
I'm feeding the meter. They got the iron while I got the steamer. I bring the fire, but you never seen her. I testify, I don't need a subpoena. They want my soul, better go to Korea. I love my dog just like I'm Peter.
Dr. Gorka here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about the 100% drug-free Relief Factor. We all deal with aches and pains in our day-to-day lives, and I have had my fair share, including injuries like a detached quad muscle that I can tell you fell into the category of really bad pain. But I've been able to manage the pain by taking Relief Factor. It helps your own body to attack and fight off sources of inflammation, the source of most of our aches and pains, and I've loved it for years now. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it worked for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick starter pack for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com, call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. DINOVITE.com. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynavite is nutrition. Dynavite is the best thing you can do for your dog.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
I get my Dynavite from DINOVITE.com.
And now, more Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560. The Answer.
Switch your attitude. Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio. Let's go straight to the phone line. Let's go to Michael from the South Side. Michael, welcome back to Black and Right.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking my call.
No problem.
Talk to everyone again. We're in big trouble. I mean, Brandon Johnson's just really far left, and that's just he's going to wipe out the city. We'd all have to move. But I think the election may turn on how the local media reacts. Right now, the local media has been giving Brandon Johnson fluffy interviews, but at some point, he's going to have to explain some of his positions. He got by he got by last week because he didn't get a lot of vetting from local media.
Right.
So what happens when he has to explain defund the police or the employee head tax, for example?
Right.
So.
Well, he did. Someone did ask him a question about defund the police. He backed off of that and just said no. He's going to send social workers to the crimes that he feel people can be talked down, and the serious crimes like murder and carjacking. The police will go to those. Domestics is what I mean by people can be talked down because social workers are skilled.
See, again, this is from people who've never responded to a scene in domestics and seen, dude, people don't think rationally when they're in that domestic because they're so amped up, they're pumped up, they're emotional. Dude, you send those people. Go ahead. I told you last week. Send that and see what happens. Okay. Michael, thanks so much. We got to move on. Brother. Thank you. Let's go to Larry from the Oak Forest. Larry, welcome to Black and Right.
Hey guys, great show. I was just wondering, are you guys going to be at that thing in Tinley Park?
Yes.
I think it's in a couple weeks.
Yes, with Eric
both
Wallace.
you guys there?
Yes, I'm going to be there. I don't know about Valon.
I'm gonna try my best. I'm going to Vegas.
Dennis, you want to come?
I'm going to Vegas Sunday to Friday. I'll be back to do the show that Saturday, but I haven't priced the tickets. Buy me a ticket. I'm there. I'm there.
Verlaine, you need to have your own show too. I'm waiting for.
Thanks a lot, man.
5600 to come through for you. Come on,
the troublemaker. Thanks so much, Larry. Really appreciate it. You know what? If I bring Phil on, Phil will be disrespected by the time. Phil, do me a favor. We got an interview coming up at the top of the hour. Why don't you call back after that interview? Because I don't want to disrespect your time and give you a minute or so to talk. That wouldn't be fair to you. Because I know I see your Facebook comment, so I definitely want to tackle that. I definitely want to tackle that, Phil. I'm sorry, Dennis. What were you going to say?
I'm intrigued by the conversation that we heard. I heard Sean earlier.
Oh yeah,
and I'm looking forward to having a conversation with Sean because you're going to put all this together one day. John.
Yeah.
But I want to talk more about some of the future conversations we're going to have with Verlaine when you take a week off.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the former lieutenant governor candidate Stephanie Tressel comes on, and Mayor of Aurora, Richard Irvin, comes on. We're going to let Verlaine pick a fourth person, whoever that person may be, and have a real conversation about the heart and soul of the future of the Republican Party.
Yes. Oh, first, what happened?
Going.
First, what happened?
Why we
lost?
Well, I can tell you. I already know why we lost.
Oh, no. Hold it.
It's very simple. They got more votes than we did.
They did.
Okay, all right.
So that's going to be very exciting. I'm looking forward to that conversation. But from the Chicago perspective, there are a lot of business people that live in the city.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where are they going to vote?
Yeah.
Who are they going to go with?
Right.
They're going to go with Paul Vallis.
Right.
Yeah.
We've watched the progressive left destroy the city. And now we need to have somebody and it's important to the state. This is one of the most important cities in the United States.
I agree.
And in the world. So we need to put our best foot forward. Paul Vallis is that person. I don't care what other commentators have to say about it. It's going to be a Democrat. Who's going to be best to work with the suburbs and the state?
Yep.
I think he's the best person to do that.
I agree. You listening to Black and Right? We'll be right back.
Hi, it's Amy. Big news. Mike Lindell and MyPillow are launching the MyPillow 2.0. When Mike invented MyPillow, it had everything you could ever want in a pillow. Now, nearly 20 years later, he discovered a new technology that makes MyPillow even better. The MyPillow 2.0 has the patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, and now with the brand new fabric that is made with a temperature-regulating thread. The softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you will ever own. Great news on the MyPillow 2.0. It's now buy one, get one free with promo code Amy. The MyPillow 2.0 is machine washable and dryable. MyPillow 2.0 with its temperature regulating technology is 100% made in America and comes with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Just go to MyPillow.com and enter promo code Amy to receive the MyPillow 2.0 buy one, get one free offer. And just when you thought MyPillow couldn't get any better, MyPillow 2.0 gives you the best sleep ever. Don't forget promo code Amy or call 800-489-0201 to get your MyPillow 2.0 now.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com. On the AM 560 mobile app. Tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Delivering the keynote address at CPAC. I'm Joe Giro, Fox News. Former President Trump capping the final day of the Conservative Political Action Conference in Maryland.
For 7 years, you and I have been engaged in an epic struggle to rescue our country from the people who hate it and want to absolutely destroy it. The sinister forces trying to kill America have done everything they can to stop me, to silence you, and to turn this nation into a socialist dumping ground for criminals.
The former president won the CPAC presidential candidate straw poll, earning 62% support from attendees. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was second with 20%. President Biden has his first official Democratic challenger, spiritual advisor and author Marietta Williamson, announcing her candidacy.
Before the United States or any of us can know what it is we need to do, we need to know what it is we need to understand. This country is drowning in information and starving for understanding.
Making the announcement at Washington, D.C.'s Union Station. Pressures mounting on Ukrainian troops holding out in the eastern city of Bakhmut as the U.S. announces another $400 million in military aid.
Russian forces have the city surrounded on three sides. They're trying to shell the only main road in and out, but Ukraine is holding tough. They are trying to deny Russia a victory in the battlefields. A lot of this aid are the basics. Ammunition.
Fox's Steve Harrigan in Kyiv. Search crews in California's mountains have rescued people stranded by multiple feet of snow from back-to-back storms. That snow prompting Governor Newsom to declare emergencies in 13 counties. Meanwhile, people in the upper Midwest and Northeast are digging out from a winter storm that knocked out power to hundreds of thousands. America is listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
It'll be partly cloudy with areas of fog overnight, low tip into 32. Intervals of clouds and sunshine tomorrow to wrap the weekend, high 46. A morning shower in places on Monday, otherwise breezy with clouds and sunshine, the high 58. Breezy cooler with periods of clouds and sun on Tuesday, high 42. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Your business is ready for a reboot, a recharge. The way our companies operate has changed. Adapting to the changes hasn't been easy, but never more important to succeed. Many of the digital resources available have helped overcome obstacles your business is facing. But are you using the full potential of every one of them? That's where Salem Surround can help. Your business needs to use digital tools more than ever to stay in touch with customers, making buying decisions right now and for the future. Will they consider or even know about you? The marketing team at Salem Surround gives you the tools needed to stand out and be visible to current and potential customers online right now looking for what you do. We'll design a plan that targets and surrounds customers with proven marketing strategies. Contact Salem Surround for a free evaluation of your marketing plan and see how we can help place your advertising message in front of today's consumers. Learn more at surroundchicago.com. That's surroundchicago.com, connecting you with new customers.
A logistics analyst is needed full-time from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. A high school diploma and 1 year's experience as a logistics analyst or logistics manager is required. Duties are to analyze product delivery and supply chain processes for a large trucking company to recommend changes and ensure smooth operation. Manage route activity including invoicing, electronic bills, shipment tracking, and route planning. Select carriers for transportation and negotiate rates and contracts with carriers, staying apprised of changes with shipping rates and changing routes. Troubleshoot problems with carriers and vendors. Use Excel, SQL, Python and Tableau software. Mail resume to Yildiz Kakarava, Vanner Incorporated, 75 Executive Drive, Suite 433, Aurora, Illinois 60504. Once again, mail resume to Yildiz Kakarava, Vanner Incorporated, 75 Executive Drive, Suite 433, Aurora, Illinois 60504.
Hi, this is Carl Amari.
I'm Lisa Wolf. Join us every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. for all things entertainment on Hollywood 360.
If you love classic radio shows, The Shadow, Jack Benny, The Lone Ranger, Dragnet, Gunsmoke, and many more, we have them for you on Hollywood 360.
We'll also present trivia contests with prizes, showbiz news, celebrity interviews, games, and movie reviews.
So don't miss Hollywood 360 every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer. Prepare to have your mind opened. The lies of the mainstream media are about to be exposed, and the hypocrisy of the left is about to be revealed. This is a revolution in how you think about politics, race, and culture. You've tuned into Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm coming in hot. Yeah, coming in hot. Just like the fajita. I write what I live. My life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow.
Welcome back. Hour 3 of Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio with the troublemaker, Verlon Galloway, the prosecutor, Dennis Rebelletti. Guys, as you know, I'm really excited about our next guest, and here's the reason why. I think he's a difference maker. I think if you guys have ever been on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and you've seen this guy by the name of Greatness, I've seen this guy change people's lives because he has a movement to change people, to bring great things to people's lives. And this guy could be out there in the industry, the music, because he's a rapper as well. He can be out there in the music industry. He can be doing all type of things. But he's chosen to take his, like I told you, one of the things that I wanted to do this year is bring on difference makers and people that are out in these communities, changing people's lives. And you never know that people that are actually trying to help people get hate. I've seen some of the comments about what this guy is doing. He goes to restaurants and gives out money to people. He'll tell them, pick one hand. I remember this one video that's pinned at the top of his TikTok, pick a hand. And there's a whole bunch of money on the table. If you pick one hand had money, the other hand had nothing in it. But if you pick the one with nothing in it, you got all this money that he has thrown out on the table. And I want to play a really quick snippet of his music because he's a very talented person. I believe he's related to Forgiato Blow because they look just alike, look like twin brothers. But I want to play music and I want us to have a conversation with him because I think people need to know that there's still good being done in the world. Here's this music.
A million on the TikTok. I never block blessings, haters get blocked. I made my own brand, I have all the control. I got 99 problems and none of them is a troll. I ain't sell my soul to hop in the front of the gold rolls. I'm a fan of my fans, I took 1,000,000 photos. Flicking up on the express, way in the middle of traffic. Gotta tell these young kids, don't be worried about no harassment. From the bullies, just keep your head high. I'm from a bad neighborhood, I grew up in the west side. We ain't had no PlayStation, couldn't afford no Best Buy. You can't fail if you don't try, so give it your best try. Motivation, inspiration, education, dedication, destination. Ain't nothing but a greatness party. Meditation.
Welcome to the show, Greatness. How you doing, brother?
Hey, man. Hey, it's a pleasure to be on the show. I'm doing great, my brother. And I appreciate all the love that you showed me with that introduction.
No problem, man. Hey, it's warranted and it's well deserved because what I want to know is what makes a man who could have done anything he wanted to do, but he chose to go around blessing people. I remember one thing, there was a Bible you were trying to give out. Nobody would take the Bible, and this kid took the Bible, and there was thousands of dollars in it. What's so special about the Greatness movement?
Okay, so the Greatness movement inspires other people to do good, motivates other people to do good, gives people the courage because people are so used to expecting everyone to be mean to them nowadays. It gives people the courage to feel okay in this world, you know what I'm saying? And also, it's about therapy. The movement is also therapeutic, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a lot of people that are just uncomfortable with society right now. They got bad anxiety because everyone's so mean and things like that. The movement itself just is like therapy for people, you know what I mean?
What are some of the things that people, when you do this, because these are unsuspecting people, they don't know what you're going to do. You know, they see the money especially when you're at restaurants, they see it. But what has been some of the things that people have said to you and about your movement and how it's changed their life?
So I've gotten a lot of letters from veterans with PTSD and things like that, saying that watching these videos helps them. Certain people, it helps them to have sent me letters saying it helps them to not want to kill themselves anymore, helps them get over their PTSD, their anxiety. That's for veterans and things like that. And just people in the world nowadays, like I said, they're so used to everyone being so mean and so cruel. They just like to see somebody be kind. And then I guess seeing it as me, a man who's 6'2", 270 pounds with tattoos all over his face and his whole body. I guess it just is really I guess they don't, when they see me, they don't expect me to be so nice and humble and God-fearing. I guess it just adds to it even more, makes them feel safe,
Yeah.
Well, that's a perfect.
And they don't got to be scared. You feel me?
Yeah, I do.
That's a perfect segue to what I wanted to ask you. I'm a healthcare worker, so my first love is helping people. Have you been around to any of these rehab centers or hospitals that take care of like kids with cancer, and they're dying from some illness to try to bring some joy to their lives?
So right now we have something going with one of the local children's hospital here in Tampa. We're trying to get in there. We've been going back and forth with the coordinator people. It's kind of hard to get into these places. They make you jump through a lot of hoops. But I've actually came to kids' houses and things like that that had cancer or were fighting this disease, and just gave them like all types of gifts, presents, things to make them happy, things like that. And I respond to a lot of letters from children or children's parents and things like that with cancer that send a lot of letters and things like that. And that into my company, I send them letters back and videos back, with positive motivation, pray for them, things like that. Every time I go live at night, I pray for everybody that jumps on my feed that has cancer or any kids with cancer or anything like that. I give prayers, definitely. I try my best to, link up with people too.
People just don't understand how much that means. I thank you for doing what you're doing, because human contact and just being able to talk to people and them knowing that people cares, it means so much. It can add so much to that person's life.
Very true, my brother.
I do have a question. So how did you start out on this path versus a different path where you wanted to go out and reach out to different random folks and spread a positive message? Because nobody does that nowadays.
No.
So let me tell you, I've been doing this. So I'm about to be 40 years old at the end of this month. And I've been doing this since I was 18 years old. I never put a camera on it until about 7 months ago. And a couple of friends of mine were telling me, they was like, man, you should just, you're always giving to people and helping people out. You should start videoing it, put it on TikTok, see what happens. And at first I didn't want to do that because I always felt like that I should do these things, without anyone seeing them. But then I thought about it and I was like, well, let me do it. Let me see, what people's reaction is to it. And as soon as I did it, it just took off and became a global movement, and massive people are inspired by it. And, it's crazy places I be every single day. When I walk outside, thousands of people run up to me for pictures, and people run up to me crying, and they say that this has changed their life and helped them in the best way, positive,
I think it's very special. It's hard. Sometimes you walk on the street, nobody will say hello to you.
Yeah.
And it's odd because, I wasn't raised that way. It doesn't sound like you were raised that way, but I would tell you on behalf of law enforcement, somebody who was a prosecutor, who saw a lot of bad things for a number of years, and people like John who've responded to a lot of bad things. I hope that you're also working with the law enforcement community and victim advocates, people and the victims themselves that have seen terrible things that somebody has to go and do those things. And I'm hoping you're working with that and you spread this out, because they are the unsung heroes that are out there, and they have to go see a lot of stuff that we don't have to go see every day. So.
The crazy thing is this: I was just at the car show, the Fuel Fest. It was in Palm Beach. Paul Walker's brother, I believe, is the guy who threw it, and it's so all the cops there came up to me, and they were asking for each other. One cop was like, "Hey, could my cop friend over there get a picture with you? Greatness, he really loves you." And I ended up taking pictures with every single officer there, and it was crazy because they were like almost shy to come up to me and ask for pictures with me. And I'm like, I back the blue. I'm like, let me let you guys know I back the blue, period. Yeah. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate your service. Anyone who has a problem, with the police and stuff, they don't understand what it's like to have a family and to leave your house and know that you got to rely on someone else to keep your family safe. You hear me?
Yeah. Wow.
And you know what? I understand where you're coming from, where though you didn't want to look like you were taking advantage of those situations by putting a camera on it. But guess what? People need to see it, because we're in a point of society where people feel like it's no hope, and they're embracing everything bad. So don't feel like that. People need to see it.
No, absolutely. In In a world where we were taught to
appreciate
stay
that.
6 feet away from people
Yeah.
and don't go outside of your house, and people lost that human connection, I think what you're doing is tremendous.
Hey, Greatness, can we hold you on the line for the next segment? Is that okay? You got time?
Yes, sir.
All right,
I'll wait. Yes.
guys, we're talking with Greatness. Go follow him on all social medias. You can look up Greatness or Greatness Reinvented, I believe. I got to make that clear. Which ones are your site? Because I see some copycats out there pulling them up. Wait, when we come back from break. Hey, Greatness, when we come back from break, we're going to go over that. You're listening to Black and Right. We'll be right back.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
If you don't believe somebody, it doesn't matter if they're telling you things that you wish would happen because you don't believe them. And that's, I guess, the question you have to ask yourself about Paul Vallis.
I think he reminded the crowd that he was Republican because he knew right away Brandon Johnson was going to attack him and call him a Republican, even go so far as to call him an insurrectionist.
Start your day with Chicago's Morning Answer. Weekday mornings starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I'm in the medical field, and I think when you start out these things, everything from the advertisement sounds so good that you're psyched up for it to work. It's working. Anyway, I'm happy.
Balance of Nature has made a big difference. It's just one of the greatest products, and it's just so simple, and it works.
Balance of Nature is a fantastic product. You could tell it's real. You could taste it. And it gives you really good energy, and it's just right up there with rent, electric cable, like things that you have to have. I'm not cutting Balance of Nature. No, I love it.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. DINOVITE.com. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can do for your dog.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite from DINOVITE.com.
This is Dennis Prager inviting you to join me for an extraordinary travel opportunity that will be the highlight of your year, maybe a highlight of your life. Mike Gallagher and I are headed back to Israel this October for the Stand With Israel tour. Join us along with our trusted partner, Inspiration Cruises and Tours, as we uncover important geopolitical sites and show you Israel's significance on the world stage. Visit standwithisraeltour.com to register or call 855-565-5519.
You can't live forever, but your legacy can. At Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, they've helped families set their legacies in stone for over 180 years. With interest-free financing and low monthly payments, now is the time to set your final wishes in place. Visit CatholicCemeteryChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 today to schedule a free consultation.
We now return to Black and Right on AM 560. The Answer. Here's John Anthony.
I'm with you. Yeah, I made the greatness shirt with the cancer ribbons. The whole movement is here for all the cancer victims. I wear the shirt for the cancer survivors, for the ones that lost their battle when the present cancer fighters. It breaks my heart to see a kid with stage 4. We said a million prayers, but gotta pray more. I'm looking for a medical hero, cause this is terrible. I need a medical miracle. Get on my knees and praise the Lord. This ain't the time to get extra lyrical. This is the time to get extra spiritual.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. That music is from Greatness himself. Greatness, I'm telling you, I think about what you're doing, and we were just talking during the break, just how inspirational this is. If you don't mind me asking, because you've given away cars, money, how is this funded? How do you go about when as far as picking the locations, how does that process work?
Okay, so I invested in a business that was very successful about 8 years ago, and it's a business that e-coats cars, and I have contracts with Chrysler, Jeep, and Ford. So lots of money coming in, so I was able to take money and give back to people over the last 8 years.
Wow.
And I also produce music for people, write music for people, build people's brands on social media. So it's a lot of money coming in from a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
So I choose to give back with it. And really, I like to pick random people. Sometimes people make requests, and I bless them if I think it's a situation that's real and authentic, and not somebody just making up something because they know I might give them some money.
Yeah.
If I think it's real, then I do it like that. But I like to just pick people. I like to find people myself randomly and bless them. You know?
Yeah. I actually started something called My Bill Angel during the right before COVID hit, and it tanked because of COVID. But where we got other people to help people pay their bills who fall in on hard times. And we paid a lot of people. We paid a ton of people's bills, but getting out there trying to get the money for it, that was the hard part for me. And we really blessed a lot of people, man. Are you related to Forge?
That's great. So we are very, very close, almost like brothers, you could say.
Yeah.
And we have a great business relationship. We do a lot of work together. We build a lot of people's brands together. So like people come to us, and we'll take somebody from zero following and turn them into a multi-million following.
Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna have to talk after. We're gonna have to talk offline, because that's exactly what I'm in the process of doing with Black and White Radio right now, trying to really get it out there, and because I really do think this is a brand. What we're doing, we're giving people truth, not facts. A lot of people you can pick your facts, but the truth is the truth. And that's what we're trying to do. So tell people, where can people find you? Where can they follow you? Do you take donations to help people?
I mean, I'm working on making the proper nonprofit, but if somebody really wants to get a hold of me and give some type of donation, I'll gladly take it and put it in the right place. I'm working on getting the right, nonprofit together for that now. Everything's pretty much been funded just on my own income at this point,
Yeah.
And people can find me on TikTok, The Real Greatness. There's at least 5,000 fake accounts. The one that is me is the one with 2.9 million followers.
Yeah.
And then on YouTube, Greatness Reinvented. On Facebook, Greatness Reinvented. The one that's me on Facebook is the one with 1 million plus following.
Yeah.
And then on Instagram, Greatness Reinvented 1.
Okay.
So those are the ways that you guys find me.
You guys got any other questions for him?
I don't. Keep on doing what you're
You
doing.
would have answered my question if you would have played that song.
What song?
The one about him talking about he helped cancer people.
I just played it.
Yeah,
I know, but I asked him the question before that.
I wanted to save that coming back, though.
Then he would have had more time to talk.
Go ahead, Greatness.
Let me say something before we go. So, like, I started this movement, and I believed in it with all my heart. But, like, the movement has in itself changed me. The reciprocation, the positivity has made me into a bigger, stronger man than I ever have been. I've been trying to be the best me I can. I even stopped cussing, which was like stopping smoking for me.
Wow. Wow.
So the people have inspired me too, as well as me inspiring them. It's about reciprocating positivity, and I really appreciate the people, as much as they appreciate me. You feel me?
You ever branch out from Florida, come out to different states?
So we plan on doing that a whole lot this year. Me and Forgy actually putting something together. We're gonna like get a bus, wrap it, start hitting every city.
Chicago's one on it, right? You got to put Chicago on it.
I would love, bro. I used to be in Chicago a lot, and I used to be in Detroit a lot, Toledo a lot. I'm from Toledo, Ohio, and I used to be in Detroit and Chicago. I used to be there like every weekend, so I got love for Chicago for sure.
Well, Greatness, we're going to invite you out to my township food pantry and our foundation. We do a lot of, we used to feed up to 600 families per week back in the pandemic. I think it's something you would like to see when you roll out here towards the Chicagoland area.
Definitely. I would love to be a part of it when I come out, brother, for sure.
All right. You're invited, so that's a standing invite for whenever you're out.
Yeah. Are you doing much media? Are you getting a lot of media exposure on this?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Greatness, you.
So I got lots of views. I got 1.6 billion views in the last 6 months. I get massive exposure everywhere I go. Everyone's familiar with the movement. I actually sell merchandise with the logo on it, and I give some of them proceeds back to the people. And that merchandise is available on my website, therealgreatness.com. And that merchandise is actually not only selling in every single city, including Chicago, and every single city in the United States. It's also selling in most countries around the world. The movement's actually global at this point.
Yeah, and you can get your music there too on therealgreatness.com.
On the website, yeah, I made it to where. So I feel like the music that's out nowadays is destroying our children, destroying their mind states. It's telling them that they need to do drugs and sell drugs and rob, steal, and kill. I don't want my music on the same platforms as that type of music. I want my music separate. I want parents to get my music and let their kids have something positive to listen to.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah. How did you come up with the logo? It looks like that's something personal because you said you did it yourself.
So basically, I had one of my childhood friends had been calling me Greatness forever. He actually called me White Greatness. I grew up around a lot of black dudes, and everyone I was around. So I'm a white guy, whatever. But I grew up around a lot of black people, and everyone that I was around was black. So my little group of friends, they would be messing around with me. They called me White Greatness.
Yeah.
So I eventually took the white off it and just went with Greatness. And when I was sitting thinking about the logo, I believe in God, obviously. So I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put the T. I'm gonna put the hands praying, and I told my design guy about it, and he actually did it right on the first try. And I was like, wow, this is epic. You feel me?
Yeah.
John didn't tell me that you talk space alien.
What's that? Space alien.
Positive music.
Oh yeah.
Positive music.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm at because I do agree with you that the music is destroying us.
Yeah, I agree.
It's destroying it because look, most of the people that are rich off of this music are doing what they're supposed to do. They're sitting, even like, let's take Cardi B, for example, Cardi B, Offset. They're living a normal married life while Cardi B tell the girls to be dots and Offset talk about selling dope to all the kids. You feel me?
Yeah.
But they're living, these people that are making money off everybody are living, doing what they're supposed to do, investing in what they're supposed to do, living their life how they're supposed to do, while they corrupt your children and tell them to do stuff that they wouldn't do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, Greatness, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time. I took forward to that. We're gonna connect when I come down to Florida. I really hope to meet you. And dude, what you're doing, please don't stop. You're providing so much hope to this nation right now when they need it the most.
Facts. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much for that.
Greatness. Thanks so much for joining.
Definitely get out there with y'all. We're gonna do some big things for sure.
I do. Did you said Cash App? Oh, I got a Cash. No, I'm just kidding. Greatness. I'm just kidding. Buddy.
Hey, and also, much love to Chicago, man. I love Chicago, man. Beautiful place.
Yeah. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you for coming on and spreading the movement of hope, the movement of changing lives, man. That's my heart's cry, and I really appreciate you, brother.
For sure. Thanks, y'all.
All right.
God
Thanks,
bless.
Greatness. Man, that's how you change lives, man.
Yeah.
That is exactly how you change lives right there. Right, Dennis?
The movement's got to start one person at a time, and somebody has to step up and do it.
And let's keep this going, Dennis, because after that, I know Valon wants to talk about his push for life, but maybe he can save it for when he takes over the show.
Yeah, well, no. It's going to be all politics.
Okay, because I want to continue this conversation because, Dennis, you're doing great things as township supervisor, Addison Township supervisor. I think the people need to know what it is that you're trying to do. Things that some would say Republicans shouldn't be doing, but you're doing it.
They don't think Republicans do it, John.
Right. They don't think. We'll be right back.
Don't put your blame on me.
He's been called the Mystery Man by the Wall Street Journal, but it's no mystery that Mark Vargas loves America and now stands ready to fight to defend your rights amid the culture war that's raging across our nation. Join Mark tomorrow night at 7 for Mark My Words with Mark Vargas as he brings you exclusive interviews with some of the biggest names from politics, entertainment, and business right here on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Mary Corsetti. 2024 Republican presidential candidate, former President Trump, closed out CPAC tonight with a warning to voters.
If those opposing us succeed, our once beautiful USA will be a failed country that no one will even recognize, a lawless, open borders, crime-ridden, filthy communist nightmare.
Trump calls this election the final battle. And author Marianne Williamson announced a bid for the White House today, becoming the first Democrat to declare candidacy for 2024.
Author and spiritual advisor Marianne Williamson, the first Democrat to challenge President Biden in 2024, despite the president having not yet announced his anticipated run for re-election. Williamson made an unsuccessful run for the Democratic presidential nomination in 2020, taking to social media to say, "I'm not putting myself through this again just to add to the conversation."
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. America is listening to Fox News.
At Ethos Life, we've busted all the myths about getting life insurance. Like myth number 1.
Life insurance? I can't afford that.
At Ethos, we have term life policies everyone can afford, with policies as low as $7 a month. Or myth number 2.
I have a life insurance policy through work. That's good enough.
With workplace coverage usually only equal to a year's salary, that won't nearly be enough to cover your family's ongoing and future expenses. A long-term, affordable policy from Ethos can give you the peace of mind that if something happens to you, your family is well covered for years to come. Myth number 3.
Getting life insurance? It's just too complicated.
At Ethos, our 100% hassle-free online process can give you a quote in seconds, application in minutes, and coverage in hours. With no medical exams or blood work needed, just answer a few health questions. Get your free online estimate at ethoslife.com. That's ETHOS life.com. Rates will vary based on age, underwriting, face amount, and type of policy.
As the Biden administration ratchets up its war on Americans' right to keep and bear arms, a groundbreaking new book from Regnery Publishing pushes back and offers hope for the future. Professional firearms instructor and veteran gun store owner Larry Correa's new book, In Defense of the Second Amendment, pulls back the curtain on Washington's gun-grabbing agenda and how you can protect your rights. You'll learn why gun-free zones are more dangerous for college students and average citizens, how so-called gun control laws handcuff law-abiding Americans while allowing dangerous violent criminals to run wild in our cities, and offers solid details on how America has a history of gun ownership that is under attack by liberals in Congress. If you care deeply about protecting your Second Amendment rights and keeping your family safe, you must read In Defense of the Second Amendment, new from Regnery, available now at Amazon.com and wherever books are sold.
Retirement planning can be complicated. From asset and legacy protection to retirement income and extended care, you need a plan. Tune in to Retirement and Income Radio, hosted by well-known Chicagoland financial educator Mark Kohler. Mark helps listeners in or near retirement protect their savings from market volatility while creating lifetime guaranteed income. Listen to Retirement and Income Radio Sunday afternoons at 3:30 on AM 560 The Answer, or call Mark now at 844-619-SAFE.
For aging parents or loved ones in need of daily care in the comfort of their own home, look to the European American Association, or EAA, assisting Chicago's elderly for over 30 years. EAA currently serve over 800 clients and employs 600 home care aides, annually trained and certified according to state rules and regulations. Authorized by the Illinois Department on Aging to provide home care services for seniors in the city of Chicago. Family members can also be hired and trained. Jobs include grocery shopping, meal prep, light cleaning, companionship, and personal care. EAA will match the client and worker based on language and ethnic background. EAA's over 30 years of expertise and care for the community brings you or your loved one professional daily living support. For senior care or to be employed as a home care aide, search online for European American Association or call 773-342-5868.
Hi, this is Carl Amari.
I'm Lisa Wolf. Join us every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. for all things entertainment on Hollywood 360.
If you love classic radio shows, The Shadow, Jack Benny, The Lone Ranger, Dragnet, Gunsmoke, and many more, We have them for you on Hollywood 360.
We'll also present trivia contests with prizes, showbiz news, celebrity interviews, games, and movie reviews.
So don't miss Hollywood 360 every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
It's the show the mainstream media doesn't want you to know about. It's Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560, The Answer.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560, The Answer. I am your host, John Anthony, live in studio with the troublemaker and the prosecutor. Let's just go straight to Phil, because Phil can't really be mean after a call like that. Phil, welcome back to Black and Right.
I really can't. I can't. That's amazing. Even though I don't even have a problem with the white greatness part, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
You know, because I think that there's white greatness, there's black greatness.
Yeah.
I think there's greatness in all of us.
But I talk about black greatness. I've said black greatness.
No. Like I say, I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do take liberty. Like earlier, you was calling somebody an animal, and I've never heard you call a cop an animal. No. So I just had a problem with that.
Yeah, well, what do you mean?
He talking about the 18-year-old Mexican kid that killed the officer.
Yeah, he was an animal.
But I've never heard you call a cop who killed somebody an animal.
Well, show me an incident with what they did to Tyrone Nichols. I thought I could have swore we said something close to that at least, Falon. When I went after them,
Did you call them animals? No, you can do it now. Are they animals?
They're animals for what they did to him.
What about the one who killed
Van Dyke?
No, first two shots were legit shoot. There was a legit shoot in my eyes. First two shots were legit.
But he still but then he unloaded 12, 13 more rounds.
14 actually.
So was he an animal?
14 to be exact. I'm not gonna say he an animal. He was doing his job. I have no sympathies for Laquan McDonald for what he did. He wasn't a saint. I'm not gonna give sainthood to somebody like him.
Yeah, I just had a problem, and I was wondering if what's his name, Greatness was getting any airplay on popular radio. Or
no.
You heard what he said. He had 1.6 billion views on what did he say? YouTube.
Yeah, TikTok or YouTube.
TikTok, 1.6 billion views.
But they don't play them on GCI and all that type of stuff. No, they don't.
No,
play
they
that. They don't play that.
Well, I don't understand why. Real quick, you were talking about Brendan Johnson, the mayor's race in Chicago.
Yeah.
And I'm not being disrespectful to the prosecutor. How you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
All right, thank you, sir. Good. John Lewis, I was just going to kind of dedicate this to him, who died last year, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
And you were speaking about Brendan Johnson, who was actually at the Bloody Sunday commemoration anniversary. I think it's 85th year, 58th year anniversary. And the reason I'm bringing it up, because that whole thing was an attack on peaceful protesters or marchers or civilians by state troopers.
Where did this happen at?
He talking about what happened a long time ago, and Brandon Johnson has attended this.
Selma
anniversary.
Okay.
But can I ask you something?
But what does that have to do with him running for
right.
mayor?
What's wrong with peaceful protest?
No. Okay, no. I know I throwed a lot at y'all.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, that's where he is. That's where he'll be tomorrow.
Okay. I got what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah, but my thing is bringing that up. What does he have in common with those people that was trying to fight for civil rights? You know, just because he attended something don't mean he has anything in common ideologically with those black people from back in the day. You can't even mix the two.
It's funny. I sent both you and John a piece, and I asked you about how can a tree can't grow without roots.
Yeah,
your hair won't grow without roots, right?
Yeah.
And so if you're not recognizing and understanding your roots and where you come from and where you're going, you'll never get anywhere. So my point, and that's kind of insulting to me.
My roots are in America. My roots are not in Africa.
What did you say to me?
I didn't say Africa. That's in Selma, Alabama.
Okay.
But what was you saying? What did you just say my name?
Well, to me, the campaign is in Chicago, not in Selma right now. So he should go to Selma as the mayor, but right now he should be in Chicago trying to tell people why he deserves their vote. That's as simple as that.
There's also a I got a picture of him and his family, right? I think he got 2 sons, a daughter, a wife. Very, I don't want to call it typical, but he has a very beautiful family, and that's something that the black, you always keep criticizing the black family, especially the absent father, and so his persona, just seeing him.
Hey, guess what? Wait, we gotta go. But Phil, here's what I feel about this. The voters of Chicago are going to vote on Brandon Johnson based upon his policy and what he believes he can bring to the city of Chicago. All that other stuff, who gives a damn?
Right, a photo op is not going to help Chicago. This man's ideology is going to run this city into the ground. You're about to have white flight. Chicago will become Detroit under his leadership. I am sorry. Once you have white flight, this city is down. You're going to vote for this man because of race and color. I don't do that.
Right.
It's policy.
Right.
I don't care about his photo op with his family.
Yeah.
What is his leadership going to bring to Chicago?
What about the black flight?
Right.
The black flight to the suburbs.
It's not going to be as bad as white flight.
I'm just telling you, people are fleeing the city.
Well, Joey Reed, actually, when we come back from break, we'll play that, and we'll take Jim from South Elgin's call as well. But you know what? Listen, the policy of Brandon Johnson, he's going to double down on everything that Lori Lightfoot did.
Times 10.
Times 10. And that's not good for the citizens of Chicago, and that's not good for the citizens of the state of Illinois, because Chicago is the engine, the economic engine that makes Illinois run. That's just factual. That's truth.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Jim, hold the line.
We all want to eat healthy, but have you ever read the ingredients list off of your favorite snack? Between the hard-to-pronounce ingredients and man-made additives, it's difficult to find anything made from real, natural ingredients. Even some of my favorite organic snacks have ingredients I haven't heard of. At Balance of Nature, we know the value of real nutrition that can only be found in real food. That's why the only things you'll find on our ingredients list are real whole fruits and vegetables. No additives, fillers, or artificial ingredients of any kind. Balance of Nature is the best whole fruit and vegetable product on the market, delivering your body everything it needs to function at its very best. Eat better and feel better. Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
Have you been lied to? Lied to by politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine? Hi, this is best-selling author Navy Dowdy from right here in the Chicago area, and I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Crash Proof Wealth. Because according to Time magazine, Wall Street's retirement plans and 401ks have failed millions of Americans. After seeing the last market crash over 39%, I said enough. I've discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and also have my money protected when the next stock market crash hits. When the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Navy Dowdy & Associates now to get a free copy of my book and talk to me personally to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits. And I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-392-9595. 1-800-392-9595. Again, 1-800-392-9595.
Hey, it's Scott Tucker from Retirement Dakota with Scott Tucker on AM 560 The Answer. I'm here in the studio with my trusty co-host, as always, Jim Tilley. Say hello, Jim Tilley.
Hello, Jim Tilley.
Jim Tilley, do you have a good spring joke for us?
I sure do. Scott, does February March?
Does February March?
No, but April May.
But April May, but AM 560 The Answer. Listen to Retirement Dakota with Scott Tucker every Sunday at 7 a.m. and again at 5 p.m., and we'll get Jim some better jokes.
Hi, this is Carl Amari.
I'm Lisa Wolf. Join us every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. for all things entertainment on Hollywood 360.
If you love classic radio shows, The Shadow, Jack Benny, The Lone Ranger, Dragnet, Gunsmoke, and many more, we have them for you on Hollywood 360.
We'll also present trivia contests with prizes, showbiz news, celebrity interviews, games, and movie reviews.
So don't miss Hollywood 360 every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Let's get it to him, baby girl. Hey. That's right.
Black and Right continues on AM 560. Once again, here's John Anthony.
Welcome back to Black and Right Radio on AM 560 The Answer. I'm your host, John Anthony, live in studio. We're going to go straight to the phone lines. Jim from South Elgin, who's also a sponsor of this show. Thanks so much for sponsoring us, brother.
It's always a pleasure. Earlier today, I sent you guys a little blip about a lady that was at a school board meeting, her first time, because of what was going on in the schools, and the local teachers union, they wanted to sue her and try to intimidate her, get her to shut up. And this woman here speaks, she's more articulate than a lot of these blowhard politicians. You know, I mean, it's really, so I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but
yeah, I looked at it.
Yeah, you can maybe show prep for next week. But also, as far as the mayor's race, neither one of them have talked about what they should do to reduce crime, and that would be the first thing to do, be get rid of the sanctuary city policy. But that is, neither one of them talk about it.
Well, they've talked about how they will combat crime. They did. I've listened to both of them, but I don't think it's going to work. But they've talked about it. We're going to see. But Jim, I got something to ask you. John's letting me do the show on the 18th, and I've got a lot of heavy hitters, and I know Stephanie can handle herself, and because she's a firebrand, but it'll still be 2 against 1. So I want to ask you, because I'm not going to do any talking. I'm just going to be a moderator.
You're right.
I am not going to do any talking except for the intro when we come back from break.
I'll be in studio.
You will be here.
Absolutely.
All right, you said it on air, man.
There it is, Jim.
Right. Plus a few cocktails afterwards.
You know that. You know that.
All right.
Thanks a lot, man.
Is Verlon buying? That's what I want to know.
I'll buy.
Thanks so much, callers, Jim. Just really quickly before I want to play, because remember we was talking about how you said Black Flight.
Yes.
Black Flight is happening. And so Joy Reid from MSDNC, she actually posed that question to him. And listen to how she frames the question, though. Listen.
You have a lot of African-American middle-class folks moving.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn this off. Hold on. Here we go.
You have a lot of African-American middle-class folks moving out of Chicago due to things like, discrimination, law and order issues, multiple issues causing people to leave. And then you also have a lot of, white Chicagoans who are complaining about crime. But the crime rate increase is not even across communities. It's not even across racial communities. Your campaign has said that your tack on that is to cut $150 million from the police budget, tax the rich for $1 billion in new spending on schools, transportation, healthcare, mental health, and job creation. That is your campaign platform.
Black Flight has happened, right?
Yeah.
She said it.
She said it.
MSNBC said it.
Yeah.
They said the quiet part out loud on their megaphone, which is there is Black Flight and there's White Flight.
Yeah.
People are fleeing the city. The economic engine we talked about off air, right, John?
Yeah.
Of this state and of the Midwest and the country.
Yeah.
And people are leaving. Why? Well, first she said discrimination, because we always have to throw that out there as the red herring.
In Chicago, discrimination.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So they're leaving because of public safety issues, quality of life issues. Mm-hmm. And so everybody, no matter what color you are, wants the best for their family and their neighborhood. And when they can't get it, they're going to go somewhere else where they can find it.
That's right.
So that's what people aren't really talking about. So which mayor is the best candidate to provide public safety and quality of life? Well, Brandon Johnson wants social workers to respond to police calls, which they're not qualified or experienced to do.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that people who need help can't be diverted to social workers, but this is a pie in the sky, imaginary, pretend world stuff. You can always have a social worker available. All police departments have social workers available, so that could be part of the problem. Then we're always talking about the root causes. Has anybody in the city of Chicago ever found what the root causes of all the problems are? What are the root causes?
Drugs.
Gangs,
drugs,
and the violence that goes on to protect
But
them.
not gun violence. There's no such thing as gun violence.
Well, Senator Peters talked about the fact that that officer should not have been killed. He was very concerned about the liability issues for gun makers. Seriously, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So when a police officer can be shot and killed, that means anybody in the city of Chicago can end up being a victim.
Right. Well, okay. Let's pivot a little bit quickly, because I want to give you the time to talk about it, Dennis. About what you're doing over in Addison Township. What are some of the programs that you're offering to help people?
So the important thing, John, is that it's always amazing when I tell people that I run a food pantry We're working as closely as we can to feed about 165 families a week. Those numbers are growing. Why? Because SNAP benefits are being reduced drastically. And the other issue is with monster inflation, when eggs are $5 a dozen, where are seniors, where are the most vulnerable going to go to? So they're coming to us. So we've been working with faith-based organizations, with our local churches, with the Scouts, constantly to bring in food. And we're using our taxpayer dollars to work with local distributors to get food in directly, because we've had trouble doing that.
Yeah.
Number two, John, the voters in Addison Township, by 100 votes, so your votes matter, passed a mental health board. And I appointed 7 members of that board. And by state statute, they're meeting with my board on March 8th at our township to begin to formulate a 1-year plan and a 3-year plan as to what needs do we have in Addison Township for people who have substance health issues, mental health issues, and developmentally disabled issues.
So mental health is becoming a huge factor in a lot of government spending, right?
That's right. And so I represent clients in juvenile court. It's an 8-week wait to get help.
Yeah.
And so you know what happens with that, John.
Yeah, let's continue this conversation when we get back from break. Mark, man on the street, I'm gonna hold you for last. Eduardo, we'll take your call when we get back. Listen to the Black and Right.
When you take the time to really get to know your body, you find that the root causes of its aches and pains are usually simple. The older we get, the more exercise we undertake, and the more injuries we sustain, the more inflammation our bodies suffer from. It's so simple. And my answer to that pain is Relief Factor, which I discovered years ago and take every single day to great effect. It helps the body to fight off inflammation, and I've never found anything that worked better in my life. I can't recommend it enough. 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it works for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference. ReliefFactor.com.
We live in a high-tech world, yet nature is so complex that it's impossible for humans to even come close to duplicating it with all the technology in the world. Witness the spectacular things we see in nature and how they should inform one's faith in the latest book by Jeff Tischler, High Tech versus the Highest Tech. This 78-page paperback book is a must-read, packed with fascinating facts and colorful illustrations, laying out undeniable evidence for intelligent design and an all-powerful creator. And High Tech versus the Highest Tech is written in a way that all age groups can understand and enjoy. Get the book High Tech versus the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischler, offered through Milk and Honey Ministries for just $9.95, plus shipping and handling, with 100% of the proceeds going to missions. And for a limited time, $1 from each book sold goes directly to Food for the Poor. Order your copy today. Call toll-free 1-800-733-9262. Also available from Google Books or your favorite online bookseller. Special rates available for schools, churches, and mission outreach.
Back to Black and Right with John Anthony on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome back to Black and Right, or Black and Bougie show. Phil just called us Black and Bougie.
That's okay.
Whatever. But Dennis, before the break, you were making your points about what you're doing over as the Addison Township supervisor.
Well, part of my job, I think, here is to make sure that we take care of the most vulnerable in our community. We do have a large minority population, and we serve everybody equally. And when I tell people about the different programs that we have, they're always amazed that I'm a Republican, John.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that is. They're like,
I
no
thought you
way.
were a rhino.
Well, I'm a rhino. So some of your ultra stalwart conservatives might not believe it, but my job as township supervisor is to help those who need help.
That's right.
And there are state laws that are being changed. We're working on part of that to allow us more flexibility, to help people with health care, to help people with housing. We're already doing that stuff, but it's going to give us more flexibility to help people with their own property tax money, to help people in their own community. So townships do serve a purpose. For all you stalwarts out there, I'll be more than glad to debate the township issue with you. We're 1.67% of the taxpayer bill. You could eliminate me, and the schools will take that money in a heartbeat. You would never know the difference. But I will tell you, we make sure that we serve our community and serve the people that do need the help. And there is no other agency that can do it.
Well, if somebody's listening to the show, they live in Addison Township, how can they access these benefits?
Well, they can go to addisontownship.com, or they can call us at 630-530-8161. We always have from 8 to 4:30. I have caseworkers. We have staff available. We have the food pantries open every day. Our distributions are on Wednesdays. And we always look for people to donate to our foundation, be it food, be it financial resources, be it volunteering, to give back to their community, because we still have a great need that's out there. So.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
Thank you, John.
Hey, no problem, Dennis. Eduardo, we're short on time, so I need you to you got 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, I'm here at in LaGrange. It's a fundraiser, 10th annual, for college scholarships for local students who have lost a parent.
Oh, wow.
So it's a good cause. Yeah, so, Brandon Johnson was on another station, and he didn't even acknowledge about the police officer that died on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So, he says, we'll hire 200 detectives. We'll get into mental health. Yeah, I'm listening to it. I go, come on, Brandon. Did you know there was a cop that was killed
the
previous day? Yeah.
Right.
He didn't. I'm listening to the whole interview on the station. Yeah.
Of course.
So, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Thanks so much,
Thanks,
Eduardo.
man.
Let's go to David from Lansing. David, really quickly, 30 seconds.
Hi, guys. Coming in mild, just like a cheeseburger, like Mark W. Nothing to see here.
I knew he was going to do that.
Comment. You got to get a new intro, Mark. My comment is the bulletproof vest. It's equity. You got a bulletproof vest, but I don't have one. So we got to be equal. So you don't deserve a bulletproof vest. That's my comment on that, guys.
Thanks, Dave. All right, Mark from Man on the Street. You got 40 seconds. Go. You called late.
Mark
You were
Weimerlich.
supposed to call earlier. Go.
Mark Weimerlich coming in hot from Washington, D.C. at the Conservative Political Action Conference. President Trump just spoke. You can see the highlights on Newsmax. One of the highlights of the week here, Riley Grimes was the swimmer who spoke, who competed against a biological male. It's a big issue, a lot of talk about that, and the kids here. Everybody's asking me about Lightfoot. We're going to see Charlie Kirk in Chicago on March 9th. This is my report from Washington, D.C., going out hot. Follow me on Twitter.
I thought you were going to call in earlier, Mark. I thought you were going to call in. He's not. That wasn't a one-trick pony right there.
I'm waiting for a follow back on Twitter, because I follow the man on the street. I'm waiting for a follow back,
Follow
Mark.
Dennis Rebelletti, Mark.
I'll follow you back right now. I've been busy. President Trump's going to be
All right, Mark. Thank you, man.
Awesome.
Troublemaker, thanks for joining me today.
You got it.
Rebelletti, thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, go follow therealgreatness.com. I'm telling you, he's doing some great stuff. It will warm your heart. I want to really quickly play a little snippet of audio. It's from my daughter, Jada, when she was young, and my daughter, Kirsten. The earlier portion had my son in it. But I think I'm going to end the show. Can you cut the music for me real quick, Phil? I think I'm going to end the show with this from here on out. Here we go.
That's all for today, folks. Bye. Kirsten, say bye. Bye.
That's from my daughter, Jada, and my 16-year-old, Kirsten. Guys, see you next week.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for Townhall.com. Last week, the so-called conspiracy theorists of the past 3 years took a victory lap. The Energy Department concluded that the COVID pandemic indeed resulted from a lab leak. Not long ago, you'd have been deplatformed for this statement. There are other discredited COVID narratives. Lockdowns and mask mandates would stop the spread. Natural immunity was fake. Children would suffer only minimal adverse consequences from prolonged school shutdowns. Wrong. Wrong. So wrong. It's an unconstitutional disgrace that our government worked so hard to silence even responsible, credentialed voices countering its claims. But the real shame lies at the feet of elite media. Government would never have had the chance at all this censorship without its media lapdogs. The role of the press in a free society is supposed to be as a check on the government, not as its enforcer. Elite media will pay the price in squandered trust, and it's richly deserved. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com. On the AM 560 mobile app. Tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
The U.S. is on the verge of socialism. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. The assessment from former President Trump in his keynote address at the CPAC conference in Maryland, focusing much of his speech attacking President Biden.
The Biden administration is the most corrupt administration in American history. Hunter Biden is a criminal and nothing happened to him. Nothing happened. Joe Biden is a criminal and nothing ever seems to happen to him.
The former president won the straw poll with 62% of attendees wanting him to be the Republican nominee. Florida Governor DeSantis was second with 20%. The Republican Party of Texas has censured Congressman Tony Gonzalez over his votes, including the support of new gun laws, defending same-sex marriage, and opposing a sweeping House GOP immigration proposal. The congressman has not publicly commented on the vote. Californians stranded in their homes by deep snow from multiple storms have been rescued by crews. Fox's Christina Coleman is in Los Angeles.
Snowstorms pounded mountains in San Bernardino County, about 60 miles east of Los Angeles, trapping some residents and forcing them to hunker down with food and water as they wait for crews to plow the heavy snow. There's also some frustration regarding California Governor Gavin Newsom. Newsom declared a state of emergency for 13 counties to help with disaster relief, but he's still getting blasted for reportedly leaving California on Wednesday during the weather-related emergencies.
Up to another 3 feet of snow is forecast for the California mountains. Meanwhile, crews in the upper Midwest and Northeast are working to restore power after hundreds of thousands of outages from a winter storm. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Mark Milley visited Northeast Syria today. He met with commanders and troops who are in ongoing operations against the Islamic State group. America is listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
It's going to be partly cloudy overnight with areas of fog rolling in. The low dips to 32. Intervals of clouds and sunshine to wrap the weekend tomorrow, high 46. Back at it Monday with a morning shower over coffee. Otherwise breezy with intervals of clouds and sun, high 58. Breezy cooler on Tuesday with clouds and sun, high 42. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Nowadays, 401ks are a part of life. Chances are you or your spouse have a current one. But how familiar are you with your 401k? Do you know your options, your fees? Are you maxing out the benefits? The Wealth Management Group will get you the answers and ensure that you're not leaving any money on the table. Call us today at 833-WMG-PLAN. That's 833-964-7526 or visit us online at investwithwmg.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Guevalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at CrosscomInc.com. That's CrosscomInc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
AM 560. The Answer.
This recorded program is sponsored by Babette Holder Youngberg and Raquel Melanie Mitchell.
It began in the seat of a well-seasoned SUV as a Facebook live stream, armed with nothing more than a smartphone and a love for conservative ideas and values. From there, two politically savvy ladies launched the Belly of the Beast. Be ready to be informed. Be ready to be entertained. And be ready to enter the belly of the beast that is politics in Chicago and Illinois. Buckle up and get ready to take a ride with your hosts, Babette and Raquel, on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, beasties. Should I call you beasties? Babette, are we calling them beasties? This is Raquel, and that other woman is Babette. And you're listening to the... Yeah, you're listening to the Belly of the Beast. I wanted a name for our folks who listen to us.
I just, call them basically warriors and beast slayers because they're dealing with it no matter where they are.
Beast slayers, I like it.
Yes.
All right, so welcome, beast slayers. You heard it here first. If you come up with another name, put it on our Facebook wall. We'll post up, and you can let us know what you want to be called. Beasties, beast slayers. I love it. Let's do it. We're doing that. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, and I barely know because this is a national story, that I might be the only person in the nation who did not follow this story. And that is the story of Alex Murdaugh murdering his wife and his son on their 1,700-acre estate in South Carolina. So I have to admit that I did not follow it. I know, Babette, there were a lot of folks out there who did. There's a lot of true crime lovers out there, true crime junkies. I used to be a true crime junkie, but then suddenly I just didn't have time for it anymore. And I leave it to all of my happy true crime folks. Well, apparently he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his, that is Alex Murdaugh was sentenced to life in prison for his murder of his wife and son. And I just want to say it's sad for the family, Babette. What do you have to say? Have you been following it?
Well, just little bits and pieces, and I will be honest, it was more as of recent because, there's so many details and things going back and forth on this that, as we have always said, and I say often, you couldn't even make this up. Apparently, and he admitted to having a drug problem, as well as to the fact that, he states he did not kill them. But I will say the prosecutors, proved a point that, it was deliberate and what they said, and because of timing. And let me tell you folks one thing, technology will tell on you, Raquel, because they were using GPS times, phone timing, seconds between the phone call and so forth and everything. This is tragic too, and I think it proves a point. It doesn't matter your circumstances or what your background is and how people, the depravity in some of this society out there. I think people get fascinated and watch these type of things because it seems to go against the norm for everything that they want to believe. Who's going to do this?
Which is both sad and wonderful, right? So the wonderful part about it is that there's still a part of us, as we look at this fallen world, there's still a part of us that's shocked by this. There's a part of us that thinks this is horrible. There's a part of us that seeks truth and justice. And it's amazing that in as much as we see, we look on the news like, this is what's going on. We're going to hell in a handbasket. And as much as we see that, the idea that people are still shocked and dismayed by what happened with this man and his family and where his life took him, I think that's a testament to the fact there's still good left in this world. And the sad part about it is that that this even exists, right? So my understanding is, based on what I've seen in the news, is that this man was using these murders to kind of cover up all the other things that he had allegedly done. Like perhaps stealing $9 million from his law firm. That was a whole mess. apparently there's some kind of insurance fraud, allegedly, that was committed. There was some weird case where he had a housekeeper that had some kind of settlement that he took from her. Listen, there was a whole host of things that apparently he was using these murders as a cover-up to, allegedly, based on what I understand in the news, just to cover our belly of the beast behinds.
Well, it's brutal, it's beastly, and it's a shame that 2 lives were lost in that instance. And speaking of another shocker, it's closer to home, and if you had made a bet with me, Raquel, I would have lost that bet. I honestly would have lost the bet, because who would have thought that in 40 years, according to some headlines, that Lori Lightfoot would become the first mayor to lose re-election. And that made headlines throughout the nation.
Yeah, she apparently, she did not engender any support from, in 4 years, from any of the typical progressive Democratic institutions in Chicago. She did not engender any friends or any relationships or anything from those who have repeatedly, for nearly a century, elected Democrat mayors in the city. She lost the 2 biggest unions, the Chicago Teachers Union, and she lost the police union. How do you do that? Both?
Well, Raquel, let's be honest, too. Well, first of all, the police union, if you remember, CPD has been through a lot in the last few years under her direction, as well as Top Cop, which was her hire and her pick to bring him in, which, by the way, I want to make a mention. We might as well just put that on up in there, that Top Cop David Brown resigned after Lori's loss. And I guess he'll be leaving his post on the 16th. But Lightfoot also had a way of offending everyone. You know that from journalists. Remember, she had put out that she was not going to give any personal interviews to any white journalists.
Well, see, and there you go. There was her racism, despite the fact that she's blaming others for their racism and sexism for the reason as to why she was not reelected mayor, which I find to be hilarious. Like, suddenly in 4 years, a city that voted for a black female gay woman no longer is in favor of black, female, and gay. In 4 years, all of a sudden they've become racist and sexist. It's amazing, the turnabout.
Well, she has an excuse for everything, including the fact that, do as I say, not as I do. And if you remember during the COVID rules and regulations, and everything from the silly arrows in stores to walk this way, I always had to march a different way because I run to my own drum. But she had her hair done. Remember that?
Yes.
And the reason she used Raquel was the fact that she was the face of the city.
I'm just trying to determine which part of the city. I'm afraid of that being the face of all of Chicago. Maybe certain parts. I don't know.
Well, you know what also is interesting is that, I was looking at all these headlines besides the memes that went all over the internet when she lost. Those were quite interesting. Was one of the headlines that said, Lightfoot's embarrassing loss holds lessons for Democrats. Now, mind you, this was Time magazine. And the one thing I found interesting was embarrassing loss. I found that interesting that her losing to go into the runoff would be embarrassing. I guess it is to Democrats, and I guess that they're just, it really goes to show you what they consider is acceptable behavior from these elected officials and leaders of their party. I mean, it just doesn't shock me a lot, let alone her being inadequate.
Well, first of all, I'm wondering, why is it embarrassing? I mean, okay, so she lost, but she lost to other Democrats. It wasn't like she lost to a Republican. Now that would have been embarrassing. But so I'm just trying to figure out what's the problem here. So this woman wasn't and remember we called her a triple threat, because she had all the proper. She was everything. She was black. She was female. She was gay or lesbian, right? So she had it all. She checked all the boxes. So I'm just wondering, what's so embarrassing that we might have a straight Democrat, or somebody who may or may not be black? I'm just trying to figure out what is so embarrassing about her loss out of all the other losses.
Raquel, hold that thought. And to our listeners, you are listening to Babette and Raquel. This is Belly of the Beast, AM 560. And by the way, if you want to give us your thoughts and opinions on what we're discussing today, you can find us on Facebook at Belly of the Beast IL.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
The government's response and the D.C. Press Corps' coverage of the derailment, the decision to do a controlled release of the chemicals, and suggesting safe to go back home, it's safe to drink the water, and if you're concerned at that point, you can call for testing.
Does anybody trust the government after COVID? It's going to be okay. Trust us.
Start your day with Chicago's Morning Answer. Weekday mornings starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Well, I drive a truck for a living. I don't get hardly any exercise. I'm not kidding you now. I'm not easily sold on anything, but I'm a firm believer in this product. I watched those advertisements for 2 or 3 years and listened to the radio going down the road, and I said, something's got to be going on with that product for that many people to do ads for them. And I'll tell you what, I just uptown a while ago, I told some of my buddies, I said, I'm not BSing you, man. I'm not kidding you. It's amazing. It totally amazes me.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy. But after we watched a close friend lose her husband with no insurance, we decided that wasn't going to happen to our family.
Yeah, but shopping for life insurance can be almost as difficult as talking about it.
But then we heard about Ethos Life Insurance. They're a new kind of life insurance, built for people on a busy schedule who don't have time for unnecessary doctor's visits, fine print, or hidden fees. Who want to keep it simple.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. We answered a few basic questions, and within minutes, we had an estimate of what it would cost and what sort of policy made sense for us.
I never imagined a life insurance could be so affordable.
And accessible.
The peace of mind knowing that our future is secure, it just removes a lot of the fear around getting older and...
Yeah, the unexpected.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I'm glad we went with ethoslife.com.
Go to ethoslife.com now for your free estimate. That's ethoslife.com. ethoslife.com.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century with IoT Smart Connected Scanning. It's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
AM 560, The Answer. Get ready to enter the belly of the beast with Babette and Raquel on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Beast Slayers, now you're back with Babette and Raquel. I am not Babette.
No, you're not. You don't even want to be that bad. I mean,
I don't know. Some days I do. You're like Marlo Thomas.
The grass is greener on the other side, and you know what, Raquel? That is kind of the point and message. I mean, right now we've been talking about that. You know, the last one was the bye-bye to Lori Lightfoot. She didn't make the April runoff. And it seems to be about freedom this week. A lot of stories about, you know, freedom and what's going on.
And we were also talking about how embarrassed the Democrats are by her loss, which is absolutely preposterous. What are they embarrassed about? She's going to be replaced by another Democrat.
She didn't hold the legacy. And I just want to wrap that up also with the fact that she made accusations of racism. I mean, who is Brandon Johnson? He's also a black man in that race. Going forth into the runoff. You know, this is what when I make the statement, they're so woke, they don't even know when they're wrong. When they do this stuff.
They're so woke, they're asleep.
I mean, so, you know, speaking of wokeness and wrongness and policies with cities and states, and you have been watching a little bit about this, as well as we know that they have been trying to do this here in the state of Illinois. But there are areas looking for freedom from the blue and progressive policies.
People are tired of it. They are tired. They're tired of going along with a small segment of loud voices in their communities dictating how they should live, which is partially the reason why they moved to certain areas, or they never expected it to go, you know, to some extent. Because I have to say that if you I talk to Democrats, I talk to Republicans, I talk to everybody, right? So for people who are Democrats, even this wokeness has gone a little too far. Some of this defund the police, some of the attitudes they have about police in their communities, people are done with that. They want to just live in peace. They want to do good things, and they want to be good to people. That's what they want to do. And they want to live their lives in a way that means something for them and their families. And they're tired of it. So here's a community in Atlanta, Buckhead, that have been for at least a couple of years now, been trying to get away from Atlanta. So it was like Buckhead was this section, this affluent section in Atlanta. And so people worked hard, they made their money, and they were able to move to this. They wanted to stay in Georgia, or maybe their jobs moved them to Atlanta or Georgia. And so they found this community that they liked and that they want to live in. Well, because of some of the very woke policies of Atlanta, they find themselves wanting to kind of secede from that community. They don't want to be a part of Atlanta anymore.
Well, mainly they don't want to be under their governance, is what you're saying. So there was Senate Bill 114. Senate Bill 114, and we're speaking of Atlanta, Georgia, versus the community of Buckhead, wanting to secede from being under their policies and their regulations. And another thing, it really boils down to what we're seeing in Chicago, which is crime.
Right. Yeah. They're tired of it. They want to go to the gas station and get their gas. They don't want to risk life and limb to fill up. They're tired of it. People want to be in their homes. People want to be in their homes and not worry about someone coming in and stabbing them to death, such as the case of Ellen Bowles, who was stabbed to death in her home in Buckhead in a gated community. Now, what in the world? Nobody wants to live like that, and nobody deserves to live like that. And if the people of Atlanta don't wake up, this will be their reality on a regular basis. And you and I, we both know all about this, because even in our own state, they have laws and they have attorneys who are not prosecuting the way they should and not protecting the people the way they should be. Another such case of a community not wanting to go along with what's happening in their area is Idaho. Now, Idaho and Oregon. So this is very interesting, right? So there's at least about 11 counties in Oregon who have begun serious discussion as to becoming a part of Idaho and divesting themselves from Oregon because of the policies that are happening in nearby cities such as Portland. Like it's a free-for-all there. They don't want to live that way. And so their choice was, which was going to be difficult, either to secede from Oregon and be their own state, or to just annex themselves into Idaho and change the borders and be a part of their state. And even I've never been to Idaho. I've never been to Oregon. I had a friend in college who was from Idaho, and she was a nice girl. But no, I think that people are tired of this, and they're willing to take it all the way. Take it all the way
Raquel,
to get away from those governments.
If I can interject here, and I want to clarify, it's Eastern Oregon that they're talking about. And, this is really becoming a big deal in their state legislative body. Also, you have to know that the U.S. Congress has to weigh in on this to make a state line shift. That's what they're talking about, is to do a line shift. They've come up with every excuse why this would not work, but I found it interesting that Claremont Institute found that the state line shift could benefit Idaho economically, providing an annual net benefit to Idaho's state government budget of $170 million. That was their estimate.
Oh, yes, they did. It actually was not, it wasn't the folks in Idaho. I think they saw it as a good thing. But obviously you're always going to have opponents of an issue in both states, but it wasn't they who had the issue with it. I think it was just naysayers. Like, I can't believe you're doing this thing. And it's becoming real. People are seeking out whatever legal remedies they can find in order to have the life that they feel they deserve in the places where they live. And I take my hat off.
It's exactly. It was the Oregons on that side of the state line, but it was also, it's interesting too, because people are saying it's political. It's all because, Idaho is predominantly Republican. But I'm going to say they're talking about the fact that over in Oregon, there were shops right there at the line selling drugs.
Yep.
And there's crime and so much is going on. And they have a valid reason. I mean, this is interesting. A lot of these exits, and as you know, Raquel, there was that thing about here in Illinois about cutting off Chicago, kind of making its own little island here in the state of Illinois and freeing everyone from that. And it's not a bad idea.
What are we calling Chicago? North Illinois, or are we calling it the state of Chicago? Like, what are we calling it?
Well, I know that DuPagers over here is calling. Don't come over here with that mess. We talked about this last time before. And speaking of which, I just want to throw this in real quick. This week on Twitter, I actually caught a thread. I want to say that it was I can't remember if it was CWB Chicago, which is a great source for people out there, or the Book Club Chicago, another one that keeps up. And I'll put it up on our page, Belly of the Beast IL, on Facebook today. But they had a thread talking about why I won't go to DuPage County. And they were talking about...
No way.
Yeah, they did. It was about our state's attorney, Bob Berlin, and how we enforce the law out here. And it was kind of a really funny thread at some point. Someone said, I don't even sneeze when I'm in DuPage County. But speaking of all this, this is Babette and Raquel. And this is Belly of the Beast, AM 560. You're going to want to stay, because if you didn't hear the news this week, we're going to be talking about something that a lot of folks have been saying all along and have been called deniers, losers, and liars. Once again, this is Belly of the Beast on AM 560.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Mary Corsetti. President Biden is expected to raise some taxes on the rich as part of his budget plan for the next fiscal year.
The national debt right now is over $31 trillion. There's a lot of concern about the interest payments on that debt. Biden has met with Kevin McCarthy just once since he became Speaker. They plan to meet again next week ahead of the March 9 budget rollout. Many Republicans are concerned about potential cuts in national defense.
Fox's Lucas Thomason. Meanwhile, the U.S. provides another $400 million in military aid to Ukraine.
7 months of pretty much trench warfare between the two sides around the eastern city of Bakhmut appear to be coming to a climax. A lot of this aid that the U.S. has given are the basics. Ammunition, especially ammunition for artillery, including those HIMARS, long-range artillery. But Ukrainian officials are still pushing for more, including advanced air power.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. America is listening to Fox News.
No matter the season in Chicago, you can always let the light shine into your home. Wouldn't it be nice to have customized window coverings to give your home a fresh look? The Blind Buddy can help you accomplish that with Graper window treatments. Forget overpriced big box stores or pushy fly-by-night franchises. The Blind Buddy is an independently owned business serving Chicagoland for over 20 years by one of Chicago's first responders. The Blind Buddy offers quality window coverings from Graper at affordable prices. Shutters, wood blinds, solar shades. Choose from a wide variety to fit your home or business, style, and budget. John from the Blind Buddy will come to your home or office and personally handle the job from measurement to installation. The whole process can usually be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Discover the Graper difference from the Blind Buddy. Delight in every detail with Graper window treatments. Go to theblindbuddy.com to book your appointment today. That's theblindbuddy.com, a proud sponsor of Food for the Poor.
Baseball and softball season will be starting soon at fields everywhere. I'm not talking about those overpriced professional palaces with the prima donnas. I'm talking about the neighborhood where the kids, Little League fields, their family, their fathers, their coaches will all be out in the sun. There's a company in Bridgeview, PYT Sports, that's working with volunteer coaches, Little League managers, and dads. Good, hardworking guys that want to help their kids and friends have a good time this summer instead of getting into trouble on the streets. PYT Sports has all the stuff you'll need to furnish dugouts and more. 2-tiered benches, helmet racks, bat racks, and individual player storage. Plus, windscreens and wall pads. Even field tarps to protect from rain so you're ready for game time. Check out the popular Field General, Commander, and Trooper helmet and bat combos to make your dugout look like the pros. Go to pytsports.net, that's pytsports.net, and get ready for a great baseball season. Play ball!
Hi, it's Amy. Big news, Mike Lindell and MyPillow are launching the MyPillow 2.0. When Mike invented MyPillow, it had everything you could ever want in a pillow. Now, nearly 20 years later, he discovered a new technology that makes MyPillow even better. The MyPillow 2.0 has a patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, and now with the brand new fabric that is made with a temperature-regulating thread. The softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you will ever own. Great news on the MyPillow 2.0. It's now buy one, get one free with promo code Amy. The MyPillow 2.0 is machine washable and dryable. MyPillow 2.0 with its temperature-regulating technology is 100% made in America and comes with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Just go to MyPillow.com and enter promo code Amy to receive the MyPillow 2.0 buy one, get one free offer. And just when you thought MyPillow couldn't get any better, MyPillow 2.0 gives you the best sleep ever. Don't forget promo code Amy or call 800-489-0201 to get your MyPillow 2.0 now.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts: knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com.
AM560, The Answer. You're listening to The Belly of the Beast with Babette and Raquel on AM560, The Answer.
Hey, Beast Mamas and Beast Daddies. I'm still working on it.
I like it, and the reason we say belly of the beast is because no matter where you are, there's something so beastly going on. It makes folks say, make it stop.
I don't want to call you bellies.
No. We don't want to refer to physical anatomy.
Hey, bellies, how would that go? Hey. So we lose our audience of one. My mother stops listening.
Listen, my brother would be over there texting me. Are you talking about me? You know, because I always tease him. He's my baby brother, and it's like I said, wait till middle age hits you.
Right.
Speaking of, I don't know. I don't know what to call this. If you would call it beastly, Raquel, or it's just a brutal. Truth of the matter, or they're still trying to say it was low on the ranking scale they do when information comes out. And of course, I'm talking about the thing that folks who are still so woke that they just don't want to be wrong is denying and saying that this declassified intelligence report that the U.S. Department of Energy, I guess, had and assessed that the COVID-19 pandemic most likely came from the laboratory leak in China. Would that be Wuhan?
The Wuhan province, and for my folks over on the south side, that's not the Wu-Tang province, that's the Wuhan province.
How did you know my brain goes to that?
I always go that, and then I always go Wu-Tang. Remember from the Chappelle show? Okay.
I do. And, I guess, Raquel, people are like, how are they joking about this? How are they laughing? I mean, in all honesty, Raquel.
We're laughing because we were right. And sometimes when you're right, you just got to laugh. Ha, ha, ha. We were right. Now, here's the proof, and they're talking about it now. But so for those who they're like, what? Okay, so let's back up a little bit. So there was proof, but now there's proof that they.
Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 4 minutes. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 3 minutes. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 2 minutes. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 1 minute. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 30 seconds. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 10 seconds.
And now, for the show reflecting on classic radio, Hollywood 360, with your host, Carl Amari.
You lost your magic. They knocked you off your game. Your Carlness went right out the window.
What's with this Carlness? It's not even a real word.
It's a conjunction, a preposition. It's a philosophy, a way of life. It's your name with ness attached to it.
Bob, listen to me. If you'd have done what I asked you to and come in my dressing room before the show, you'd have known that you weren't supposed to come out here until I introduced you.
Jack, I tried to get into your dressing room, but I didn't have a nickel.
I understand you're pretty funny as a DJ, and comedy is a kind of hobby of mine. Well, actually, it's a little more than just a hobby. Reader's Digest is considering publishing 2 of my jokes.
Really?
Yeah.
From Hollywood, it's time now for $20.
Leave the gun. Take the cannoli. Quiet, numbskulls. I'm broadcasting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carl Amari, and this is Hollywood 360, the radio show that presents all things entertainment, including trivia contests and games, movie reviews, celebrity interviews, showbiz news, and classic radio shows. My co-host is the vivacious Lisa Wolf. In this hour, Van Heflin stars in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense, going back to 1947. But first, it's TV Jeopardy! Lisa Wolf-Trebek will play audio clips from popular TV shows. I'll try to name the show while you play along at home, right, Lisa?
That's right, Carl. And in this edition, I think it's our favorite decade of television, which is
70s?
The 70s.
All right.
I mean, the best shows were on in the 1970s, and we are going to celebrate some of them right now.
Yeah, but I don't have my ding. I don't have my sound
I don't
effect.
want to know what that is.
I don't have my sound effects.
Well, I'm going to do it for you until
you're
we
gonna
figure
say
it out.
ding, ding, or
I
meh?
am. Yes, I am. Until
All
we
right.
get it
Lisa
figured
will
out,
be a
I will
human-
be your sound effect
Human sound effect
machine.
Okay.
Okay, but you won't need any It's all going to be ding, ding.
Oh,
We're just
really?
going to, take
So-
a walk down yesteryear.
All right.
Here's the first television show.
Once upon a time, there were 3 little girls who went to the police academy.
They weren't so little.
No, they weren't.
You know who I wanted to be growing up?
You wanted to be?
Bosley.
I'm sure you did.
Very hazardous duties.
Definitely wanted to be
I don't
Bosley.
blame you.
But I took them away from all that.
Yes, he did.
And now they work for me.
That's Charlie's
Oh.
Angels.
Is-
Ding, 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 ding. Oh,
I
Mike's
got it.
Mike's got some dings in there.
There
All
we
right.
go. So that aired on ABC from 76 to 81 and originally starred, who were the women
Okay,
in the
so
original cast?
Kate Jackson.
Right.
There was Farrah Fawcett.
Right.
And Jacqueline Smith.
Exactly. And John Forsythe providing
Well,
the
yeah,
boss of
he was-
the voice of the
he was
boss.
Charlie.
He was Charlie.
Yeah.
And who didn't want to be Charlie?
Well, I'd rather be Bosley because Bosley got to hang out with
That's
them. He was
true.
always on the case, going wherever, traveling with
I
them
think
and
just
everything.
working with them in any capacity would have been appreciated. All right. Well, that was one popular show in the 70s.
Yes, it was.
And here is
Big
another
time.
one.
Hi, Bob. Lee Howard.
Howard, what a pleasant surprise.
Hey, you did a great job setting the table.
Now, Emily said it before she went to work. She has a special dinner planned.
Great. What are we having?
Company.
I love company.
That's
yeah.
the
Sometimes it's kind of dull.
Bob
It's just a
Newhart show.
It is. I was a huge fan, ding, ding, of the Bob Newhart Show.
Yeah.
Aired on CBS from 72 to 78, so that was 6 seasons. Of course, Bob Newhart and his wife, Emily, which was Suzanne Plagette.
Yeah.
And I just thought she was something else. You
Yeah.
didn't love her?
You know, I was not a big fan of this show. The
Oh,
Bob
wow.
Newhart show. I
And
wasn't. I was like,
was.
it's all right.
I was a huge fan. And
You know, I had
loved
so
her.
many other channels to choose from, like
Yeah,
4
you
other
had,
channels.
I was going to say just a few others.
2, 5, 7, 9,
11
I'm
and
trying
32.
to think. They were. I'm trying to think. Were they on CBS? I think he was.
It was CBS.
Yeah,
yes.
Bob Newhart, CBS.
And, you know, I think it was just the cast of characters that did it for me. The whole,
Yeah.
you know, we had Carol,
Yes.
who was Marsha Wallace, and we had the orthodontist, Jerry Robinson.
He was
I
great.
just
I like
liked
the
the whole cast
orthodontist.
of characters.
Yeah.
So I was a big fan.
Yeah.
Still am.
Mhm.
All right, here's your next 70 show, probably on my top 5 favorites.
Has the job been filled?
Yeah,
Oh.
but there is another job.
Oh?
I figured I'd hire a man for it.
Oh.
We can talk about it.
Well, good.
How old are you?
30.
No hedging. No, how old do I look?
Why hedge?
Yeah.
How old do I look?
That is the Mary Tyler Moore show.
That is exactly
ding, ding,
right.
Ding, Ed
Portrayed-
Asner there.
Oh, wow. I know. They were at a fictional local station. Do you remember the name of the station?
No.
It was WJM in Minneapolis.
WJM.
WJM with Ed Asner.
Ted
and,
Knight.
Gavin
Remember him?
McLeod, Ted Knight, Georgia Engel. What
So
a
great.
cast.
Now, that
what
show
a
I really liked a lot.
I mean, that was way up there.
Yeah.
Of course, with the Dick Van Dyke Show, which, of course, was Mary Tyler Moore as well. And Dick
Yeah.
Van Dyke.
Wow.
What a show. And, this seriously was a groundbreaking show to portray
Yeah.
a woman.
Right.
A
She
central
was the
female
lead. She was
character,
the lead on
and
it.
she was not married. She was not dependent
She
on
was
anyone.
a professional
she was,
woman.
A rarity in the 70s.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, she broke so much ground, you know. All right, cool.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding.
All right, here's your final show. You love this show.
Wait till you hear what happened to me on a subway today.
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Greatest show of all time.
I know.
What's wonderful?
Listen to this.
Whatever happened?
Whatever happened?
How do you know what happened is wonderful unless I tell you what happened? Why couldn't you wait?
I don't know, Archie. What happened? What happened?
Found a $20 bill.
Oh,
you won the lottery right there. So this was
that's
all in the family, of course.
Ding,
Ding, ding, ding. Aired on CBS from 71 to 79. And, it was produced as a continuation series of Archie Bunker's Place. What a show.
Oh, my gosh.
Talk about groundbreaking.
I got them all. I
Well,
got them all in the family.
Wasn't meant to trick you. Just enjoy it.
Great job, Lisa. All right, when we come back, Van Heflin stars in Suspense. Stick around.
More Hollywood 360 after these important messages.
This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Are you in bad pain? You know what I mean. Your knees hurt, your shoulder hurts, and your back. Oh my God, your back. They're constantly killing you. And I'm sure you've tried every pain pill or cream available at the drugstore. Am I right? Well, here is something you haven't tried. Pain Absolve. Pain Absolve is not available in any drugstore. The only way to get it is by calling today. We're so confident that it will work for you that we offer a free bottle with your purchase, no prescription needed, and best of all, each purchase comes with a money-back guarantee. Call now to find out how you can get Pain Absolve and get rid of your pain. Call 800-358-9179. That's 800-358-9179. 800-358-9179. Call today, 800-358-9179.
No company is more passionate about cats and cat litter than Cat's Pride, which is why Cat's Pride developed their groundbreaking lightweight litter. Up to 40% lighter than other heavyweight litters, Cat's Pride delivers this convenient, ultra-premium litter without the weight, making it easier to lift, carry, and pour.
And Cat's Pride donates a pound of litter for every jug sold to help shelter animals find their forever homes. Learn more about lightweight litter and Cat's Pride's Litter for Good program at catspride.com.
What do you want for dinner?
I don't know. What do you want?
You know you want delicious, healthy meals, but how do you do it with some excitement? At Me's Meals, it's what they do every day. Your choices from more than 10 different meals each week are delivered sliced, diced, measured, and ready to cook, all without the hassle of a fixed meal plan or subscription. Dinner from scratch on the table in a flash.
Go to meesmeals.com. That's MEEZ meals.com and enter promo code Carl at checkout for 50% off your first order.
And now back to Hollywood 360 with Carl Amari.
Me's Meals is back, Lisa. Oh my gosh, I love Me's Meals, folks. If you haven't tried Me's Meals, you need to go to their website, meesmeals.com. Look at all the great food they have for you. Each and every week, they change all of the food, all kinds of incredible things that are sent to your home. You cook it in like 20 minutes. It's on your table. It tastes delicious. And first-time people that try it, right? First timers get 50% off by using promo code Carl at checkout.
Right. We were just looking at the website, checking out the menu, figuring out what we would most appreciate this week for dinner.
I already know what I want.
Oh, I know what I want.
I'm getting that Asian barbecue chicken.
Yes. I'm going to get
so good.
the tofu and sweet potato.
Sure you are.
With the rice.
Oh, my God. Mike's getting the steak, I'm sure.
Sure, I'll take that.
Anyway, check out Me's Meals, folks, meesmeals.com. And if you're a first-timer, 50% off by using promo code Carl at checkout. We love Me's Meals here at Hollywood 360. We also love Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills. It was on the air a long, long time, 20-something years almost 1,000 broadcasts, and all the great stars appeared on Suspense, including Cary Grant and Jimmy Stewart, Humphrey Bogart, Henry Fonda, Orson Welles. On this episode, Van Heflin, he stars in an episode called Three Blind Mice from January 30th, 1947, sponsored by your favorite drink, Lisa, Roma Wines. Yeah, she's got her Roma Wines right there. She takes about 30 or 40 sips an hour.
At least.
Every other. All right, here's part one now of Suspense.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Van Heflin in Three Blind Mice, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Van Heflin in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Lockwood, Bentley, and Walsh Publishing. It still said it on the big brass nameplate.
Going down. Oh, good evening, Mr. Lockwood.
Good evening. Sure, the elevator operators were nice to me. Most of the office boys remembered to knock on my door before they came in. And even some of the stenographers still spoke to me. But everybody else above the rank of junior story reader knew it was just a question of time before that big brass nameplate in the lobby came down and another one went up in its place. Bentley and Walsh Publishing. No more Lockwood. If ever a man hated his partners, I did.
Main floor, sir.
Well, I went out of the building and across the street to the Savoy for dinner. Even the head waiter must have heard the rumor. He gave me the dime-sized table over in the corner that's generally reserved for out-of-town ribbon clerks. That's all right, Bob. There'll be another day. I'd gotten to coffee and dessert when I saw Helen Conover. Well, that just about summed it up. There were two things that I wanted in this world: to get my hands back on that corporation and Helen Conover. Well, she saw me and I waved to her and she waved back and started over to my table. She was head of our promotion department. She was smart and ambitious, and she could have personally modeled for any pinup art that you ever saw, but she was reserving anything along that line for my partner, Dick Walsh. Okay, sister, there'll be another day.
Hello, Arthur. Dining alone?
Yes, it's a habit, but I could break it under the right conditions.
Oh, but you're all finished.
That's all right, sit down. Just a big book publisher, got nothing to do.
Well, if it's not against office regulations to have dinner with the boss.
Regulations? Well, they never bothered you now, did they?
Now, Arthur, let's keep this clean.
Does Madame wish to order?
Yes, the steak dinner, please. No soup and no potatoes.
Very good, madam.
Working kind of late, aren't you?
Not working. Dick wanted me to see him off on the train.
Train? Where's he going?
Chicago.
What for?
Business, I suppose. Didn't he tell you?
You know, they never tell me anything anymore.
Well, it wasn't anything very important, I guess.
Well, I'd know even less if it had been. Maybe you can tell me about Sam.
About Sam?
Did he get his report from the doctor?
Oh, yes. He did, as a matter of fact.
How was he?
I'm afraid it's pretty bad.
How bad?
Well, it's his heart, all right. They don't give him much more time.
Oh?
6 months at the most.
Well, that means they'll have to work fast. Or I will.
What?
Wouldn't you say so?
Arthur, I don't understand you. I've just told you that one of your partners has only 6 months to live, and you don't even seem to care.
Now, look, let's be grown up about it, at least. Sam Bentley and Dick Walsh have been trying to ease me out of the firm for the last year. Now Sam's going to kick off. Why should I care?
You really hate him, don't you?
Me? I don't hate anybody. I just hope he kicks off tonight instead of waiting 6 months and the Dick Walsh's train runs into the Hudson River, that's all. I don't hate anybody. I just wish they were dead.
Oh, Arthur, how can you?
Oh, what's the matter with that? I wish my partners were out of the way, and you wish... Well, I know what you wish, too, only I'm honest about it, and you're not.
This isn't a very pleasant conversation.
No, there's always a better one. For instance, what are you doing tonight?
I'm going home and get a good night's sleep for a change.
By the way, how long is Dick going to be away?
About a week.
You'd be kind of lonely, won't you?
I don't see why I should.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You know, I've always had a sort of a yen for you, Helen.
Why, Mr. Lockwood, why don't people tell me these things?
People don't have to tell people like you those things.
Now that you mention it, I do seem to have noticed a sort of a leer ever so often.
That wasn't any leer, baby. That was the real McCoy.
Look, Arthur, this may sound kind of corny, but I'm in love with Dick, and he's in love with me.
It does.
What?
Sound corny. Why doesn't he marry you?
You know why?
Sure, that wife that won't divorce him. You know, he's been using that one for the last 10 years.
Please, Arthur, I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay. Not to change the subject, but what do you expect to get out of it?
Get out of what?
The reorganization, the big day when they kick old Arthur out of the firm. You think maybe they'll make you a vice president?
I really don't know what you're talking about, Arthur.
Well, you ought to think about it. Because you can never tell, I might be able to make you an even better proposition.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in your propositions, Arthur. Any of them.
Okay, baby. There'll be another day. It was mostly bluff, and she knew it. But there was one thing that she didn't know. There was a chance that my smart partners had actually been holding out on me, and if they had, the way our incorporation papers were drawn, then I could really nail them. Well, I'd been snooping through the files at night lately, and I'd already dug up a couple of things. This night, I went back at it again. I let myself in through the side door of the building and walked up the 2 flights to the office. Everything was dark and deserted. You could barely make out the long lines of desks. And then I saw the light under Sam's door. Well, I crossed the office very quietly and listened. Nothing. I tapped on the door. Still nothing. So I opened it. And there was Sam. There was Sam, leaning back in his chair and staring at me with those cold and slightly protruding blue eyes, much the way he always did. Except, tonight, there was a small hole in the right side of his head. And Sam Bentley was dead. The gun was lying on the carpet where it had fallen out of his hand. It was his, all right. I recognized it. His other hand had fallen against an open drawer of the desk, and his wristwatch was broken. It had stopped at 5 after 8, and I picked up the phone to call the police. And then I noticed a letter on his desk. It was addressed to Richard Walsh. Well, I put up the phone and looked at that letter. And then I opened it. Well, it was about what I'd figured, the doctor's report on his heart, the usual all-around apology, and then a detailed explanation of how Dick Walsh could use the corporate insurance to pay off Sam's family for his share of the business and then take it over himself because Sam didn't want me to have any part of it. The signature was a little scrawly, but it was Sam's all right. So there it was, the double cross. And yet it's funny, but almost before I got through reading it, I knew the answer. I looked at that broken wristwatch of his again. 5 after 8, it said. An hour later, I was home in bed, sleeping like a baby, knowing that Dick Walsh, too, was going to die. Well, I strolled into the office the next morning about 10 just to be on the safe side, but of course they'd already found him. All over the office, there were little huddles that broke up furtively at my approach. Well, I played it for what it was worth and headed for the largest and most important huddle, the executive huddle outside of Sam's door. They were all there, including Helen Conover. And she was looking pretty sick. Well, what is all this?
Just a minute. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Arthur Lockwood. So what's all this about?
Oh, just wait here, please, Mr. Lockwood.
Hey, what's going on here anyway? Somebody robbed the till?
Arthur.
What?
Arthur, it's Sam.
What? His heart?
No, he was shot.
Shot?
Arthur, the police say it's murder.
Will you come in, please, Mr. Lockwood?
Yes, certainly.
The captain would like to see you again, too, please, Miss Conover.
Oh, yes, all right.
Well, we went in. Sam was still there. But by this time, somebody had thrown a towel over his face. A big, gangling guy came across the room toward me with his hand out.
Mr. Lockwood?
Yes?
Captain Gibbons, homicide.
Is that Sam Bentley?
Yes. No, it must be something of a shock to you, sir, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes, of course. Please go right ahead.
Know anybody who want to kill your partner, Mr. Lockwood?
Are you sure it was? I mean, couldn't it have been suicide?
Why would he want to kill himself?
Well, he's been pretty depressed lately. His health has been bad. Only yesterday he got a report from his doctor that he probably wouldn't live more than 6 months.
No, won't hold, Mr. Lockwood. Not unless you figure that Bentley shot himself and then carried the gun into your other partner's office. That's Mr. Walsh, isn't it?
Mr. Walsh.
Yes. Does that surprise you?
Why, yes, it...
Do you mean that you found the gun in Mr. Walsh's office?
In the wall safe. How many people have the combination of that safe, Mr. Lockwood?
Why, just the three of us, I think. The three partners. We each have a safe, but somebody else has to have the combination, too, just in case, well, you know, if...
Mm-hmm. Did you trust your partners, Mr. Lockwood?
Well, Captain, I'll be frank with you. There hasn't been a great deal of love lost between us lately, but, yes, we trusted each other in our own way.
Where were you at 7:10, Mr. Lockwood?
Oh, I was having dinner at the Savoy across the street.
You can prove that, I suppose?
Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, Miss Conover here came over later and joined me.
Mm-hmm. I understand Miss Conover was seeing your other partner, Mr. Walsh, off on the 7:35 for Chicago.
So she told me, yes.
Mm-hmm. You're sure of the train time?
Yes, of course.
Well, it's the one Dick Walsh always takes to Chicago. Well, why this interest in time? Have you set the time of of when it happened?
Bentley's watch was broken. It stopped at 7:10.
Oh.
Either of you see this before?
Where did that come from?
Recognize it?
Yes, of course. That's Mr. Walsh's watch charm.
He keeps losing it. He loses it all the time.
Yeah, yes, he does. We found it in the chair behind Bentley's body.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Captain. You don't seriously mean to suggest that...
How does it add up to you?
Well, I mean that watch charm doesn't mean anything. It's true that he did lose it all the time, but he could have lost it in here any time.
Not in a chair, Mr. Lockwood. It wouldn't stay there very long, not without being found.
Oh, Captain, there must be some mistake. There must be.
You can go now, Miss Conover.
But please...
I said you could go now, Miss Conover.
Come on in, Helen.
I guess that's it, Harry. I guess it is. Better call Chicago and issue a warrant. Richard Leonard Walsh. Suspicion of murder.
No, it's...
All right. It's nothing now. She's just fainted.
That is some dramatic music right there, Lisa.
Well,
Holy
you are very
moly.
dramatic, so it goes
Batman.
along with you.
Three Blind Mice, starring Van Heflin on Suspense, sponsored by Roma Wines. How is that Roma over there?
I tell
Is it
you,
good?
Carl, it's the only way to get through the night.
The burgundy, or what do you have there?
It's red.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
Carl,
you're pretty much.
I have to sit with
hooked on
you
that
for
Roma Wines.
5 hours
I know.
on Saturday
That's
night.
A long
Give me a
time.
break here.
I know. Hey, have at it,
Thanks,
Lisa.
Carl.
Just have at it.
We got to do what you got to do.
By the end of the show, you're kind of like, hey, T. Martinis.
It makes it a lot more fun around here.
All right, we'll be right back.
And now back to Hollywood 360 with Carl Amari.
One of my heroes is a man named William F. Buckley Jr. You might remember him as the host of Firing Line on PBS. He hosted it for more than 3 decades. Anyway, Buckley got his start as founder of the magazine National Review back in 1955. Even back then, we had problems with sensationalistic, sloppy journalism, and he thought Americans deserved a serious conservative voice in the public square. National Review was the answer to that problem, and they are continuing that legacy today.
We're proud to be partnering with National Review here at Hollywood 360. More than 65 years later, they are still committed to producing serious journalism from a conservative perspective. If you're looking for a serious news source grounded in America's founding principles, we have a special offer for Hollywood 360 listeners.
Whether you like to read online or prefer a good magazine in your hands, you can start reading today by going to nationalreview.com/Hollywood. That's nationalreview.com/Hollywood. And you get 60% off any subscription. Go to nationalreview.com/Hollywood for your 60% off. All right, we're listening to Suspense. Van Heflin starring in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense entitled 3 Blind Mice, sponsored by Roma Wines, heard on the CBS network. Here's the conclusion.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Van Heflin in 3 Blind Mice. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
The defendant will rise and face the court. Does the defendant wish to make a statement before sentence is passed? If not, we will proceed. Richard Leonard Walsh, having been tried and found guilty of the murder of Samuel Bentley in the first degree, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the warden of the state penitentiary, where at such time as the state shall deem appropriate, you will be executed in the manner prescribed by law.
It's a nice,
May
easy
God
way
have
of
mercy.
getting along in the publishing business, if you're lucky. One of your partners commits suicide. You rig the evidence to frame the other partner for his murder. Net result, a new firm, Arthur Lockwood, Incorporated. Arthur Lockwood being me. Of course, there were the usual appeals, and the thing dragged on, but that didn't worry me. I had other things to think about. And number 1 on that list was Helen Conover. But there, I'll admit, I was surprised because Dick knew that he'd been framed and must have suspected me, and Helen was supposed to be in love with Dick. Well, I played it very carefully. The paternal approach, the sorrowing friend, dinner and the theater and stuff like that. But never a word, never a wrong word or gesture. And then one night, about a week before Dick Walsh was scheduled to be executed, I'd just brought Helen home from a sedate little tour of some of our most upper-crust hot boxes, and we were at her apartment.
Was it a swell evening, Arthur? You've been awfully sweet to me.
Well, it's the least I can do, Helen.
No, you mustn't feel that way, Arthur.
What way?
That you sort of owe me something.
Oh, you something? Well, why should I? It's just that I know how you feel.
I wonder if you do.
Well, yes, I think so. You've been awfully brave about it, but I think I know.
Arthur, once you said that something I said was corny. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, it was. It wasn't even true.
You weren't in love with him?
I'm afraid I'm a pretty heartless little girl, Arthur. I'm afraid I love myself too much to be really in love with anybody.
Well, that's not heartless. That's just honest.
You know that he's to be executed next week, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then he's not much good to me now, is he? Even if he did want to marry me.
Oh.
Now you know I'm heartless and cold-blooded and cruel.
I ought to, but I don't.
No. No, I don't have to be that way. I can be other ways.
What other ways?
Like this.
Helen. Well, that was that. I didn't care about anything after that, even marriage. We made a quick trip down to Virginia where names in the publishing business wouldn't mean a thing, even ours. And it was all very quiet. No publicity, no fuss, nothing. When we got back, we took a little place in the East 50s, although, of course, she kept her apartment, I kept mine. It had to be that way for a while, at least until after Dick's execution and the things had cooled down a bit. Well, I knocked off early at the office that day, for the looks of the thing, and Helen was already home when I got there.
Oh, you're home early, aren't you, darling? Any particular reason?
No particular reason.
Penny for your thoughts, darling.
My thoughts? Oh, nothing special. I guess I was just thinking, I don't know.
Bet I know.
What?
You were thinking about Dick. That he's going to die tonight.
Well, maybe I was, I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you did come home anyway, darling, because I wanted to have a little talk with you.
Sure, about what?
You really shouldn't let it bother you, you know.
Let what bother me?
The execution.
Why should it bother me? He killed a man, didn't he? Why should I worry about what the law does to him?
Are you so sure, Arthur?
So sure of what?
So sure that he did kill a man?
Well, right then it hit me. That all the time I'd been thinking how slick everything was. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. That all this time she'd been playing with me like a smart young cat with a silly, blind old mouse. 3 mice, and one of them dead. And another with them as good as dead. And I was left.
All the evidence and everything. Wasn't like Dick to do a thing like that.
You don't think he killed him?
Arthur, do you remember, it was a long time ago, you asked me what I expected to get out of it? If Sam and Dick squeezed you out of the firm.
Yeah, I remember.
And you said you might have a better proposition?
Yeah?
Well, I've decided what I want.
Sure. You really want to be a vice president? We can fix that easy enough, although I sort of had the idea that you'd be pulling out after a while now that we're married.
Oh, Arthur, you're priceless. No, I'm afraid a vice presidency isn't at all what I have in mind, and I don't know where you got the idea that I'd be pulling out of the firm, ever.
All right. What do you want?
I want a full partnership, Arthur.
A partnership?
Yes. Is that so strange?
Well, we are partners now, in a way. You're my wife.
No. I mean a real partnership. A corporate partnership.
Look, Helen, you're asking me out of a clear sky to give you a half a share in $1 million business.
Yes.
Well, that'll take some thinking about.
Yes, I suppose it will. I was saying, it was strange about that evidence. For instance, there was the letter.
What letter?
The letter that was on Sam's desk when he killed himself. It disappeared.
You must be crazy.
Am I? What about the wristwatch? When he died, it said 5 after 8. But when they found him, it said 10 after 7. And the gun. It was lying on the carpet by his hand, but somehow it got into Dick's wall safe.
You knew all that, and you let an innocent man go to the chair?
Oh, really? Oh, Arthur, you are priceless. I let an innocent man go to the chair?
You know, of course, that a wife can't testify against her husband.
Oh, no. No, a wife can't be forced to testify against her husband, but she can if her conscience...
All right. What do you want?
I thought I'd mentioned it. The partnership.
I see.
Now, you're not going to be unreasonable about it, are you, darling?
No, Helen. I'm not going to be unreasonable.
You know, darling, I was thinking, we ought to rearrange the office space.
She'd even turned her back on me
We can
now.
knock out those parts.
She was gazing out of the window, dreaming up the future. Her future, just the way she'd planned it. I couldn't guess how she knew. She must have been hiding somewhere and seen me, but that didn't matter much now. I only knew that I was right back where I'd started from, the business slipping out of my hands, and someday, no business, and no Helen. I had to think fast and act fast. There was a bronze statuette on the end table. I picked it up and hefted it. It was just about right. So I stepped over behind her.
Of course, the offices, then, will be just exactly the same. Except for that. Darling, you won't mind that, will you,
I hit her hard, but not too hard, because this was one suicide that was going to come off right. I carried her out to the kitchen and propped her up in a chair in front of the kitchen table. And then I went into the bathroom and got some towels. That wouldn't leave any marks. And I tied her hands and feet and gagged her, so that even if she did come to in a few minutes, it wouldn't matter. All I had to do was come back in a couple of hours and put the towels away and make everything look just as natural as I could. It was a risk, those 2 hours, and I knew it. The whole thing was a risk. But it was the best I could do. I looked at her once more before I left. She hadn't moved a muscle. And then I turned on the gas. By the time I got back to my apartment, I was shaking all over. This time I had really killed somebody. But why would anybody connect me with it, I told myself. Why would anybody think it was anything but suicide? She had the motive this day of all days. Everybody knew that she was in love with Walsh. And even if her marriage to me came out, the motive would still hold. And then the doorbell rang and I jumped a foot. At first I wasn't going to answer it, and then I thought I'd better. Whoever it was would establish that I was here at home and that I could brush them off before I had to leave.
Hello, Mr. Lockwood. Busy?
Why, no, Captain Gibbons. No, come right in.
Thanks.
Right in here, please. Have a seat.
Uh-huh.
Cigar?
Thanks. Pretty good cigar. You must be doing pretty well for yourself nowadays. Better let me light it myself. You, seem kind of nervous.
Well, you know how it is. I mean, today the...
Oh, you mean your partner Walsh going to the hot seat?
I try not to think about it, but, well...
Yeah, he'll be sitting down there pretty soon now. Pretty soon. They say it doesn't hurt, but I don't know. Do you ever see one?
Look, do we have to talk about it?
Makes you feel kind of bad, eh? I wouldn't wonder. Why did you do it, Lockwood?
Do what?
Frame him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. You changed the time, stashed the gun, tore up the suicide note. In fact, as I was saying, you framed him.
No, Walsh killed him. You know he did. He was convicted of killing him. All the evidence was that he killed him.
Oh, sure. Walsh killed him, all right.
What?
Walsh killed him. He told us he did, just today.
But it was so... Say, look, what is this?
Walsh killed him and framed it to look like suicide. Then you came along and pinned it back on Walsh where it belonged in the first place. He gave us a full confession just this afternoon.
Then you...
So, I don't know whether we ought to thank you for making it easy for us or try to pin a rap on you. But the DA's willing to let it go, so it's all right with me. He wants a statement, though.
Oh, sure. Sure, anything you say.
By the way, what about that dame?
What dame?
The one in your office that was supposed to be sweet on Walsh. We want her the worst way.
Why?
Accessory to murder. She was in it up to her ears. Yeah.
So that was
Walsh
it.
Spilled the whole
That's
thing.
how she'd known, and I'd taken
think
my
he was
life in
sorry
my hand
or
for
something.
nothing. She was up there
Could've
dying
kept her
right
out
now.
of
I
it if
was
he wanted.
murdering her while Gibbons sat there
did
risking
enough
my
to
life
make
to
you
do
that,
something
didn't
that the
you?
law would have done for me. Maybe it still wasn't too late, but
Yeah,
Gibbons just
I
sat
think
there
he must have
talking
been
and talking
sore at
and
her or
talking.
Well, you just go down there to the DA's office and give him that statement, eh?
Sure. Tomorrow, the very first thing.
You know, you sure are a heel, Lockwood. But you're a lucky heel.
It was 10 blocks away. I didn't dare take a cab. I didn't dare even run for fear that somebody would see me and remember in case it was too late. But by the time I got there, I was gasping for breath, so I'd run every step. As I let myself in, the smell of gas hit me just like a brick wall. I put my handkerchief over my face and rushed into the kitchen. I threw open the window and shut off the gas. She was sitting there just as I left her. Well, I got her up on the table, and I dragged it over toward the window. I got the gag out of her mouth, and I began working her arms. Artificial respiration. I knew that much. I worked over her by that window until the sweat was running down my face. But I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell yet. The towels that I'd tied her feet with were still there, but I didn't bother with them or anything else. I just kept working over her, up and down, as though my life depended on it. It did.
afraid you're too late, Lockwood. I'm afraid your wife is dead.
He was a smart cop, that Gibbons. He knew a lot. He says now he's pretty sure it doesn't hurt. The electric chair, I mean. Well, tonight I'm gonna find out.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. Well, this is Ken Niles bringing back to our microphone the distinguished star of tonight's suspense play, Van Heflin. Van, you played the part of a publisher tonight. How about publishing a few tips on Roma wines?
Well, with wine like Roma, Ken, all you need to do is publish the facts.
Well, fact number one is that Roma, America's greatest vintner, has asked me to present you with this basket of Roma wines for your wonderful performance tonight.
Well, that's a very good beginning, Ken. My thanks to you and to Roma.
Fact number two, Van, is that your friends will enjoy the Roma California Sherry in your gift basket. For golden amber, fragrant Roma Sherry with tempting nut-like taste is the perfect first call to dinner. The ideal wine for entertaining any time.
Right, Ken. But tell the people why Roma Sherry is so good. Give them the facts, my boy, the facts.
All right, you are, Professor Heflin. Fact number three, Roma Sherry, like all Roma wines, begins with California's choicest grapes. Then Roma vintners, with America's finest winemaking resources, guide these select grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection and place them with Roma wines of years before. Later, Roma selects from this vast taste treasure the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure.
Ken, you're hired. Thank you, and good night.
Van Heflin may currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Till the Clouds Roll By with Van Johnson, Judy Garland, and Frank Sinatra. Tonight's suspense play was written by Kenneth Pettis and Robert Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Glenn Ford as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
There was a great integrated commercial there at the end for Roma wines. You know, like talking to Van Heflin.
Yep.
We've got a basket for you with some Roma Sherry in it, and it has grapes that are
choice grapes.
Unhurriedly.
Hurriedly.
Yeah, there's a word you don't hear. Unhurriedly.
Unhurried.
Hurriedly.
No, you can't even
What's
say
the word?
Unhurriedly.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
they're not in a rush when
it's
when
very
they process
unhurriedly.
the grapes. Unhurriedly.
Yeah, unhurriedly. What is the word?
You know, like hurry, but unhurriedly.
I would have never. If I would have been Ken Niles, the announcer,
You
I'd been
wouldn't
like,
have been.
"Can we change this copy?" Like in the rehearsal,
You'd
I'd been
be a
like,
pain in the
I'd be
you-know
like,
what.
Can you, I can't read. This doesn't make sense. Can't you just say we take our time with the grapes? So
Right.
you know,
well, that would be Parmesan.
But you know, you are a big Roma Wines fan. You bring it every single week here. You got
Right.
like 2 gallons. Usually drink 1.5 gallons. She does share some of it with me and Mike. What do you must love Roma wines. I mean, you can
know,
afford to buy.
It has that nutty, nutty taste.
I mean, you can afford to drink any kind of wine. So
Right.
you
But,
have it.
This is with the finest grapes.
So where do they even sell Roma wines? You get it directly from...
Not from Trader Joe's, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You have to go to special places.
Yeah, Van Heflin there in 3 Blind Mice, January 30th, 1947, sponsored by Roma Wines. And you heard the quality there of the suspense show. That was directly from the master recordings that we get from CBS. You know, we license all of these shows from the rights holders, Abbott Costello Estate, Jack Benny Estate, and we offer them 10 shows every single month in the Classic Radio Club. You can get 5 CDs sent right to your home every 30 days, and there's a booklet that is detailed about all the shows in there, so it's like a whole presentation. It's a case with 5 CDs, 10 shows, the booklet. And that's what you get when you're a Classic Radio Club member. And we have a phone call, a phone number that you can call. There we go. And if you want to sign up for the Classic Radio Club, it's pretty amazing. We send you the first CD set for only $1. $1 plus shipping and handling. And if you like it and you don't cancel, every month you will get another one. That's $19.98 for plus shipping and handling. But you're getting 5 CDs in a case with a booklet. So if you would like to sign up for the club and you want to talk to either Lisa or I tonight, you can call our number, 815-900-7535. We may not answer, but we'll call you back when the classic radio shows are playing. We'll call you back and take your information, sign you up to the club, 815-900-7535. Once again, 815-900-7535. You just signed somebody up a few
we've been
minutes
busy
ago.
talking to our listeners, and it's really nice to communicate and have a just sort of a nice conversation with our listener friends out there. So give us a call, and we'd love to help you out.
Yeah, there's lots and lots of people that are on the Classic Radio Club. So if you want to join, you call tonight, 815-900-7535. Time for This Month in Music History.
And we are going back to the 1990s tonight. Here's your first song.
Every moment spent with you is a moment I treasure. Don't wanna close my eyes.
You look confused. What's
who
the
is
problem?
this again?
This is Aerosmith.
Oh, Aerosmith.
1998.
Yeah,
from the
Aerosmith.
film Armageddon.
I love Aerosmith.
Right. Great song.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very catchy.
It's a great song. He's one of the greatest singers of all time.
Steven Tyler.
Yeah. He's probably better than me.
I don't know. Carl's a toss-up.
I think he might be.
No.
I would have to say he's got it over me. Not by much, but
Maybe someday you'll be able to tour with him.
yeah, I hope so.
Who knows?
All right, thanks, Lisa.
Sure.
More of Hollywood 360 after this.
More Hollywood 360 after these important messages.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Your pastor is doing everything he or she can to manage a growing church and keep up during these trying times. Meanwhile, preparing sermons, servicing weddings and funerals, visiting the sick, counseling families, the list goes on. We've discovered pastors love Pastor Box. Many have referred to it as Christmas 4 times a year. Why? Because Pastor Box exists to delight, inspire, and equip pastors with the latest resources to help them shepherd their flock. We're reaching out to you instead of pastors because we'd love church members to bless their leaders with Pastor Box as a gift, so they don't have to feel guilty about purchasing it for themselves, often using the church budget. If you'd like to gift Pastor Box to your pastor or small group leader, visit pastorbox.com and use code ILOVEMYPastor for $25 off. Again, that's pastorbox.com with code ILOVEMYPastor, no spaces, to take $25 off.
Now back to the best in classic radio on Hollywood 360.
Don't forget, visit pastorbox.com. Use code ILOVEMYPastor for $25 off each quarterly shipment. All right, in our next hour, Vincent Price pays a visit to Duffy's Tavern from 1951. Well, we're also going to play Beat the Host, right, Lisa?
That's right. Dr. Seuss, born March 2nd, 1904. Give us a call, 312-642-5600. Looking for caller number 9 to be on the air. Play the game.
Can Dr. Seuss get rid of my headache?
I doubt it.
Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 4 minutes. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 3 minutes. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 2 minutes. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 1 minute. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 30 seconds. Hollywood 360 on the Salem Radio Network begins in 10 seconds.
And now, for the show reflecting on classic radio, Hollywood 360, with your host, Carl Amari.
I can see you right now in the kitchen, bending over a hot stove, but I can't see the stove.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Would you mind telling me whose brain I did put in?
And you won't be angry?
I will not be angry.
Abby someone.
Abby someone. Abby who?
Abby normal.
What do you do, Carl? Carl is a inventor / entrepreneur.
Yeah, I'm still looking for that home run, you know? I mean,
When I saw the iPod first time, I was like, man, I could have kicked myself.
That was so hard on him. What's your name?
Carl's my name.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carl Amari, and this is Hollywood 360, the radio show that presents all things entertainment, including trivia contests and games, movie reviews, celebrity interviews, showbiz news, and classic radio shows. My co-host is the notorious Lisa Wolf. In this hour, Vincent Price pays a visit to Duffy's Tavern from 1951, but it's time now for Beat the Host. In order to beat the host, a Hollywood 360 listener contestant must correctly answer more true or false questions about Dr. Seuss than I. Lisa Wolf Hall is our moderator. Lisa, please say hello to Mandy from Houston, Texas.
Hi, Mandy. How are you?
Hey, Lisa.
I'm glad you called in. You were caller number 9. You know a few things about Dr. Seuss?
I do.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good.
I don't
Well,
know
this should be fun.
Anything about Dr. Seuss.
Well, we've got a battle.
What does he
here.
specialize in?
Well, okay, so just to give you a little bit of
What's
information.
his practice?
He was born March 2nd of 1904. He died in September of 91 at the age of 87.
Can he help me with my bad back?
I don't think so, but he did illustrate more than 60 books, selling over 600 million copies.
Oh.
So let's
He's
learn
a
a little
doctor
bit.
of literature?
You can call him that if you wish.
Okay.
So, Mandy, the first question is for you. It is true or false. Dr. Seuss was voted most likely to succeed by his classmates at Dartmouth College. Is that true or false?
Well, Lisa, I'm going to say that's false because I'm not sure he went to Dartmouth.
Okay. Carl, what do you think?
I'm going to say false on that.
It is false, not because of what Mandy said,
Oh.
but because
She
he
knows
was.
what she's talking
No,
about.
she doesn't. But
I do.
Mandy, he was voted least likely to succeed, not most likely, but he did in fact go to Dartmouth College.
Oh, okay.
So that
I'm
part
just
was
following. I'm following Mandy's lead here.
Yeah, follow me.
I will.
Okay,
I will,
very
Mandy.
good. We all follow Mandy.
Yeah.
Carl, Seuss.
Because she gave and without taking.
And you sent me away, oh Mandy. Mandy, do you know that song?
Yeah.
Little Barry
Gee,
Manilow?
what, do you think she's ever heard the song?
Well, I don't
Her
know.
name is
Oh,
Mandy.
Barry Manilow.
Yes,
Right.
Barry Manilow.
Hey, you never know. She
Yeah,
sounds young.
No.
Okay, Carl.
Yes?
Seuss added doctor to his name for his father, who had hoped he would become a doctor.
That's true, I think.
Okay.
I think that's true.
Mandy, is he right?
Yeah, I'll go with true.
True was right. You are
All
both
right.
on the board
Mandy.
here. Mandy.
Mandy knows all.
Mandy
for
knows
sure.
all. Mandy, and to think that I Saw It on Mulberry Street was his first children's book.
What is it?
And to think that I Saw It on Mulberry Street was his first children's book. Is that true or false, Mandy?
No, that one's false.
Yeah, I don't know. That to me, that sounds like it's real. I'm gonna say true on that one.
It is true. That is absolutely true. It was
Wow.
rejected 27 times before getting published in 1937.
Really? Man.
Right.
27 times.
Yep.
We're done following Mandy.
That's right. That's for sure. Okay, Carl. Dr. Seuss is credited with inventing the word bookworm, which first appeared in If I Ran the Zoo in 1950.
That sounds true, so I'm going to say true.
Okay. Mandy, is he right?
Well, since Carl went against me, I'm going to go against Carl and say that's false.
Well, that was very smart of you, Mandy. It is false.
She is smart.
The word that he invented was nerd, not bookworm.
Nerd?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes.
I wonder if the nerd candy pays him a royalty for that. You think so?
That's a good question. You'd
Yeah.
have to ask them.
I don't know. I'm going to find out.
Okay, you
Because it's
should-
going to bother me.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you're always bothered by something, so just add it to the list of things you
Right.
bother Carl.
I'm bothered by more and more things.
Are you bothered by
I was
Mandy?
with Mike the other day. We were driving, and I started complaining about some car, and he was like, "Man, you're crabby." He said something like that.
You're
What-
like an old man
Yeah,
now.
he's like, "You're like an old man." He said. We
yeah,
were driving to
Carl
lunch.
that's why I have the Roma wine
I
under
guess
the
I'm
table.
just getting older
You're
and
a
crabby,
cranky guy.
cranky and
You
stuff.
just don't have a good disposition. All right.
I think we're tied up.
I think
Mandy
you
and
are.
I.
Mandy, Green Eggs and Ham was written on a $50 bet when his publisher challenged him to write a book using 15 words or less. True or false?
I like that one. That one's true, Lisa.
I'm agreeing with Mandy on that one.
Why would you agree with Mandy?
She knows what she's talking
about. She
about.
obviously doesn't. It is false.
Oh.
His publisher did challenge him to write a book, but using 50.
You're so tricky.
50 words.
You know, Mandy, she's so tricky.
Yeah, that's the name of the game here. Carl, the Dr. Seuss National Memorial Sculpture Garden in Springfield, Massachusetts, features sculptures of Dr. Seuss's characters.
Yes.
True?
100%, unless it's another one and you're just being tricky.
Mandy, is he right?
No, you're being tricky, Lisa. You're a tricky one. That's false.
It's true. Not so
Mandy,
tricky.
She's so tricky.
Carl's up 1. All right, here we go, Mandy. Dr. Seuss's personalized license plate was Grinch. True or false?
No, that's false. I don't think so.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say it's true.
It's true. It's true. Here's the last question.
Okay, there's one more.
Seuss was awarded the Pulitzer Prize in 1984, the first person to win for writing children's books. True or false? Carl?
That's true, I think.
Mandy?
Well, Carl seems to be on a streak, so let's go with true.
Let's go with true. True is absolutely right. Unfortunately, Carl, you didn't beat the host, but
I know nothing about Dr.
you're an awesome
Seuss,
player. Well, now you do.
Nothing at all about
And now
him.
you are educated.
I thought he was a chiropractor until we started playing this game.
All right, well, you've learned something this evening. That you're cranky and Dr. Seuss is not a chiropractor.
Mandy, I'm going to send you a 4-CD set of the Twilight Zone radio dramas for playing the game. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mandy.
you, guys. I'll definitely read up on my Dr. Seuss for next time.
All right, you got it. When we come back, it's Duffy's Tavern. Stick around.
More Hollywood 360 after these important messages.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard switching to Metashare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Metashare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Metashare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
I'm a no-hassle kind of dad. No finding recipes, no shopping, no food prep, no messy cleanup. Impossible? Nope, that's the magic of Mies Meals. No more unhealthy, expensive delivery. Cooking delicious Mies Meals is a snap. I choose my meals for the week from 10 or more items. Everything is sliced, diced, chopped, and delivered right to my door. There's no commitment, no subscriptions, and most meals are on the table in about 20 or 30 minutes.
Miesmeals.com. MEEZ meals.com.
Enter code CARL at checkout to get 50% off your first order.
No company is more passionate about cats and cat litter than Cat's Pride, which is why Cat's Pride developed their groundbreaking lightweight litter. Up to 40% lighter than other heavyweight litters, Cat's Pride delivers this convenient, ultra-premium litter without the weight, making it easier to lift, carry, and pour.
And Cat's Pride donates a pound of litter for every jug sold to help shelter animals find their forever homes. Learn more about lightweight litter and Cat's Pride's Litter for Good program at catspride.com.
And now back to Hollywood 360 with Carl Amari.
One of the funniest radio shows of all time was Duffy's Tavern. It was a comedy that started in 1940. It was all about a flea-infested dive on 3rd and 23rd Streets in New York City where the elite meet to eat. Ed Gardner, he played Archie, the metaphor mixing manager. Duffy, the owner, was never seen nor heard. He was an absentee owner who had called. He called at the beginning of the show to check on things, And Duffy's man-hungry daughter, Miss Duffy, was originally played by Shirley Booth, then Florence Hallop, and later Sandra Gould. Other regular characters were Eddie the waiter, Clancy the cop, and there were often guest stars who dropped in on the dive of a tavern. And on this particular episode, Vincent Price makes an appearance. This is a broadcast from January 5th, 1951. Here's part one now of Duffy's Tavern.
NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with our guest, Vincent Price, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? One of the finest actors of our day, Duffy. No. Not Dustin Farnham. No, not Hobart Bosworth. Duffy, I said our day, not yours. It's Vincent Price, Duffy. You know the guy. He plays the hate interest in them psychopathical murder dramas. You know, he's always the louse. Pictures, when Price says, I think I'll take the head off, he ain't talking about a beer. He does all them dirty, nasty characters, though, in a real suave manner, sort of a soft-spoken loudmouth. With that, that sweet, soothing kind of a voice. You don't know whether you should listen to it or pour it on a waffle. But in person, Duffy, he's different. He's every inch a gentleman, with lots of savoir-faire, the type of a guy you just know that he looks dignified in his long underwear. Huh? How's the crowd here? Oh, it's the usual after the night court crowd. Huh? Well, look, I got an idea how we can swank up the place if you listen. Well, look, Duffy, who are the biggest spenders? Actors, see? And it's obvious why. You see, actors never have any dough. But they don't want nobody to know it. So, ergo, they spend it like mad. Yeah, well, my idea is to turn this joint into an exclusive private club where only actors can be members, see, like the Lambs Club. Yeah, well, we'll get Vincent Price and call it the Hams Club. Yeah. All right, I'll call you back, Duffy. Hey, Eddie, now look, I want this club to be different. Now, the first thing we do is to drill one of them peak holes in the door, huh?
Well, why does this hole in the wall need a hole in the door?
Eddie, every club's got one, so that sort of management can look out and see that nobody gets in but bona fide members.
Well, now, Mr. Archie, how are you going to get any actors to join this club?
By signing up Vincent Price. You see, Eddie, we've built a better mousetrap here, but in order to catch the right mice, we have to bait the trap with the proper piece of cheese. Namely, Vincent Price.
Mr. Archie, what could a man like Mr. Price do in a dump like this?
All the things he's accustomed to.
Not if he's accustomed to breathing.
Okay, so we'll air condition the joint.
We tried that once, and you remember what happened?
What?
The airwick crawled back into the bottle.
This time we'll hold it out with pliers. Now, what else do we need for the club? Oh, yeah, we'll need a game room.
Game room?
Yeah, that back room where we keep the pig's feet.
Yeah, that's pretty gamey, all right.
Yes, Miss Duffy?
I want to ask you something very important.
What is it?
If a fella says, dearest beloved,
I love you more than the sun, the moon, the stars, more than life itself. Be mine, beautiful Miss Duffy, be mine. Is that committing himself?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Yes and no guy in his right mind would say it.
Well, it so happens that it was said to me by my boyfriend, Rodney Maximilian Haybinder.
Hey, Miss Duffy, you still interested in that bum?
Bum?
You heard me.
Archie, it so happens that at Barnaby's Barber College, Rodney is the only one to hold a safety award.
Really? A safety award?
Yes. He's the one man in his class that they trust to singe sideburns without the professor standing by with a fire extinguisher.
What'd they give him for the reward? A hot towel with his name lathered on it? Are you kidding, Miss Duffy? This guy really goes to a barber college?
You think I run around with illiterates? Here, look at this letter.
Let me see. Darling Miss Duffy, I thought about you all today at shaving class. Look, this letter is a little too mushy for me. Maybe you better read it. What happened to him at shaving class?
Well, let's see. So, dearest, the professor gave me 4 demerits just for a tiny nick a customer noticed on his earlobe. And, darling, I'm really surprised he noticed it, as the earlobe was on the floor at the time. Then, in my confusion, I made matters even worse by giving the customer somebody else's earlobe.
I don't know what kind of a barber this guy is, but he certainly writes beautiful love letters. Huh? Miss Duffy, you know, you're really a lucky girl. It's a lucky thing that the guy didn't go to a guillotine college. Customers be walking around without heads.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Hello, Finnegan.
Good evening, Miss Duffy. My, you look pretty.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Every day you look better. Yesterday you looked better than the day before, and today you look like the morning after.
Well, thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Say, Arch, I hear you're starting a new club.
That's right.
Is it going to have dames in it?
No, Finnegan, no dames. It's going to be strictly non-sextarian.
So in that case, I think I'll just stick to the YWCA.
Finnegan, the YWCA is for women only.
It is?
Yeah.
No wonder they keep throwing me out of the steam room.
Look, Finnegan, the club that I'm going to have here is just going to be for actors, but if you'd like to join, I'll use my influence to get you in.
No, thanks, Arch. I'm too particular.
What do you mean, particular?
You think I'd join a club that takes people like me?
I think you got a point there, Finnegan.
Besides, I belong to too many clubs already.
What clubs do you belong to?
Oh, the Lonely Hearts Club, the Al Flairden for President Club. That was disbanded, by the way. Nobody told me why. Oh, then I belong to the Book of the Month Club.
You belong to the Book of the Month Club?
Yeah, I have a special membership. They just sent me the pictures.
That's a very good club, that Book of the Month Club. Do you attend their meetings?
It's a funny thing, Arch. They don't have meetings.
Really?
Nope. No meetings, no parties, no ball team. Personally, I think the whole thing is a scheme to sell books.
Would you like to have some fun? Why don't you go over to that stove in the kitchen and stick your head in the oven? Maybe your brains will expand.
Good idea, Arch. I'll set the oven for a slow broil.
And every 5 minutes, I'll come in and baste you. Now, Eddie, did you start fixing up the game room?
Not yet.
Well, when you do, I got a terrific idea. See, we'll get a dartboard and some darts so that the actors can really have a lot of fun with themselves.
How?
We'll cover the dartboard with pictures of their agents. Well, Eddie, the game room looks pretty good here, except for one thing.
What's that?
I don't think our more conservative members will like this picture of September morn. Tell you what you do.
What?
Put a hatchet in her hand, and we'll call it Custer's Last Stand. Now, let's see. What else does the club need?
Members?
Members? Oh, don't worry, Eddie. With Vincent Price joining up, we'll have all the actors from Hollywood dropping in.
Well, if they're going to drop, this is the place to do it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. You been thinking it over and you want to join the Actors Club? Duffy, you an actor? You get stage fright when you have to call out your floor in a crowded elevator. But, Duffy, I'm telling you, the place is strictly for actors. Now, look, holler and take it off. At a burlesque show, don't make you no actor. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll compromise you. I'll make you the chairman of the membership committee. But remember, no fair blackballing guys just 'cause they ain't Irish. Okay, Duffy. Now, Eddie, I got to get this dart game set up. Where's the pictures of them agents?
Right here.
Yeah, the agents' pictures, yeah. You know, they ain't going to be easy targets.
Why not?
Even in the pictures, their eyes keep shifting back and forth. Wait a minute, Eddie. Eddie, did you notice that?
What?
A dart just hit that agent right in the middle of his package.
Then our first actor must be here.
He is the spotlight, if you please.
Well, it's Vincent Price.
All right, that's the first portion of Duffy's Tavern, starring Ed Gardner and special guest Vincent Price, going back to 1951. We'll get back to it in a minute. I'm so glad that Me's Meals is back on the air with us because I just love Me's Meals. What's your favorite thing about Me's Meals, Lisa?
Well, Carl, you know I'm really picky eater.
Yes.
So not only
I know that.
am I very picky, but I also have particular dietary restrictions, like I'm a vegetarian. And so the options are endless. I know we just looked at the menu for next week, and Mike has a bean and steak burrito. You have a chicken dish. I have a vegetarian dish. There's fish dishes. There's all sorts of different ethnic dishes. There's a lot of options, so you can really tailor it to you, your preferences, and your dietary restrictions.
It's amazing, folks. Just go to their website, meesmeals.com. meesmeals.com. Look at all the options, all the great food that they have. And each week, they switch it up. There's like 5 or 6 new meals there.
And there's some great desserts on there as well.
Oh, yeah.
So.
And don't forget, newbies, if you're going to order the very first time, you get 50% off by using promo code CARL at checkout. What a great deal. 50% off your order. Use promo code CARL at checkout. All right. We'll be right back. Stick around.
And now back to Hollywood 360 with Carl Amari.
How many of you wish there was a better alternative to the sensationalism and outrageous bias in mainstream media? For more than 65 years, National Review has covered the most important issues and political questions facing the country from a common-sense conservative perspective. As a longtime reader of National Review, I can honestly say that National Review doesn't fall for political fads or hysteria, and they never do clickbait. Their commentary and opinion journalism is rooted in a love for America and an allegiance to the nation's founding principles.
And now National Review is offering Hollywood 360 listeners 60% off of any subscription option, and I would personally recommend their digital membership, NR Plus. With NR Plus, you can access all of their content on the website and app, including the digital magazine, and you'll never get locked out of articles by the paywall. Plus, membership includes other perks like reduced ads on the site and, my favorite, invitations to monthly calls with NR editors and political leaders. Visit nationalreview.com/Hollywood today to save 60%. That's nationalreview.com/Hollywood.
Yep, save 60%, Lisa. nationalreview.com/Hollywood. Hey, you know, folks, we're on a lot of radio stations, couple hundred plus radio stations all across the country. And those radio stations we just love them. They're our lifeblood. We love you, program directors, and thank you for carrying our show. But a lot of our stations don't carry the full 5-hour show. And that's a bummer. You know, if they don't carry the full 5-hour show, maybe reach out to them. Maybe send them an email. Maybe call the station. Say, hey, you know, I love this show, Hollywood 360, and but you only carry 3 hours. Could you put on an extra couple hours? We'd love it if you do that. But if you want to get an email sent to you with the full 5-hour show, every Monday we do send the full 5-hour show to members. There is a cost. It's $5.99 a month. That's about $1.50 a week. But that covers our cost to archive it, get it ready to send out. We have to pay the MailChimp. It's like a service that we use, and then send it out to you. So it just covers the cost to do all that. But at least you're getting the program, the full 5-hour show. We also add our podcast Radio Rarities to the end of that show. So you're not only getting the 5-hour show, you're also getting Radio Rarities, which is a program Lisa and I co-host, and Carl Shadow writes. And we break down a very unique and rare program and talk all about it and play that episode in the Radio Rarities podcast. So if you would like to sign up, you can go to Hollywood360radio.com. That's our homepage. And it's right at the top of the page how to sign up. Or you can call us tonight, and you can talk to either Lisa or myself. When you call, if we don't answer, just leave a message, and we'll sign you up. The number to call, 815-900-7535. We hope you want to sign up for the podcast, 815-900-7535. Okay, Lisa, we're listening to Duffy's Tavern. Vincent Price is the guest because they're going to convert the tavern into a club for actors, and Vincent Price is kind of interested in joining. Let's go back to January 5th, 1951. Here's the conclusion to Duffy's Tavern.
Well, good evening, Mr. Price. Leave me W welcome to this distinguished establishment. And furthermore...
Thank you, Archie, and may I say...
Just a minute. Leave me further say, Mr. Price, that seldom have we behooved such an august presentiment to these confines. And further besides...
Now, Archie, if you don't mind, I'd like to...
Please. I ain't through. The man is in love with the sound of his own voice. Now, let me see. Oh, and feel assured, Mr. Price, that your visit is a bereavement from which we will not soon recover. If there's anything you desire, or call.
There's just one thing I would like.
What?
An edgewise.
An edgewise?
Yes, so I can put a word in.
Okay, what's the word?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, but you just got here.
Can you think of a better time to leave?
Leave? But you ain't had anything to eat yet.
What? Eat here in this moldy Mocambo? I'd sooner die.
There is no sooner way.
Quiet, Eddie. Well, Vincent, I'm glad I'm finally meeting up with you, especially after so many of our friends have said that we resemble each other.
Our friends say that?
Yeah, lots of them.
Then let us be known by our enemies.
I'm glad to see that you're a philosopher about it, Vincent. I didn't get sore neither. But, as I look at the both of us, I can see the resemblance. Take our builds. We're about the same height, and what do you weigh?
About 190.
Well, there you got about 90 pounds on me. And of course, me shoulders is a little narrower than yours.
Oh, Archie, they only seem narrower because your ears stick out so far.
Well, that's logical. But you believe me, Vincent, you darken me up a little, give me an hour with a curler, dab a little makeup on me, and I'd look enough like you to spit at your image. But there's one way in which you and me is different.
Thank heavens for that. What is it?
Our diction.
Oh, yes, of course. Our addiction.
Yeah, yours is lousy. Yeah, me, I like to use big words,
Big words, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I can think of one right now.
Oh, yeah? What's yours?
I hesitate to tell you.
I bet I can think of an even longer one. In fact, I started using big words the minute I learned how to talk.
How old were you when you learned how to talk?
19. See, and by that time I was already in college.
You went to college?
How do you think I got so cultured?
You are cultured?
You don't believe it? Recite some Shakespeare to me. I'll show you how intelligent I can look.
Well, I doubt it, Archie, but you arouse my curiosity. Very well. He jests at scars that never felt a wound. But soft what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah, Finnegan?
Who's the mushmouth?
What's the matter? You sore because someone stole your forehead?
Hey, Arch, can I punch this guy in the nose?
Please, no. Just reply in a gentlemanly manner that you never had a forehead.
Okay. Look, Bud, I never had a forehead. Arch, now can I punch him in the nose?
Vinny, please, no fisticuffs. Mushmouth here happens to be a gentleman. Perhaps I better introduce you. Vincent Price, Clifton Finnegan. Highbrow, no brow.
Okay, Bud, let's shake hands and be friends.
Isn't there a more sanitary way?
Hey, I remember you. I seen you in that picture, The Three Mosquitoes.
And again, that's the Three Musketeers, not mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah? I seen it in an open-air movie in Jersey.
Oh, and I thought all that slapping was applause.
Finnegan, next time you go to an open-air movie, instead of popcorn, you better take DDT.
It don't work, Arch.
What's wrong with it?
The stuff tastes lousy.
Did you ever try citronella with a scoop of ice cream?
Hey, Bud, ain't you a little nuts?
Look, Vincent, you'll have to excuse Finnegan. You see, just before he was born, his mother had a bad case of fright.
Oh, what happened?
His father walked into the room. Well, at least you met the guy.
Say, Arch.
Oh, good heavens, he's back in a wig.
Vince, this is Miss Duffy, man's best friend.
Well, Miss Duffy, I can't tell you how happy it makes me to have this opportunity of meeting you.
This guy's a better actor than I thought he was.
Oh, shut up, Archie. Oh, Mr. Price.
Yes?
I'm not doing anything tonight.
That does not surprise me.
You didn't give me a chance to finish.
He was hoping he wouldn't give you a chance to start.
Archie, please. What I was wondering, Mr. Price, is whether you would like a date with me tonight.
Oh, but Miss Duffy, what about my wife?
I'll let her get her own date.
Oh, but I can't possibly go out tonight.
Why not?
Just look at this horrible haircut some idiot gave me.
Barber college job if I ever seen one. What'd the guy do, cut it or chew it off?
No, Archie, that's not the worst part. I also got a shave, and just look at these earlobes.
What about them?
They don't match.
Oh, so you're the one who caused all that trouble for Rodney.
Look, Miss Duffy, please, someone would like to see you outside.
Who?
Me. Get out of here. Now, Vincent, leave us get to the point. We're turning Duffy's into a high-class actors club, you see, very ulterior. And we'd like you to be the first member.
The first and only?
Well, not the only member. After you find out how wonderful and exclusive the club is, we'll naturally expect you to suck in some of your friends. Well, what do you say to our new Lambs Club? No kidding, Vince. This club's gonna be wonderful. Just picture a warm, luxurious room, a roaring hearth in the fireplace. Low lights, you know, and soft dive-ins, them little day beds. Pictures of great actors hanging on the wall. Edwin Booth, Sarah Bernhardt, Richard Mansfield, Abbott and Costello, Maury Amsterdam. All of them.
What about my picture?
Your picture, yeah. I think I have the very place to put it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, you ain't heard me out. We'll hang it in a place of honor, under the pig's feet.
Under them? Don't I even get top billing?
Why should you? After all, don't forget the pig's feet have been here longer than you have. Well, what do you say? Will you join if I can get you in?
Well...
Good. Oh, just excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. We got good tidings. Vincent Price wants to join the club. What? Duffy, I can't do that. No, you can't with a guy like Price. Okay. Mr. Price.
What?
The chairman of the membership committee desires you to audition.
Audition?
Yeah. You see, this club is only for actors, and the chairman has certain doubts.
Well, hasn't he seen any of my pictures?
That's what gave him the doubts.
Tell him to go soak his head.
Right now, he's too busy with his feet. Now, what do you say? Will you give the audition?
I'm sorry I can't.
Why not?
Well, as I said, if I auditioned for that horrible Duffy, I'd be a bigger ham than I think I am, and I couldn't be.
Don't worry, you are. So what do you say? Duffy's listening.
Well, all right. I'll start off with a recitation.
Good. Why don't you give him a little of that Shakespeare, huh?
Very well. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Hold it, Vince. Hello? Okay, Duffy. Not to be. Look, Vince, don't you know no songs or jokes?
Yes, I know some jokes.
Well, go ahead and spring one. Duffy likes jokes.
Oh, well, very well. Here's a very funny one.
Great so far.
Well, it goes like this. You see, a little boy left his home, and he didn't come back for 6 years. When he returned, he knocked on the door, and his mother said, "Hello, Cookie." So the little boy said, "Why do you call me Cookie?" And the mother answered, "I call you Cookie because you've been a wafer so long." A wafer so long. Do you get it, Archie?
I got it, but I don't think it's going to stay with me.
Well, I know an even funnier one.
Impossible. How does this one go?
Well, it goes like this. Pat says to Mike, he says, "I just received a letter from my sister. She must be very ill." So Mike says to Pat, "Really? How do you know?" So Pat replies, "Well, she started the letter by saying, 'I'm in Chicago sick.'" Oh, Archie, I'm afraid I messed it up. I should have said, "I'm in Chicago ill."
Mr. Price, it just happens that that joke just reached Chicago dead. Better tell another one, Vincent, but not quite so funny this time. I don't want to split my spleen.
Well, Archie, do you think Duffy knows the one about the woman who says, "I just bought a dog," and the man says, "Spit?" And the woman says, "Nobody drools a little."
Hello? Okay, Duffy. Well, Vince, so much for jokes. What else can you do?
Well, I can sing a bit.
You can sing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, take a try at it.
Well, very well. Stand back now. You made me what I am today. I hope you're satisfied. You dragged and dragged me down until the hope within me died.
I think what's going to happen with the club.
You shattered each and every dream.
Vince.
You fooled me from the start.
Vince.
The curse of an aching heart.
Hello? What? Well, how would you like to be standing right here next to it? Huh? Okay, I'll tell him. Mr. Price.
Yes?
The chairman of the membership committee has decided your case in the affirmative. You're out. Furthermore, the chairman has asked me to dissolve the club, so you have earned a rare distinction, Mr. Price.
Well, what do you mean?
This is the first time in history that an entire club has resigned from a member. Good evening.
Good evening.
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Next, it's William Bendix in The Life of Riley on NBC.
What's neuralgia?
Neuralgia.
He's like,
I know, neuritis and neuralgia.
Aniston, it helps with neuralgia.
Neuritis and neuralgia.
Maybe Dr. Seuss would know what that.
I think it has to do with inflammation of the nerves.
Neuralgia?
Mm-hmm.
That's not. I don't want to go to the doctor and like, boy, you suffer from neuralgia.
You have inflammation.
Well, Aniston would probably fix it because it's anti-inflammatory, right?
Right.
Yeah.
A little Aleve and we'll be on my way.
Duffy's Tavern right there, January 5th, 1951, with special guest Vincent Price. At this time, he was playing the Saint on radio. He was Simon Templar, the Saint. This is an NBC broadcast. Ed Gardner starring. Hope you enjoyed Duffy's Tavern. All right, time for This Month in Music History.
And we're going back to the 1990s with the song you know so well.
Closing time.
Do we still play this at the end of our show?
Sometimes. Right, Mike? No? We don't?
We used to close the show with Closing Time. I kind of like that. Kind of has a good vibe. This is Semisonic, released in 98 on the album Feeling Strangely Fine. I think we should play at the end of the show.
Well, Mike
needs a lot of work
whiz
to do.
in there. He'll do it. If he's not taking a bubble bath in there, he now brings in a portable bubble bath when we're doing the show.
He really likes the water.
Does. He likes.
Do you like the water,
warm
Carl?
bubble baths.
You like the water too?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I like
a good bath?
I like a good bath every
Good,
once
clean,
in a while.
squeaky clean.
Listen, I take a bath once a week whether I need to or not.
That's good to know. You got some little rubber duckies in there for yourself?
All right, yeah, I do.
Good.
All right, more of Hollywood 360 after this short break.
More Hollywood 360 after these important messages.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. This is Matt Crowder live at the gas station on 41st Street reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss. Are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. Code SEAT.
Your pastor is doing everything he or she can to manage a growing church and keep up during these trying times. Meanwhile, preparing sermons, servicing weddings and funerals, visiting the sick, counseling families, the list goes on. We've discovered pastors love Pastor Box. Many have referred to it as Christmas 4 times a year. Why? Because Pastor Box exists to delight, inspire, and equip pastors with the latest resources to help them shepherd their flock. We're reaching out to you instead of pastors because we'd love church members to bless their leaders with Pastor Box as a gift, so they don't have to feel